Martial Peak, Chapter 4606, If one suffers, all suffer. Since martial Uncle Zwa is being so hospitable, then your martial nephew won't stand on ceremony with you. Wu Kuang grinned maliciously as he sat down cross-legged and activated his heaven-devouring battle law. Immediately after, his body seemingly transformed into a bottomless pit as the world force in the surroundings swirled towards him. In an extremely short period of time, Wu Kuang had pushed his heaven-devouring battle law to its limit and devoured all of the nearby world force. Wu Kuang couldn't help the look of glee that appeared on his face, feeling the endless stream of pure energy. His expression gave the impression of a perverted hungry ghost holding a warm and fragrant body, as if he could devour its body and soul. When others were pulled into this small universe by Zhuo Quanhui, they could only use everything they had to wreak as much destruction as possible. This was even true for someone as strong as Yang Kai, but Wu Kuang was different. He could devour the small universe's foundation directly and strengthen himself in the process. Zhuo Quanhui had not expected this, and this was his biggest mistake. He thought that Wu Kuang had advanced to the 6th order from the 5th order during the last battle, but he had no idea that Wu Kuang had reached the 6th order long ago. It was just that he had been carefully hiding his 6th order cultivation to the end in order to track down Zhuo Quanhui and inform Yang Kai. They might not have discussed any plans beforehand, but Wu Kuang was sure that Yang Kai understood his thoughts, and Yang Kai was sure that Wu Kuang understood his. To a certain extent, their hearts were connected. Destruction and devouring were two completely different things. The reckless destruction Yang Kai and his friends had caused to the small universe would undoubtedly bring great damage to Zhuo Quanhui's foundation, but their efficiency was far lower than Wu Kuang's. The small universe's foundation began to rapidly deplete as the devouring took place. On the other hand, Wu Kuang's aura gradually grew stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Zhuo Quanhui's interference with him had taken a huge dive and laughed loudly as he continued to bombard his surroundings. You finally noticed? But what to do? It's too late. A figure suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. It was none other than Zhuo Quanhui, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, this high-rank open heaven realm master's face was slightly pale and he was fuming in rage. He raised his long sword and asked, pointing it at Yang Kai and glaring at him, "You knew this was going to happen." Yang Kai thrust his spear towards him, blotting the sky with spear shadows, his face beaming with joy as he taunted, "Guess." Zhuo Quanhui's figure did not move, but an enormous sword wave shot forward, shattering the spear shadows and heading straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated, blocking that enormous sword wave that spanned across the sky. But the next moment, his heart suddenly clenched as he threw himself to the ground. A bolt of lightning came rumbling from behind, brushing past his scalp, burning a few strands of his hair. Yang Kai stood back up again, but he had broken into a cold sweat. It was indeed difficult to fight with someone inside their small universe, not to mention that this opponent was a high-rank master. Although Zhuo Quanhui had not fully recovered from his injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. But he had no choice but to fight on. "Who are you?" "You are definitely not a myriad demon's heaven disciple." On another side, Wu Kuang was no longer able to calmly continue devouring in peace. In fact, when he activated his heaven-devouring battle law, Zhuo Quanhui appeared before him out of thin air, slashing at him. Wu Kuang was so flustered that he quickly counterattacked and fled. However, after exchanging blows with Zhuo Quanhui, Wu Kuang discovered that there was something wrong with this Zhuo Quanhui. He didn't appear to be real, but more like a projection. He also didn't have the strength of a 7th-order master. Wu Kuang might be fleeing in panic at the sight of Zhuo Quanhui chasing after him, but he was not completely helpless. He realized that Zhuo Quanhui could not divert too much attention to his side, which was why he was so weak. Having realized this, Wu Kuang greatly calmed down. While running around in circles, he circulated his heaven-devouring battle law, greedily devouring the surrounding world force. There was a malicious grin hanging on his face as he responded, "Of course I'm a myriad demon's heaven disciple. Why is Martial Uncle Zwa asking such a question?" Zhuo Quanhui didn't appear to have taken any action, but he appeared in front of Wuquang like a ghost and gently thrust out his sword. Had Wuquang not been constantly changing his position, it would have been next to impossible to avoid this sword strike for him. Myriad Demons Heaven definitely does not have such an evil technique. What kind of secret art are you cultivating? Zhuo Quanhui shouted, gnashing his teeth as a sliver of fear could be seen in his eyes. He had never seen such an evil technique before, and much to his surprise, it could actually swallow his small universe's foundation and make use of it. This kind of secret art went against the heavens. If everyone could cultivate it, it would not be this difficult to break through to the open heaven realm. Among the dozen or so sixth-order open heaven realm masters he had pulled into his small universe, Yang Kai's was undoubtedly the strongest, but if there was anyone who posed the greatest threat to him, it would be this Myriad Demons Heaven disciple before him. Even now, Zhuo Quanhui still couldn't understand why Myriad Demons Heaven's own men would ambush him. Meanwhile, Zhuo Quanhui's projection also appeared in front of the other sixth-order masters of Void Land. Be that as it may, these projections weren't very strong at all. They were at most on par with their respective opponents, some of them even slightly weaker. Occasionally, they would launch a fierce attack, but it was clearly not working. Obviously, Zhuo Quanhui was too distracted to control them all. At first, everyone was shocked by Zhuo Quanhui's sudden appearance. Even a sickly tiger was quite fierce, so no one was confident facing a seventh-order master. But after exchanging a few blows, they discovered the truth and no longer panicked. The dozen or so battlefields were like a raging wildfire. Each time they clashed, they would cause damage to Zhuo Quanhui's small universe to a certain extent, whereas Wuquang was constantly using his heaven-devouring battle law to devour Zhuo Quanhui's foundation. Yang Kai's several thousand meters tall half-dragon form was riddled with wounds and had many places where his dragon scales were blown off, a shocking sight to behold. Zhuo Quanhui had placed most of his attention on him, giving Yang Kai a really hard time. Although his life was in no danger, being constantly suppressed was not very enjoyable. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was more than happy to see the status quo maintained. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Zhuo Quanhui, and once he reached his limit, he would lose for sure. Zhuo Quanhui was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so how could he fail to realize this? He was thinking of taking down Yang Kai first and then dealing with the others one by one. As long as Yang Kai died, it did not matter how many sixth-order masters Void Land had. But after a while, he realized that it was easier said than done. Even if he could push Yang Kai into a corner, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Since things had come to this, he could only change his strategy. As the two figures clashed, Yang Kai's spear struck Zhuo Quanhui's figure, but no blood flowed out. Yang Kai wasn't surprised either. He had already noticed that Zhuo Quanhui wasn't a real entity, but a lifelike projection. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his spear and looked around, but he could not spot Zhuo Quanhui. Even his barrage of attacks which had never ceased had stopped. Yang Kai's heart clenched. This undoubtedly meant that Zhuo Quanhui had no intention of hounding him and had instead focused his attention elsewhere. And on Void Land's side, Wuquang was the biggest threat to Zhuo Quanhui. Wuquang was in danger. Although Yang Kai could take this opportunity to vandalize Zhuo Quanhui's small universe, Wuquang would probably be killed by Zhuo Quanhui in less than 10 breaths. Yang Kai instantly spread out his divine sense, but he couldn't sense anyone's aura, let alone find Wuquang's location. Zhuo Quanhui's aura was all around him and disrupting him. What should I do to get out of this? Yang Kai asked himself. He couldn't save Wuquang if he couldn't find him. Furthermore, once Zhuo Quanhui killed Wuquang and the others, he could not be stopped. And Yang Kai would definitely not be able to completely destroy Zhuo Quanhui's small universe before then. After a moment of consideration, Yang Kai slammed the Azure Dragon Spear into the ground and pressed his palms together before fiercely pulling them away from each other, as if he was trying to separate the whole world, shouting word by word, "Heaven and earth, open." His small universe rapidly rotated before it suddenly manifested. The reason why Zhuo Hui was able to manifest his small universe was because his small universe had already turned tangible. This was a trump card that could only be displayed by a high-rank open heaven realm master. Ordinary sixth-order masters would not be able to do such a thing. However, Yang Kai was able to do so, because his small universe had materialized from the very beginning. Yang Kai had no idea what the consequences of doing so would be. After all, he had never tried something like this ever before, but he knew that if he didn't do so, Wu Kuang would die without a doubt, and then the others would follow suit. Yang Kai's small universe instantly spread out and he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world. He could clearly feel that his small universe was now nested inside Zhuo Hui's small universe, and the two small universes were overlapping each other, one within and the other. The bigger one belonged to Zhuo Hui, while the smaller one belonged to him. An extremely uncomfortable feeling coursed through Yang Kai's body. He felt as if he was trapped in a cage and was being squeezed from every possible direction, causing him to let out a muffled groan. But the next moment, Yang Kai sensed the auras and locations of the others. He knew everything within his small universe like the back of his hand. Wu Kuang was indeed hanging by a thread, one of his arms limply hanging, connected only by skin and muscles. His body was covered in blood as he desperately tried to escape from Zhuo Hui's assault. In the moment of life and death, he no longer had the time to use the heaven-devouring battle law to devour energy. All he could focus on was preserving his life. Zhuo Hui was everywhere, his sword following him like a shadow. Just when it looked that Wu Kuang was about to die, Zhuo Hui's movements suddenly became sluggish. As Yang Kai's small universe spread out, he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he was trapped in a cage, but Zhuo Hui did not feel good either. In contrast, he felt like his small universe had become bloated, like he had eaten far too much. He even found circulating his world force a little difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a slight pause just now. With such a good opportunity before him, Wu Kuang was finally able to escape from the jaws of death. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Zhuo Hui didn't give chase and instead gazed around with a look of shock hanging on his face. Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, alongside the dozen or so other sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Everyone had gathered. The others obviously hadn't realized what was happening, but since they were together again, it was better than fighting on their own. They looked at each other, and seeing that they had not lost anyone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You're only a sixth order, how could you possibly manifest your small universe? Zhuo Hui stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. None of your damn business. Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at him with an arrogant and unyielding look on his face, suppressing the surging blood in his heart. Your small universe has become tangible when you are only in the sixth order, you really are a rare genius. Zhuo Hui sighed. Yang Kai sneered, don't think that you can save your life just by some ass-kissing. Today, you are going to die, no matter how unwilling you are. Zhuo Hui suddenly smiled and stated, now that our small universes are overlapping, if one of us suffers, we both suffer. This monarch wants to see how you will kill me now. Martial Peak, Chapter 4607, do you have any last words? Then you'd better open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yang Kai pointed his spear at Zhuo Hui and coldly shouted, kill. But the people around him remained motionless. He nervously looked at him nervously, young master. If everyone failed to understand what just happened before, why were they suddenly together when they were clearly separated? How could they not understand after hearing what Zhuo Hui said? Much to their dismay, Yang Kai had actually manifested his small universe inside Zhuo Hui's small universe world, endangering himself. It was really reckless of him, and just as Zhuo Hui said, both of their small universes now shared the same fate. Whatever happened to one, would happen to the other as well. If they were to really attack, it would not only destroy Zhuo Hui's small universe, but also Yang Kai's small universe. Unless they could find a place where their small universes weren't overlapping, only then could they have a chance to only affect Zhuo Hui. But as things stood, how could Zhuo Hui allow them to do so? He was more than happy to see Yang Kai's fate tied to his. No one dared to act rashly in this current situation. What are you all waiting for? Attack! Yang Kai shouted, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't act now, we won't get another chance in the future. Yuhi's eyes turned red as she grit her teeth and shouted, young master, you must hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and charged straight towards Zhuo Hui, closely followed by the other Sixth Order Master. Zhuo Hui was extremely stunned. Boy, you're insane. Before Zhuo Hui could finish cursing, he was forced to flee as a series of destructive divine abilities came shooting at him, his heart filled with shock at Yang Kai's ruthless determination. A series of explosions reverberated as the ground and the sky cracked at a spot where the small universes overlapped. Yang Kai spurted a large mouthful of blood as he felt his soul violently trembling. What he was doing was akin to sacrificing 800 of his soldiers to kill 1,000 of the enemies. Now, it all came down to who fell first, Zhuo Hui or him. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and cursed, Wu Kuang, you bastard. Wu Kuang didn't attack Zhuo Hui, but instead sat down sitting cross-legged, madly using the heaven-devouring battle law to devour the surrounding world force. Yang Kai was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. Wu Kuang's act of devouring world force like this might be harming Zhuo Hui, but Yang Kai couldn't escape from it either. Furthermore, he was so brazen that he actually sat down next to Yang Kai, as if he wanted the latter to protect him. Yang Kai could not wait to take out his azure dragon spear and plunge it right into his heart. However, Wu Kuang shamelessly raised his head and added with a serious look on his face, you should not divert your attention during this life-and-death battle. Yang Kai suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and quickly took out a low-rank world fruit and swallowed it, forcefully calming his nerves. He then turned his head, avoiding looking at him. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Before refining the world fruit's medicinal efficacy, Yang Kai stuffed another one into his mouth. After eating 2 world fruits, Yang Kai finally had the confidence to drag Zhuo Hui down to his death. He raised his head, looking at the battle that was raging on the other side. Zhuo Hui was at the end of his rope, though he was still desperately struggling. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to step forward to help, but since the 2 small universes were stacked together now, he needed to exert all of his strength to interfere with Zhuo Hui's control over the surrounding world. Had he not been suppressing Zhuo Hui here, how could the latter be so weak? Zhuo Hui had to divert some of his attention to deal with the attacks of a dozen or so Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while enduring the backlash caused by the destruction to his small universe, while at the same time resisting Yang Kai's interference, so how could he not be at a disadvantage? With time, Yang Kai could clearly feel his small universe's foundation rapidly depleting. Fortunately, he had eaten 2 low-rank world fruits, allowing him to slowly replenish what he was losing, but he was still unable to make ends meet. Zhuo Hui's situation was even worse. His body was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. It looked as if he had reached the end of his road, and as he unleashed his divine abilities one after another, he no longer bore the awe-inspiring might of a 7th-order master. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow twitched as a look of joy appeared on his face. He could feel Zhuo Hui's small universe rapidly shrinking. Zhuo Hui was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his small universe was much bigger than Yang Kai, but now, it was actually getting smaller. This way, it would be easier for him to suppress Zhuo Hui. Sure enough, when their small universes broke that critical point, Zhuo Hui's performance became much worse. As if this old man realized that he was doomed, his attacks became fiercer. It looked like he wanted to take a few people down with him before dying. How could Yang Kai allow him to do as he pleased? With a single thought, Yang Kai used his own divine abilities and coordinated with everyone else's attacks. In an instant, Zhuo Hui's figure came to a halt as his imposing momentum suddenly plummeted and he staggered, spurting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, over a dozen divine abilities bombarded Zhuo Hui, sending him flying like a paper kite before heavily crashing to the ground. It had not been that long, but he was now gasping for breath. However, no one dared to lower their guard as all of them gathered around him and waited. Yang Kai kicked Wu Kuang, who was sitting next to him motionlessly and was only focused on swallowing energy, to the ground. Stop. Your table manners are beyond unsightly. After cursing and venting his anger, Yang Kai covered his mouth and lightly coughed, covering his palm in golden blood. Wu Kuang had obtained a great bargain, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai over his rude actions. He simply stood up and patted his butt, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Shouldering the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Zhuo Quan Hui, do you have any last words?" Zhuo Quan Hui, who was loudly wheezing, stared blankly into the void. Yang Kai stood not far from him, looking at him indifferently. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies? Your cultivation has already fallen to the 6th order, and your small universe has become unstable. There is no hope for you to advance again in this life even if you survive, so why not just die? When the surrounding crowd heard this, they discovered that Zhuo Quan Hui's omnipresent aura was rapidly fading. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery was also distorting. It was obvious that Zhuo Quan Hui's cultivation had fallen to the 6th order open heaven realm and his small universe was no longer able to maintain its solid form. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were extremely wary of this 7th order open heaven realm master. After all, Zhuo Quan Hui was a veteran powerhouse, so who knew what kind of trump cards he was still hiding. If Zhuo Quan Hui really managed to drag some of them down with him, their losses would outweigh the gains. But since he had fallen to the 6th order, the threat he posed was greatly reduced, making him look like a tiger without its fangs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhuo Quan Hui moved and slowly sat up straight, crossing his legs as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently. I'm afraid the future will be quite exciting with a monster like you appearing in the 3,000 worlds. You flatter me. Yang Kai maintained a stoic face. Unfortunately, this old master won't be able to see it. Zhuo Quan Hui sighed, after I die, that disciple of mine won't be able to escape death either, right? Yang Kai raised his chin, don't worry, I'll let her reunite with you as soon as possible. Well, maybe she's already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zhuo Quan Hui nodded, it's up to you, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. If you had lost, your fate wouldn't be any better than this monarch's. Yang Kai clapped his hands and scoffed, you've got quite a vivid imagination. Zhuo Quan Hui smiled at him, there will come a day when you will understand. Saying so, he suddenly made a hand seal and asked, looking at Yang Kai, do you know why a high-rank open heaven realm master won't easily open their small universe to kill their enemy, even if it is a trump card that every high-rank open heaven realm master can use? Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow, please enlighten me. Zhuo Quan Hui replied, because if we do this, even if we successfully kill the enemy, there will be no end to the trouble, just like this. The next moment, Zhuo Quan Hui's figure shook. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a small universe collapsing as world force spread out. Everyone watching was shocked, Zhuo Quan Hui's action would undoubtedly disintegrate and collapse his small universe. The small universe world was the foundation of an open heaven realm master. Once the small universe collapsed, the open heaven realm master would not be far from death. Zhuo Quan Hui had fallen to the 6th order, so even if he still had the strength to mount up a fight, he would only be humiliating himself. Rather than losing his life to the enemy, he preferred to end his own life. Not everyone possessed such courage. Zhuo Quan Hui, who had shattered his own small universe, started loudly laughing, boy, this monarch will teach you a lesson with his life. You should cherish it. While he was laughing, Zhuo Quan Hui's head drooped down as he died. An inner sect elder of Thousand Crane Paradise had fallen. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he stomped his feet and cursed, why can't this old dog just die peacefully? Yang Kai's figure shook and his world force was mobilized, sealing the surrounding region. With them as the center, everything within a 10,000 kilometers radius was completely sealed. Yang Kai finally understood what Zhuo Quan Hui meant when he said there would be no end to the trouble. The old man had broken his own small universe and poured his world force into Yang Kai's small universe. Not only was this energy not beneficial to Yang Kai though, it was akin to a kind of impurity as it was wholly incompatible with his own body. In short, this foreign energy was corroding his small universe. Had Yang Kai not quickly reacted and sealed off the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, and allowed this energy to fill his small universe, it would have been difficult for him to remove it. He would have had to spend a great deal of time and energy in retreat. In other words, although high-rank open heaven realm masters could use this trump card to kill enemies, and it was their most powerful trump card at that, it could not be used lightly. Regardless of whether the enemy committed suicide or was killed, once their world force leaked out, it would be akin to swallowing a mouthful of poison. The price Wuquan Hui had to pay to teach this lesson was not small, and the price to receive this lesson for Yang Kai was not small either. Yang Kai promptly turned his head to Wuquan, whereupon the latter snapped at him, "What?" He still had not forgotten that Yang Kai kicked him before. The heaven-devouring great emperor had never been a magnanimous person, otherwise, he wouldn't have caused so many deaths. Yang Kai snorted, "If you're willing to take action, then do it. If you're not, then I won't force you. At worst, I'll just cut off this region. In any case, it'll only damage some of my foundation." Wuquan pretended to be slow-witted before he agreed, "Since you are asking for help, I'll help." As Wuquan activated the heaven-devouring battle law, the world force within the 10,000-kilometer radius madly flowed into his body. The group of Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master watching from the side instantly felt an instinctive sense of dread. Although they had seen Wuquan use the heaven-devouring battle law before, everyone had been fighting with Wuquan Hui, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, when they got to see it so closely, they were all shocked. Martial Peak, Chapter 4608, Beg for Death or Beg for Mercy. The universe was huge and boundless. There were 3,000 worlds and countless mystical arts, but they had never seen or heard of one which could refine the world force of others for their own use until now. This was definitely a heaven-defying evil technique that went completely against the heavenly way. So when everyone saw Wuquan activate the heaven-devouring battle law and devour the world force, they were completely shaken up. It was just that cultivating this kind of secret art would damage the peace and harmony of the world, and he would be fraught with endless danger. He would ultimately meet an untimely death. So, although they were shocked, they didn't feel much envy. Wuquan finished in less than an hour. Yang Kai felt so much pain and anger that he almost vomited blood. Although he had killed Wuquan Hui in this battle, he had paid a huge price for that. Over 10 Sixth Order Masters fought inside his small universe, causing great damage to its foundation, and coupled with Wuquan's repeated acts of devouring his world force, the losses he had suffered were so great that it was difficult for outsiders to understand. Previously, when he borrowed the world force from the star boundary, Yang Kai had obtained quite an advantage. His foundation had been greatly strengthened, saving him at least 500 years of bitter cultivation. However, after what had happened today, the benefits he had obtained before had basically been negated. If he hadn't eaten 2 world fruits at the last moment, his situation would have been even worse. After having suffered this kind of loss, all he could do was slowly cultivate to make up for it. However, this way, he was certain of one thing. Although he was unable to put a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master into his small universe, if he were to spread his small universe, he would not be restricted in this aspect. After all, even Wuquan Hui, a Seventh Order Master, was technically inside his small universe. The fierce battle inside the small universe had finally come to an end. The battle concluded with Wuquan Hui's death, and the battle raging outside should be coming to an end as well. After all, Void Land's side was facing the enemy in 2-against-1 battles, so how could Yin Xian Zhao, Ziyan, and the others be their opponents? When Yang Kai withdrew his small universe and everyone returned to the Blue Clouds continent, they looked up and saw that the people from Heavenly Sword Union were indeed in danger. Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were barely holding on. They had just advanced to the Sixth Order not long ago, and although they had broken through a few years earlier than the great emperors, their foundations weren't that strong. While everyone was fighting, they were also paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, when they saw Yang Kai appear with other sixth-order masters, the great emperors felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, whereas the faces of the Heavenly Sword Union members were ashen. Zhuo Quanhui was nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that he was dead. Seeing this, Yin Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, and the others quickly used their divine abilities to shake off their opponents before fleeing without a moment's hesitation. But how could Yang Kai give them this chance? With a wave of his hand, over a dozen people rushed straight towards the various battlefields. A short while later, the remaining 5 members of Heavenly Sword Union were all captured and a series of restrictions were placed upon them to seal their cultivation. Yang Kai took a seat on a rock, holding the Azure Dragon Spear in one hand. He would lightly cough from time to time, and his aura was a little dispirited. Yu He and Mo Mei stood behind him like guards. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Zi Yan, Yin Xian Zhao, Pei Wenxian, Huang Mao, and Dan Yang were all brought before Yang Kai. Among the 5, Zi Yan was glaring at Yang Kai while Huang Mao and Dan Yang's eyes flickered with regret and fear. On the other hand, Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian both stood up straight and wore calm expressions, like they were not captives at all. Especially Pei Wenxian, who was even in the mood to size up Wu Kuang. He still didn't understand why his junior brother had suddenly changed sides. Coincidentally, Wu Kuang also looked towards him with interest. His eyes were shining brightly, like when a lecher saw a beautiful woman, causing Pei Wenxian's face to turn pale and his heart to quickly pound. "Where is my honored master? What did you do to him?" Zi Yan gnashed her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Although she had some inkling of an idea, she still refused to believe it. Yang Kai raised his head and sneered, "Since I'm here, can't you guess what happened to your master?" "Impossible." Zi Yan's eyes almost started shooting flames, but the next moment, her pupils constricted when they landed on the corpse casually tossed before her by Yang Kai. Before Zhuo Quanhui died, he was struck by a dozen or so divine abilities. He might have died in the end, but his body was completely mutilated and beyond recognition. "Honored master," Zi Yan's eyes filled with tears as she muttered to herself. Looking at her honored master's body, she couldn't help but recall all the things she had experienced in Thousand Crane Paradise, her honored master's sincere guidance, her senior brother's love, and her junior brother's respect. She had no worries back then. But now, her junior brother was dead, her senior brother was dead, and even her honored master was dead. All of them had died at the hands of this bastard. "I'll kill you." Zi Yan leapt forward. Her cultivation might have been sealed and she might not have been able to bring out her strength, but her sharp teeth still bit towards Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai turned the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand and thrust its butt into her soft belly. Zi Yan immediately fell to her knees and hunched over, unable to catch her breath for a long time. Yang Kai lifted her chin with the tip of his spear and stated in a cold voice, "Zhao Xing died because he provoked me first. Furthermore, he wanted to kill me too, so he got what he deserved. As fellow disciples, if you want to take revenge for him, I have nothing to say, but since you want to take revenge, you should be mentally prepared to be killed by me. At the end of the day, the winner is the king, and the loser is the villain." Zi Yan's eyes welled as she looked at him. Her eyes became lifeless and filled with despair. The next moment, she suddenly threw herself forward. Yang Kai withdrew his spear just in time. The sharp Azure Dragon Spear only left a red mark on her throat. "Kill me! Kill me!" Zi Yan madly screamed, wanting to rush forward and beg for death, but Luan Baifeng pressed her down to the ground, causing her to endlessly whimper. Yang Kai added lightly, "Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death, but not now. You have more use to me alive than dead." Saying so, he turned to Huang Mao and Dan Yang. The two immediately got down on one knee without a moment of hesitation and cupped their fists together. "We are willing to submit to you, willing to lay down our lives for you, come hell or high water." Yang Kai chuckled, "Look at her, how unyielding she is. She prefers to die honorably than to live on in shame." On the other hand, the two of you, two grown men, are acting so subserviently, it's really disappointing. If you don't blush, I'll blush. As expected, the faces of the two remaining ancestors of Heavenly Sword Union turned red. However, their pride and honor were nothing when their lives were on the line. Not to mention bowing, they could even endure greater humiliation if it let them survive. Huang Mao lowered his head and stated, Heavenly Sword Union had overestimated itself and made an enemy out of you, Heavenly Monarch Yang, so we have only ourselves to blame for falling into such a situation. However, we were forced to do so. Zhuo Quanhui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Heavenly Sword Union was unable to refuse him. Heavenly Monarch, please understand. Dan Yang also added, although this old master is old, I'm still able to kill enemies for the Heavenly Monarch. Right now, only Huang Mao and I are left of Heavenly Sword Union. If Heavenly Monarch can let bygones be bygones, Heavenly Sword Union will become a branch of Void Land in the future, only following the orders of Void Land from now on. Heavenly Sword Union might be bruised and battered, and they might have lost all of their open heaven realm cultivators except for these 6th Order masters, but they still had their inheritances which had been passed down through the years, and their foundation was still intact. Anyone would be tempted with such a huge price before them. However, Yang Kai remained indifferent and simply stared into the sky. Hundreds of my Void Land's open heaven realm masters have lost their lives in this war. All of them had families, husbands, wives, or children, but none of them had made any mistakes. If I let you two old bastards live, how can my Void Land's dead rest in peace? Yang Kai had clearly made up his mind to cut the weeds and pull out roots. With Void Land's current foundation, they did not need Heavenly Sword Union at all, so it could just disappear from the face of the 3,000 worlds. Although his voice was calm and gentle, it sounded like a thunderclap to Huang Mao and Dan Yang's ears. The two of them immediately fell to the ground, and their faces turned ashen. Yang Kai then turned to Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian, smiling, what about the two of you? Do you want to die or beg for mercy? Yin Xian Zhao sighed in helplessness, as you said, the winner is the king and the loser is the villain. You can do whatever you want, it's your choice. Pei Wenxian coldly snorted, do you have the guts to kill us? Didn't you mention Zhao Xing just now? Have you forgotten what happened already? Yang Kai indifferently looked at him, while Pei Wenxian stared back at him fearlessly in response. With a flash of light, Yang Kai flicked his spear, all while maintaining that same indifferent look on his face. The next moment, something fell to the ground with a thud. Pei Wenxian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a severed arm lying there. The cut was completely clean, like butter cut with a hot knife. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Pei Wenxian stretched out his other hand and covered the wound left by his severed arm, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He immediately shouted in horror, you dare? I'm a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai tilted his head, calm and relaxed, so, core disciples of Myriad Demons Heaven also bark like stray dogs. The nearby Yin Xian Zhao gulped hard. Although he looked at Pei Wenxian with a look of sympathy, he didn't dare to say anything, rather, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart that he hadn't fought back just now. Yang Kai might not dare to kill them, but torturing them was not a problem. Pei Wenxian had lost an arm, so unless he could find a heaven-defying medicine that could regenerate his limb, his strength would forever be greatly reduced. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stated in a deep voice, of course, I haven't forgotten about Zhao Xing's Wu Quanhui took revenge for his disciple, even going so far as to rebel against Thousand Crane Paradise. Unfortunately, he still died a miserable death. Saying so, Yang Kai kicked the corpse he had just thrown out and added, smiling, after you die, who in Myriad Demons Heaven will avenge you? That old dog Zhuo. Let him try. Today, I can kill Zhuo Quanhui, tomorrow I can kill Zhuo. Yin Xian Zhao's face suddenly paled, you're really planning on killing us? Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, what do you think? Yin Xian Zhao didn't say anything, fearing that he might just make things worse. After all, Yang Kai was still young and hot-blooded, so he could easily act on impulse. Originally, you and I didn't have any deep enmity with each other, it was just that we didn't like one another. Then, in Xian Zhao, you hunted me down in the blood monster cave heaven, and if it weren't for Chu Huashang carrying me and escaping, how could I have survived? Pei Wenxian, there was only a small grudge between us. It's normal for young people to fight and compete, but why did you have to act as if you and I had a life or death grudge? Why did you get involved in the mess between Heavenly Sword Union and my Void Land? Since you want to kill me, I naturally can't let you live. The blood drained from Yin Xian Zhao's face. Wu Kuang licked his lips. Boy, I'll ask you for a favor. The moment Wu Kuang stuck out his nose, Yang Kai knew what he was pulling, so he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Pei Wenxian? Wu Kuang nodded. It would be even better if you leave the other one too. Are you still not full? Wu Kuang patted his stomach. My appetite is big, there's nothing I can do about it. The group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but shudder. Martial Peak, Chapter 4609, You've made a huge mistake. Yang Kai remained seated for a while before waving his hand. Whatever. Just take them away. Wu Kuang guffawed and gave the other man a thumbs up. You're indeed generous, kid. Upon finishing his words, Wu Kuang pushed his world force and engulfed Yin Xian Zhao and the others with it. Following that, he turned into a demonic cloud and shot into the sky. Yang Kai looked up and shouted, clean up everything. Don't leave any traces behind. Wu Kuang's voice was heard coming from the distance. Don't worry. That old ghost is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With a conflicted gaze, Bustling World Great Emperor watched as Wu Kuang left. When he was in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, he failed in his attempt to kill Wu Kuang. Instead, his body was almost taken over by the latter. Their souls ended up living in the same body for many years, and their enmity slowly subsided as they had gone through some hardships together. After killing Great Demon God Mo Sheng, Wu Kuang left and there had not been any news about him since. Bustling World Great Emperor had never expected to come across him on this day. He was able to recognize Wu Kuang even though the latter's appearance was completely different now. Over the past few years, the Great Emperors had been cultivating in seclusion in Void Land. With Void Land as their support, there had never been a lack of resources. However, it wasn't until recently that they made it to the 6th Order. On the other hand, it appeared that Wu Kuang had achieved an ascension much earlier than them. It had to be noted that Wu Kuang had been making a living on his own, but he was still able to attain such achievements. This fact alone made Duan Hongchen realize that he was no match for him. Wu Kuang lived up to his name as the strongest great emperor in the history of the Star Boundary. That was Wu Kuang. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen suddenly exclaimed as he had just realized it. Duan Hongchen nodded gently. The corners of Zhan Wuhen's brow twitched. No wonder I found that guy annoying the first time he entered my eyes. Junior brother Yang. Qing Kuei dashed towards Yang Kai. Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian cannot die. Earlier, he saw Wu Kuang using the heaven-devouring battle law and now he brought Yin Xian Zhao and the others away. It was obvious to him what fate awaited them. He was also shocked by Yang Kai's audacity. After a cough, Yang Kai turned to look at him and replied with a smile, I know what you're worried about, senior brother Qing. You know nothing. Qing Kuei turned solemn. After you killed Zhao Xing, only Zhuo Quanhui and the others came over to retaliate against you. That was because Emyang Cave Heaven interfered and resisted most of the pressure for you. Now that traitors on paper like Zhuo Quanhui are dead, those from Thousand Cranes Paradise won't do anything to you even though they're resentful. Otherwise, they'll have to openly offend Emyang Cave Heaven. However, Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian are different. If you let someone kill them, Myriad Demons Heaven Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will never let you off. By then, more than one 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master will come to destroy you. Yang Kai batted his eyes with an innocent expression. No one from Void Land killed them. Did anyone see it? Wu Kuang wasn't a member of Void Land. strictly speaking, he was just a traitor from Myriad Demons Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to bring those people back to the great territory where the star boundary was located and kill them to further nourish the world tree. However, if Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian were really killed there, some faint traces might be left behind. Moreover, after the previous epic battle, the world tree had obtained quite a lot of nourishment, so there wasn't a need to provide more for it now. That was the reason Yang Kai gave up on that idea. A frustrated Qin Kuei stared at him. It is a well-known fact that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao assisted Heavenly Sword Union to make things difficult for Void Land in the past. Both Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui were destroyed, so if Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao are also killed, even a fool will figure out that it has something to do with Void Land. In fact, there's no need for any witnesses at all. Do you think the two cave heavens will go easy on you? They'll settle the issue with brute force. Yang Kai chuckled. I absolutely agree with you, senior brother Qing. However, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao repeatedly made things difficult for me in the past. Previously on the prison star, I intended to make use of the prison league's power to kill them, but Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and the others proved unreliable. That was the reason they managed to flee. Now that there's such a great chance, I naturally wouldn't let them leave. I'll feel nauseated if I ever see them again. Qin Kuei was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the ground. Don't you get it, junior brother Yang? They can't be killed. Although Void Land is fairly powerful now. Yang Kai raised his hand to cut him off. Senior brother Qin, even if I'm willing to let them off, someone else won't let them live. Why don't you try to persuade that person instead of me? That person. Qin Kuei became startled for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai was talking about Wu Kuang. That's right, Wu Kuang was technically a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, but he launched a sneak attack on Zuoquan Hui and cultivated an extremely evil secret art. If such secrets were exposed, he would never be able to settle down in any place even though the 3,000 worlds was so expansive. Certainly, Wu Kuang would want to silence all witnesses to his crimes, therefore, it was pointless for Qin Kuei to keep persuading Yang Kai. A moment later, Qin Kuei snapped out of his dazed state and sighed, "You've really made a huge mistake this time." Yang Kai got up with difficulty and patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. "I believe that person will not leave any traces behind. Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven might speculate that their disciples were killed by me, but they can't do anything to me since they don't have any evidence." Qin Kuei put on a helpless smile as he thought that Yang Kai was oversimplifying things. If the two cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they didn't need any evidence. A simple doubt was a good enough reason for them to make a move. Junior brother Yang, there's one more thing you need to know. If Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian are really killed, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will immediately find out about it. After all, they are core disciples of their sects, so they must have left behind soul lamps in their headquarters. Once they die, their soul lamps will go out as well. The two cave heavens will definitely send some people over once that happens. Yang Kai frowned. Will they be able to find out that those people were killed here? Qin Kuei nodded with a solemn expression. Given the powers of the senior experts of those cave heavens, they can definitely do that even though it might take a while. Yang Kai arched his brow. In that case, we're running short on time. Following a pause, he continued, "There's one thing I need you to help me with, senior brother Qin." Qin Kuei replied, "Just tell me straight away. Since Honored Master has sent junior sister and me to help you, we'll follow your commands." Yang Kai cut to the chase and said, "I need you to go back to Yin Yang Cave Heaven and invite Martial Uncle Su to come to the star boundary." Qin Kuei raised his brow in confusion upon hearing that, but soon understanding something, he said in shock, "Junior brother Yang, you." Suddenly, Yang Kai put on a smile. "I'm a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and I've gained some benefits from the sect. Martial Uncle Su has been treating me well as he had even let me enter the divine armament world once. Now that I have gained some benefits of my own, I naturally can't gobble everything up by myself. When you return to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, senior brother Qin, Please help me inform Martial Uncle Su that I have a gift for him." Suing Shui, who had chosen to take a passive role up until now, appeared surprised as well. Upon realizing the other man's intention, Qin Kuei became excited. "In that case, I'll not hide anything about what went on in the star boundary." Yang Kai chuckled, "It can't be hidden. The secret of the star boundary will be exposed sooner or later. If possible, tell Martial Uncle Su to invite some of the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises he's on good terms with to come to the star boundary as well." Qin Kuei examined him and remarked, "You're pretty audacious, junior brother." There was a bitter smile on Yang Kai's face. "It's not possible for us to monopolize such a big piece of fat. Rather than waiting for other people to come snatch it, I'd rather expose the truth myself and negotiate to remain on top." Following the transformation of the star boundary, the world tree started growing madly and amplified its heritage, which allowed the cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Even Yang Kai's father and mother, whose aptitudes were average at best, could still easily make it to the fourth order open heaven realm, with the hope of ascending to the fifth order. If cultivators with exceptional aptitudes started cultivating in the star boundary from a young age, they might be able to directly ascend to the sixth order or even the seventh order. It could be said that star boundary was now the best cradle for nurturing future open heaven realm masters. Nowhere else in the entire 3,000 worlds was comparable to it. Certainly, Yang Kai would have monopolized such a precious place if he could. However, life was not a bed of roses. In the past, no one bothered to come to the star boundary as it was located in a very remote area. Now that the world tree had matured though, it would send a shockwave across the entire 3,000 worlds. No one could stop this secret from spreading. Moreover, following the death of Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wen Xian, those from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, Myriad Demons Heaven would definitely come over to investigate. Yang Kai naturally had to be prepared. It was true that Void Land was fairly strong now as two divine spirits were residing in its headquarters. Even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But in the end, that was just Void Land's headquarters. There were not many powerful cultivators in the star boundary. It could be said that over 1,000 open heaven realm masters, more than 20 of them were in the sixth order, were a force to be reckoned with, but any cave heaven or paradise could easily deploy such a powerful force with ease. Yang Kai didn't think they could win if they were faced with any of those great forces, not to mention that Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven would probably join forces to deal with them. In order to survive, those from Void Land had to make use of the power of others. Only other cave heavens and paradises could deal with the cave heavens and paradises. However, without enough benefits, there was no reason for those forces to make a move. Although Su Linggong was close to Yang Kai, he was unable to represent the entire Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Since they were running out of time, Qin Kuei decided to leave immediately as Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was far away. Fortunately, since he was on his own, he could make use of universe temples to move around faster. It would probably take him 3 to 4 months to go there and come back. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven probably wouldn't be able to find the star boundary in just 3 to 4 months. Suing Shui didn't leave. Since she was a disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she might prove to be useful if anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai stopped letting his thoughts run wild as he turned his head and raised his hand. "Tell him to come over." Earlier, when Lu Baiyang noticed that the battle had ended, he decided to come over and have a look, but he waited at a distance so as not to appear rude. Upon stepping into this place though, he felt his chest tightening when he saw the pale young man who was covered in blood and the people around him. He was already the strongest cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent, but he was still unable to sense the true cultivation of these people. As he swept a glance over them, he realized that the aura of every one of them was extremely imposing. Then, when he recalled the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering noises just now, he realized that the powers of these people far exceeded his own. In a respectful manner, he cupped his fist. "Blue Clouds Continent Lu Baiyang, greets seniors." Yang Kai examined him and nodded gently, a promising man indeed. Faced with formidable enemies, Lu Baiyang was still determined to defend his homeland. At the most critical moment, he even obtained the acknowledgement of the world's will, thus allowing him to become a great emperor and condense his Tao seal. Therefore, it was obvious that even though Lu Baiyang was still weak right now, he was a resolute person. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:10, Ownerless Land. Yang Kai recalled that when the great emperors of the star boundary had to face the great demon god, their situation was similar to that of Lu Baiyang. The only difference was that no powerful cultivators showed up and helped them at that time. However, on this day, those from Void Land appeared and killed the enemies, thus solving the crisis for this place. Lu Baiyang appeared somewhat bashful. Many thanks for your compliment, senior. What's this place called? Yang Kai asked. Lu Baiyang replied respectfully, Senior, this is Blue Cloud's continent. He felt his heart pounding against his chest, thinking that these were indeed the senior experts that came from somewhere else. That was the reason they were not even aware of this world's name. He had previously speculated that there was a wider world and greater martial Tao outside the Blue Cloud's continent, but that remained a speculation that couldn't be proven. Nevertheless, what he had gone through on this day proved his theory right. Upon seeing the other man's fervent gaze, Yang Kai put on a smile. You've obtained the acknowledgement of the will of this world and condensed your Tao seal, thus allowing you to become a great emperor. After that, you'll need to refine various resources to condense the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Once you accomplish this, you must split heaven and earth apart within your body, allowing you to step into the open heaven realm. There was a longing expression on Lu Baiyang's face as he muttered in a dazed state, split heaven and earth apart? Yang Kai went on to say, we will remain here for some time, so I will have someone explain the abstrusity of the open heaven realm to you at a later point. An elated Lu Baiyang saluted him, many thanks for your kindness, senior. It was like passing through a forest as a blind man when he cultivated on his own. If he could get the advice of some senior expert, it could save him time and allow him to take the correct path. It was expected that he was pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai waved his hand. The calamity that befell your Blue Cloud's continent is partly my responsibility, and your homeland has suffered immense losses as a result. Just see it as my compensation to you. Naturally, Lu Baiyang wouldn't dare to seriously take it as compensation. Then, Yang Kai changed the topic by asking, how old is the Blue Cloud's continent? Since Lu Baiyang had obtained the acknowledgement of the Blue Cloud's continent and become a great emperor, he was definitely the one who knew this universe world the best. When Yang Kai became a great emperor in the past, the entire process of the star boundary's birth and growth played out in his mind. He supposed that Lu Baiyang had gone through a similar experience. After giving it a thought, Lu Baiyang replied, it's about 1 million years old. Yang Kai nodded, it's quite young. A universe world that was born roughly 1 million years ago could be considered very young, and it was now confirmed that this place was a newborn great territory. Mo Mei, Yang Kai called out. Mo Mei took a few steps forward, yes, Sect Master. Go back to the star boundary and bring some people over. Tell them to form into groups to explore this great territory. If they discover anything of importance, report it to me immediately. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Mo Mei turned around and left. This newborn great territory was a lucrative ownerless land. Since Yang Kai had discovered this place, he definitely wanted to take control of it. If there were any hidden treasures in this great territory, over 1,000 open heaven realm masters would certainly be able to find some traces. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't want to miss such a great chance. Void Land was tight on money right now. With a territory gate blockaded by those from Heavenly Sword Union, which was led by Zhuo Quanhui, for a few years and influencing trade, all of Void Land's resources had been used up, so they seriously needed to replenish their reserves, otherwise, it would be hard for their disciples to cultivate. Business in Void Star City had to be restored, and the problem regarding the lack of resources in Void Land had to be settled. Yang Kai also needed to make some future plans for the star boundary. Even though they had defeated Zhuo Quanhui, they had to deal with a lot of issues. All these were giving him a headache, as it wasn't until he began trying to solve these problems that he realized how difficult it would be to do so. He missed his days when he basically acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper despite being a sect master. Everyone had consumed a lot of energy in the epic battle, so Yang Kai told them to get some rest and asked Yu He to teach Lu Baiyang some basic knowledge about the open heaven realm before he started cultivating. Zhuo Quanhui collapsed his small universe before his death, allowing his world force to contaminate Yang Kai's small universe. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off his small universe in time, and Wu Kuang had activated the heaven-devouring battle law to gobble up the mixed heritage, some of Zhuo Quanhui's world force still managed to leak into Yang Kai's wider small universe. The power that belonged to Zhuo Quanhui was no different from impurities for Yang Kai. He had to get rid of it sooner rather than later, or else it would affect his foundation. Lu Baiyang personally led Yang Kai to a secluded place where he could cultivate, a restricted area of the top 4 sects in the Blue Clouds continent. Tranquil Heaven's Peak was definitely a good place, otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land of the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. However, after the Great Battle, the area around Tranquil Heaven's Peak was destroyed, and the peak itself was gone for good. Lu Baiyang was the most powerful cultivator in the Blue Clouds continent who was respected by all. Since he had spoken, no one dared to disobey him. Therefore, Yang Kai successfully entered the restricted area of this sect called the Primordial Sect. It wasn't that he insisted on cultivating in a restricted area. As to him, he could just cultivate anywhere. However, since Lu Baiyang had mentioned it, he didn't think it was appropriate to turn him down. The elders of Primordial Sect were beside Lu Baiyang the whole time, and the fact that Lu Baiyang treated this young man respectfully, as though he was the latter's disciple, terrified them. They were fully aware of Lu Baiyang's capabilities. He was the most powerful master in the Blue Clouds continent, so why would he still treat someone else in such a solemn manner? These elderly people were doubtful as they couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Eventually, the sect master of Primordial Sect summoned his courage and asked, "Saint Lu, who is that, sir?" Saint was an honorific given to Lu Baiyang by the cultivators in the Blue Clouds continent. Other than his cultivation, he also received this title because of his temperament. However, at this moment, Lu Baiyang appeared bashful as he took a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. He reckoned that he didn't deserve the honorific since he was so weak. Upon seeing that there wasn't a change in her expression though, he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and replied, "He's a senior expert from the outside world." The noises we heard before were the fallout of senior clashing with his enemies. The people from Primordial Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Earlier, the world-shattering noises reverberated across the entire Blue Clouds continent. Many of them thought that the end had arrived. It wasn't until this moment that they realized those were the repercussions of a battle. Even the fallout was so horrifying, so how powerful was the person who made the move in the first place? Furthermore, Lu Baiyang had mentioned the words senior expert. The people from Primordial Sect still couldn't believe what they had heard. Lu Baiyang waved his hand, "All of you should treat him with respect. No one should approach senior without his permission." All of them obediently saluted, "Yes, Saint Lu." It was then Lu Baiyang bent his back at Yu He, "Many thanks, senior." Yu He replied with a smile, "Since it is the young master's order, I will definitely do my best. By the way, stop calling me senior. I'm not that old." Lu Baiyang hurriedly nodded in agreement. While he was excited, he took a glance at the elders of Primordial Sect, but appeared hesitant. Knowing what was on his mind, Yu He said with a smile, "You're quite generous. The average person who has obtained such an opportunity would never expose it, but you're willing to share it with the others. It is no wonder that you were able to gain the acknowledgement of the world's will and became a great emperor at the most critical moment." A humble Lu Baiyang replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Sen. Madam." Yu He put on a bright smile as she seemed pleased with the title, and then she said amicably, "Others are welcome to join. It's not a secret anyway, just some common knowledge from where we come from. It's just that the Blue Clouds continent is fairly isolated, so you know nothing about the outside world." Lu Baiyang let out a long breath, "Many thanks, madam." He then sent a signal to the others from Primordial Sect. These elderly people felt their hearts racing as they said in unison, "Many thanks, madam." They previously thought that this beautiful woman was just a maidservant, but it wasn't until Lu Baiyang called her senior that they realized they had greatly underestimated her. She was also one of these senior experts. They had no idea what this woman wanted them to listen to, but it must be some valuable information since Lu Baiyang regarded it as important. The sect master of Primordial Sect then led all of them to a grand hall and invited Yu He to take the head seat. These people in the hall were the cultivators at the peak of martial Dao in the eyes of the commoners in the Blue Clouds continent, but at this moment, they were seated with straight backs and looked attentively at Yu He, as though they were disciples awaiting a lecture. Yu He then talked about the classification of the martial Dao. After she was done explaining the Emperor Realm and the world's will, she went on to talk about great emperors and Dao seals. Lu Baiyang and the elders of Primordial Sect felt as though they had been struck by a huge wave. The classification of the martial Dao was unified across the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, the 3,000 worlds were well connected and communication was frequent. However, in this new great territory, the martial Dao was classified in a slightly different way. It was vaguer than from the outside world. In comparison, they realized that the classification system mentioned by this beautiful woman was more comprehensive and logical. They fell into their thoughts and realized that they were in the Emperor Realm, just like what she had said. At the mention of the world's will and the great emperors, those from Primordial Sect started breathing rapidly. Yu He said with a smile, "Every universe world can be thought of as a bottle with certain limits, oftentimes referred to as the world's bottle. The number of great emperors any universe world can support depends on the limit of the world's bottle. Even though there's only one great emperor in the Blue Clouds continent now, there will be more in the future." The sect master of Primordial Sect took a deep breath and looked fervently at Yu He. "So, all of us have a chance to become great emperors?" Yu He smiled and nodded. "You'll have the chance as long as you manage to gain acknowledgement from the world." These people traded glances with excitement. This was truly a piece of shocking news. They previously thought that Lu Baiyang was already at the peak of the martial Dao, but they hadn't expected to find out there were more powerful beings in the outside world. With a clear goal in sight, they naturally wanted to work hard to tread further upon the martial Dao. The sect master of Primordial Sect asked humbly, "How does one go about gaining such acknowledgement?" Yu He only shook her head with a smile. They thought that she wasn't willing to expose such a secret, but no one dared to complain. Lu Baiyang on the other hand asked with a frown, "Madam, what happens to the others of the Blue Clouds continent once the world's bottle's limit is reached? Does that mean it becomes impossible for them to advance further on the martial Dao?" Naturally not. The great emperors can make use of the world's will to condense their Dao seals, but it doesn't mean those who are unable to become great emperors can't do so as well. I've never been a great emperor myself. As long as one can find their own grand Dao, they can continue rising. Alternatively, they can make use of heavenly Dao pills or other similar spirit pills. Many people in the outer universe rely on such pills to condense their Dao seals. Dale Ligerkeys, 1 million years old? Seriously? Just Earth is estimated to have formed more than 4 billion years ago. Some Hindu texts, which are also works of fiction in my opinion, say Earth has been around for more than 150 trillion years. And the best you can come up with is 1 million? Martial Peak, Chapter 46:11, Chaos stirs and a world is born. In comparison, Yu He was evidently more amiable to Lu Baiyang, but that wasn't because he was the strongest amongst these people. She was now a 6th order open heaven master, so emperors and great emperors were no different to her, and she could squash with a snort. The main reason was that Lu Baiyang was truly concerned about his world and people, which was proven to be true in their conversation. The Emperor Realm Masters of Primordial Sect only cared about whether they would be able to secure a place in the world's bottle. On the other hand, Lu Baiyang was concerned about how others could move forward once the limit in the world's bottle was reached. That was why Yu He regarded him highly. Half a day later, all of them left the place with excitement. Yu He's narration seemed to have opened the door to a new world for them, allowing them to know that besides the Blue Clouds continent, there were more universe worlds that they were not aware of out there. Outside of their own great territory that consisted of many universe worlds, there were even more great territories. The Emperor Realm was followed by the Open Heaven Realm, which was divided into high rank, mid rank, and low rank. They had never heard about such things before. Ignoring the sentiment of those from Primordial Sect, Lu Baiyang asked for Yuhi's opinion about sharing what they had learned with others. Upon receiving her permission, he gathered all the Emperor Realm Masters in the continent together 2 months later and told them everything he knew. He also explained to them what happened in the Blue Clouds continent on that day. Certainly, Lu Baiyang wouldn't lie to them, so upon hearing his words, all of them broke into a commotion. 5 days after the epic battle against Wuxia Hui, more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land streamed into this new great territory. Groups of 2 were formed and each pair picked a direction and flew off to begin scouring this great territory. Half a month later, many of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had recovered, could no longer contain their urge to explore the new great territory. The new great territory was full of mysteries. They naturally had to personally find out about the opportunities and risks in this place. Only Yu He and Suing Shui were left in Primordial Sect to handle the more administrative affairs. 1 month later, Yang Kai finally left the restricted area. He had managed to get rid of the impurities from Wuxia Hui's small universe, but the loss of heritage he had suffered in that battle couldn't be replenished in a short time. His decision to merge his own small universe with that of Wuxia Hui in a final attempt to kill him turned out to be harmful to him, which was inevitable. Fortunately, he managed to kill Wuxia Hui in the end. Seeing that Yang Kai had come out of the restricted area, Yu He hurriedly approached him and called out, "Young master." Yang Kai nodded at both Yu He and Suing Shui, then asked, "How's the situation in this great territory?" An excited Yu He replied, "This great territory is very vast. It's been a short time since the exploration started, so we haven't found out where the boundaries are. However, we've discovered many universe worlds with ample resources, even though their orders are fairly low." Yang Kai arched his brow. That's good news. There was a lack of resources in Void Land now. The issue could be alleviated if they could get some resources from this great territory. Have you discovered any Open Heaven Realm Masters? Yang Kai asked. Yu He shook her head, no. Many of the universe worlds only have the most basic forms of life. There are not even living creatures with sentience. We've discovered 2 universe worlds where there are living beings, but the martial Tao there is even lower than that of Blue Clouds continent. Yang Kai nodded gently. Now we can be certain that it's a newborn great territory. Only in a newborn great territory would the martial Tao be so low in so many places. There wasn't even a single Open Heaven Realm Master to be found. There's one interesting place, though. Do you want to have a look, young master? Yu He asked. Yang Kai shot her a glance and burst into laughter. Since you've said so, it must be very interesting. Let's go. Yu He pressed her lips together and smiled. Please come with me, young master. Upon finishing her words, she leaped into the sky, followed by Yang Kai and Suing Shui. Yu He then shot off in a certain direction. Over 1,000 disciples from Void Land had scattered everywhere in this great territory. Once they discovered a place that was worth their attention, they would immediately head to the Blue Clouds continent to report it to Yu He, who would then let Yang Kai make a decision after the latter exited his retreat. Although 1 month had passed, they were still unable to have a clear picture of the entire great territory. With that said, they had made a lot of discoveries. As they moved forward, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and asked, "What order do you think Lu Baiyang can achieve?" Yu He replied, "I've checked his Tao seal and I believe he'll definitely be able to reach the 5th order. It will be difficult for him to directly ascend to the 6th order." Yang Kai nodded his head. He's the first great emperor in that universe world who has the blessing of the world's will. The 5th order will be pretty good for him. The cultivators who could directly ascend to the 6th order Open Heaven realm were core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. For every sect, they would probably only get one such disciple every 1,000 years or so. Having said that, with the transformation in the star boundary, turning it into an open heaven realm cradle, Yang Kai wasn't able to foretell what would happen from now on. Perhaps directly ascending to the sixth order would be the norm in the future. Do you want to ask him to join Void Land, young master? Yuhi asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile, this great territory is like the back garden of Void Land now, so whether or not he joins Void Land makes no difference. Tell someone to send over a set of materials condensed from the gourd vine to help him ascend to the open heaven realm. Given his temperament, I believe he won't be ungrateful. Upon hearing that, Suing Shui rolled her eyes. You've asked senior brother Qing to invite our honored master to come over alongside his friends from the other cave heavens and paradises, and now you also want to keep this entire great territory as Void Land's back garden? I don't think that's feasible. After all, Yang Kai himself had said that Void Land was unable to gobble up so many treasures on its own. This new great territory was also such a treasure. A nonchalant Yang Kai replied, feasible or not, that will depend on how I'm going to make it happen. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction as there was a world with a golden glow hovering in the void there. Even though it was far away, Yang Kai could still clearly feel a stunning aura coming right at him from over there. He narrowed his eyes when he saw that. Yuhi fished out a jade slip and took a look before stating, there are no living creatures in this universe world, but it contains ample metal element materials. Two disciples looked into it and found out that the materials were only in the second and third order. However, if we dig deeper into the ground, we might be able to get metal element materials of higher orders. Yang Kai sighed. I recall reading from an ancient book that all newborn great territories are extremely rich in resources. I couldn't imagine it in the past, but now it seems that it's true. The currently known great territories in the 3,000 worlds were all born at some point in time. During that period of time, they were also stuffed full of resources. However, as time passed, the resources gradually became depleted and disappeared from the people's sight. The universe world before their eyes was a treasure vault that couldn't be found anywhere else in the 3,000 worlds. If all the resources were extracted out of this treasure vault, that would translate into immense wealth. Yuhi said, besides this universe world that contains metal element materials, we've also discovered similar worlds that have wood element and fire element materials. There's also a Sealing Yang domain. A surprised Yang Kai asked, a Sealing Yang domain? Yuhi smiled and nodded, In the past, the place where Bai Qi ascended to the open heaven realm was also a Sealing Yang domain. It was originally a restricted zone belonging to Golden Rainbow Province. Those from Golden Rainbow Province discovered it a long time ago, but they used it as bait to lure the proprietress and Bai Qi out. In the end, the Sealing Yang domain was destroyed following an intense battle. The proprietress was thorough at that time as Bao Qi almost lost his life. So, those from Golden Rainbow Province had also suffered immense losses since the Sealing Yang domain was now gone for good. It was during that time when the proprietress made a heart demon oath. Unless she could destroy Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, she would never ascend to the seventh order in her lifetime. Yang Qi was abundant in a Sealing Yang domain as it could infinitely produce Yang element materials of different orders. Out of the Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, Yin and Yang element materials were the rarest. A Sealing Yang domain was definitely more valuable than the metal element universe world. Yang Kai repeatedly said good in order to express his joy. It strengthened his notion of making this great territory the back garden of Void Land. Even though this move would cause some disputes, he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to harm his interests. At that moment, Yang Kai supposed he should thank the old dog Zhuo Quanhui. If Zhuo Quanhui hadn't made use of his power and opened up a territory gate, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered this new great territory that would bring tremendous benefits to Void Land. However, this issue was also giving him a headache. There were many places in this new great territory that needed exploration. The small number of universe worlds that contained a huge amount of resources already required a lot of manpower to mine. It had only been 100 years since the star boundary last experienced its biggest war, and since the population had shrunk significantly, they were unable to bear such a burden. Yang Kai believed that he could use the help of Void Territory. After all, Void Land now directly managed over 10 universe worlds, so they could bring some people over to help out. As they kept flying forward, they soon arrived at the Sealing Yang domain. It was a small star that accompanied a dead star, but it contained an abundance of Yang Qi. The Yang Qi permeating the entire star was in the third order. In other words, if any cultivators intended to ascend to the third order, they could just come here and refine the ambient Yang Qi. There wasn't a need for them to look for Yang element materials elsewhere. It was true that world creation was absolutely abstruse. Then, the trio kept flying forward for 10 more days before they arrived at their destination. As Yang Kai looked dazedly at the place where swirling clouds of dust and light were weltering, he could clearly feel a chaotic aura coming from it. Lightning would strike from time to time, as though it was ready to claw through the clouds and break free from the chaos. The aura of a new world permeated a large area of the void. Chaos stirs and a world is born. Yang Kai exclaimed while Suing Shui widened her eyes. Although Yuhi had already learned about it from the exploring disciples, she still fell into a dazed state when she actually saw it. A while later, she nodded her head and continued, "This is our biggest discovery yet, young master. However, we're not sure when the chaos will be broken. Only when that time comes will a new world really be born." Yang Kai carefully sensed it but still couldn't figure anything out. He said helplessly, "I have no idea as well." Then, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, "If anyone dares to lay his paws on this great territory in the future, I'll definitely cut off his hand." Seeing that he suddenly became so emotional, Yuhi broke into a fit of giggles while Suing Shui just glowered at him. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:12, Hogging Everything for Himself. The reason Voidland Star City could gain popularity and become a first-class star city in a few years was because they had Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The pill recipe of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills wasn't really a secret. After all, it was bought by Yang Kai from the Red Clouds auction house, so those from Red Clouds Paradise definitely still had a copy of it. It wasn't that the alchemists of Red Clouds Paradise were not skillful enough. It was just that they lacked the main ingredient, which was world source liquid. That was the reason they were unable to refine such pills. Yang Kai could do that because he had world source liquid with him. World source liquid would only appear when a new world was born, so it had basically become extinct across the 3,000 worlds. No world in the 3,000 worlds was newly born, which was why they were unable to find more world source liquid. However, in the depths of this newborn great territory, there was a place where chaos stirred. It was the sign of a new world about to be born. When the new world finally took shape, world source liquid would probably appear. If someone else obtained it, the advantage of Void Star City would be gone for good. The Star City was a place that those from Void Land relied on to get their cultivation resources, so Yang Kai would never allow anyone to harm their interests. He intended to make this new great territory the back garden of Void Land. Initially, he thought that he could share some of the profits with others if there was too much pressure. However, he had now thoroughly discarded that idea. No one else could have a hand in this newborn great territory other than Void Land. If they gave someone else a chance, it was akin to killing their own future. Nevertheless, the territory gate was there. When the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises arrived at the star boundary, they would also see the territory gate. The problem was how Yang Kai could bar them from entry. Should he try to persuade them to go away? No one would listen to him when there were benefits to be gained. It was also impossible to fight against them. Dealing with Zhuo Quanhui alone caused Void Land to suffer immense losses. If there were more high-rank cultivators they had to deal with, it was impossible for those from Void Land to defeat them. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had to come up with a different solution. As he looked at the place where chaos stirred, he fell into his thoughts. A while later, he spoke up, "Yuhi, look for Luan by phone and tell her to meet me at the territory gate." Upon hearing that, Yuhi replied, "Understood. But you might have to wait, young master." Everyone has scattered to explore this great territory. I don't even know where she is right now. It's fine. I'm not in a rush. Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then he left. After looking around, Suing Shui reckoned that it was inappropriate for her to stay with Yang Kai alone, so she told him that she would also explore the new great territory, and then dashed off into the void. When Luan Baifeng received the news and rushed over to the territory gate 1 month later, she saw Yang Kai squatting on a random shattered spirit province with a frown. There was a stone in his hand as he drew something on the ground. The spirit province was small as it was only a few square kilometers. It was obviously brought here by Yang Kai as it was only 100 kilometers away from the territory gate. Sir. Luan Baifeng landed on the ground and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for her to wait as he continued drawing on the ground. Luan Baifeng had no idea what he was doing, and when she looked down, she saw many unrecognizable patterns and runes on the ground. She initially pressed her lips together in annoyance, but upon closer look, she arched her brow as her interest had been piqued. When she realized that it was actually a spirit array, she broke into laughter. Given her mastery of the Tao of spirit arrays, she naturally could see that there were many illogical and impossible parts in this spirit array, though it wasn't completely useless. She had no idea why Yang Kai suddenly became interested in spirit arrays. She even thought that he had asked her to come over here to teach him the Tao of spirit arrays. What did you get? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Well, Luan Baifeng's eyelashes fluttered, nothing much. Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and looked up at her with a meaningful smile. Luan Baifeng pressed her lips into a line, really nothing. Yang Kai extended his hand towards her. Luan Baifeng was initially enraged, then she said in a pitiful manner, "Why are you making things difficult for a small woman like me, sir? It's so hard for me to earn a few measly resources." Yang Kai took a glance at her chest, small? Luan Baifeng pressed her chest forward, her plump bosom almost bursting out of her clothes. However, she took a few steps back. With a flushing face, she said bashfully, "Sir, I won't sleep with you." Yang Kai burst into laughter and snapped, "Stop spouting nonsense. Give me your space ring." At that instant, Luan Baifeng appeared aggrieved. However, Yang Kai was unfazed. A while later, the woman clenched her teeth and took off her ring before tossing it at Yang Kai. While sniffling, she said, "You're a man, so how do you have the nerve to oppress a woman like me?" Ignoring her, Yang Kai swept his divine sense across the space ring's contents and arched his brow. He then fished out a wisp of purple chi from the ring. The purple chi was like a snake that was somewhere between real and illusory. It was truly mysterious. What was more important was that the purple chi contained a pure but profound power. "What's this?" Yang Kai asked. A furious Luan Baifeng replied, "How would I know? I took it because I thought it was special. I haven't figured out what it is." Yang Kai poked her, "Of the 9 people on the loyalty list, only you dare to speak to me like this." Luan Baifeng kept a faint smile on her face as she saluted him in an elegant manner. This mistress would like to express her eternal gratitude for her loyalty to Sir. As she spoke, she shot a charming glance at the man, her eyes flashing a truly alluring light. Yang Kai examined the purple chi for a while but still couldn't figure out what it was. He had a feeling that it was a kind of material, not a cultivation resource. That was because he had tried to refine it but it yielded no results. He then asked her where she obtained the purple chi from, but that didn't really help. After that, he put the purple chi inside his small universe, causing Luan Baifeng to become even more aggrieved. He went through her ring one more time, and upon making sure that there was nothing else that was worth his attention, he tossed it back to her. A vexed Luan Baifeng took it with a discontented and aggrieved expression, like a maiden who had been thoughtlessly abandoned by a man after a night of passion. "I asked you to come over because I want you to assist me in arranging a space array." Yang Kai adjusted his clothes. "You're an expert in the Tao of spirit arrays, so only you can help me." Luan Baifeng frowned. "A space array?" Yang Kai pointed at the territory gate that wasn't far away, for that. Luan Baifeng looked up, and as she recalled what had happened some time ago, she finally understood Yang Kai's intention. With a smile, she asked, "You want to hog everything for yourself, sir? Aren't you worried that it will invite trouble to you?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "Regardless of the trouble, I just have to gobble up everything first. If I don't even have the appetite for that, how am I supposed to achieve anything great?" Zhuo Quanhui and I opened up the territory gate together, and although it's still not stable, I suppose it will soon become so, as more than 1,000 open heaven realm masters from Void Land have already passed through it safely. I need to arrange a grand array here and refine some jade tokens so that only those with the tokens can move past it freely. Anyone who does not carry the access token will be exiled to the void. Can you do it? Luan Baifeng fell into her thoughts with a frown. It wasn't until a moment later that she replied, "I can do it as long as you're willing to cooperate." Yang Kai let out a breath. "Good. We need to finish this quickly. Just tell me whatever materials you need." She looked up at him. "That purple chi." "It's mine," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Robber. Thief. Bandit." Luan Baifeng said through clenched teeth as she stomped her foot. She knew that since Yang Kai had snatched it from her, there was no way she could get it back. Even though she was unresigned, there was nothing she could do. She was practically his servant since her name was on the loyalty list, so whatever Yang Kai wanted to take from her, she was unable to disobey him. The man was probably the most thick-skinned person she had ever met. He had no qualms about snatching things from others, even a woman like her. After venting out her anger though, she immediately started working on the grand array. For the next 2 months, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng remained beside the territory gate, working while discussing the grand array from time to time. Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space while Luan Baifeng was adept at the Tao of Spirit arrays. They worked together to make up for the weaknesses they respectively had, allowing them to rapidly develop this new grand array. The pair used up countless resources, and in just 2 months, the space array outside the territory gate finally took shape. A group of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood in the void as they looked dazedly at the territory gate. The territory gate, which was opened up by Yang Kai and Zhuo Quanhui, was initially warped and sent out a dangerous aura. However, at this moment, with the support of the Grand Array, it had become stabilized. They could also see that the territory gate was surrounded by an oval-shaped structure that looked like a kind of gateway. In the middle of the structure was the territory gate that connected both great territories. Luan Baifeng was slightly pale. She had spent a lot of energy trying to arrange this grand array over the past 2 months. However, when she saw that her work had paid off, she still felt gratified. Yang Kai turned his head and sent a signal to Yu He, who dashed into the territory gate with a jade token in her hand. A moment later, she returned and nodded at Yang Kai. "It works." Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had repeatedly tested it himself and reckoned that there wouldn't be a problem, he was a master of the Tao of Space after all. If there was really a problem, he might not be able to detect it. Since Yu He managed to shuttle back and forth safely though, it meant that his hard work over the past 2 months had paid off. Yu He approached Yang Kai and said in a small voice, "Senior brother Qing is waiting across from here, young master. He said that our guests have arrived." Yang Kai nodded, "N." It had been 4 months since Qing Kuei left. Yang Kai calculated the time and realized that Qing Kuei was indeed supposed to return around now. It had been a long time since they started exploring the newborn Great Territory, but they still hadn't gotten a full picture of it. Yang Kai had summoned most of them back. It wasn't that they would stop exploring, it was just that they still wouldn't be able to explore everything even if they kept doing it for decades. This Great Territory wasn't really that expansive, but there were many hidden corners. If they didn't investigate carefully, they would definitely miss some wonderful discoveries. In the 3,000 worlds, many amazing things would still surface in those known great territories from time to time. Even though some places were crammed with people, they might still find something new that they hadn't paid attention to previously. It was the same case for this new great territory. They still had many years ahead of them anyway, and no one else could come here besides those from Void Land. They could still excavate the resources while exploring the great territory in the future. Whatever treasures there were in this place, they now belonged to Void Land, and no one else could lay their hands on them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46:13, It's Someone Else. After a long time of exploration, they still hadn't found any open heaven realm masters in this great territory. The martial Tao of the discovered universe worlds was also generally low, most of which were worse than that of the Blue Clouds continent. A few of them were an equal match for the Blue Clouds continent, and only one had a higher martial Tao where a few great emperors had appeared, but that was it. This was a characteristic of a newborn great territory, as the martial Tao was still in the development stage. With such a great territory that was full of treasures and resources in its possession, Void Land would have a bright future. However, their heritage was insufficient presently to fully exploit it. In the past, Yang Kai thought that 1,000 open heaven realm masters was a staggering figure. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only a small number of second-class great forces were a match for Void Land in this regard. Nevertheless, these 1,000-plus open heaven realm masters had to protect Void Land, guard Void Star City, and explore this new great territory. Each place required a lot of manpower, especially the last one. In fact, they would probably need 10,000 open heaven realm masters to be stationed in this new great territory, so 1,000 suddenly seemed like a small number. Yang Kai could only console himself that he had to take things slow. Void Land was still in its development stage, and they had already amassed a lot of open heaven realm masters in a short time. If he was too greedy for quick success, he might mess things up instead by rushing. Since a jade token was required for anyone to move past the territory gate, they had to ask some people to stand guard on both sides of the gate. First of all, they could watch over the place so that no one would barge in. Secondly, they could open the doors for trustworthy visitors. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't have to deal with this, as he would make the arrangements. After passing through the territory gate, he returned to the great territory where the star boundary was located. A few months ago, he led many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to intercept those from Heavenly Sword Palace several million kilometers away from the star boundary. In the end, he borrowed the world strength from the star boundary and temporarily ascended to the Seventh Order, which was how he managed to destroy the Heavenly Sword Palace and expose Heavenly Sword Union's remaining forces. The territory gate he had opened up was only a few million kilometers away from the star boundary itself. Therefore, after he left the new great territory, he immediately saw the star boundary. Upon seeing what was in front of him, Yang Kai became startled and muttered, "Why has it grown taller yet again?" Compared to 4 months ago, the world tree was now even taller. When he most recently returned to the star boundary from Void Land, the world tree was only about 100,000 meters tall. After the great battle, many open heaven realm masters were killed, and the world force which leaked out from their corpses were all absorbed by the world tree. The nutrients allowed the tree to double in height to a 200,000 meters tall giant. Even though Yang Kai was somewhere in the void that was several million kilometers away from the star boundary, he could still clearly see the magnificent and humongous world tree now. What was even more surprising was that the star boundary and demon realm, which were originally far apart from each other, had basically merged together. Presently, the star boundary was filled with greenery as an ample vitality permeated it, while the demon realm was seen with weltering dark demon chi. Both places stood in stark contrast to one another, as one was green while the other one was black. The intertwined roots of the world tree penetrated both worlds, which connected the demon realm and the star boundary. Yang Kai had never expected such a thing to happen, and at that instant, he wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or not. Junior brother Yang Qing Kuei was waiting somewhere nearby, and upon seeing Yang Kai, he quickly flew over. Yang Kai nodded and saluted him. "Many thanks for your efforts, senior brother Qing." Qing Kuei replied with a smile, "It was just some traveling back and forth, nothing too strenuous." "Has Martial Uncle Su arrived?" Yang Kai asked. Qing Kuei nodded his head and said in a small voice, Honored Master immediately came over after hearing about the situation in this place. Since he was in a rush, he could only invite a few friends of his who happened to be in Yinyang Cave Heaven at the time. More people will arrive later as Honored Master dispatched messengers to some of the other cave heavens and paradises. After a moment of hesitation, he went on to say, Honored Master has asked me to tell you something, Junior Brother Yang. In the next few years, the star boundary will be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises will have their eyes on this place. So, he hopes that you'll be careful in everything you do. Yang Kai put on a smile, I know. Then, he patted Qin Kuei's shoulder, let's go. We shall meet Martial Uncle Su and the other seniors. Taking advantage of his status as a great emperor, he instantly moved across several million kilometers and returned to High Heaven Palace alongside Qin Kuei, Suing Shui, and Yu He. In the Grand Hall, Hua Qingxi was seated on a chair with nothing to do when something flashed across her eyes. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others, she stood straight up and saluted, Palace Master. Yang Kai nodded while Qin Kuei looked around and asked in shock, where are my honored master and the other seniors? Hua Qingxi replied with a helpless smile, they said they wanted to take a stroll. I couldn't stop them. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and instantly found them, then he broke into laughter, let's wait for them. With just a casual sweep, he had detected several powerful auras that were scattered across the star boundary. All of them were powerful 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could certainly move around the star boundary as they pleased. Yang Kai was unable to stop them and did not have the intention to do so. After they were seated, Hua Qingxi told someone to prepare tea. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about the transformation in the star boundary. When he returned to this place some time ago, he instantly clashed with those from Heavenly Sword Union at the territory gate, after which he was locked in battle all the way to the star boundary's borders, then crashed into the newborn Great Territory to pursue the enemy. Following that, he spent the next few months arranging the Grand Space Array at the territory gate. It wasn't until today that he returned to this place. An excited Hua Qingxi replied, the star boundary has gone through a tremendous transformation, Palace Master. Not long after you left previously, the world tree started growing rapidly, and the world energy became increasingly ample, which allowed all cultivators to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao more easily. Over the past few months, we've recorded many people breaking through to the Emperor Realm. The ones who are already in the Emperor Realm have also shown great improvement in their cultivation. Furthermore, the overall strength of High Heaven Palace has increased by 30% compared to a few months ago. It was inconceivable that such a tremendous transformation had taken place in just a few months. This phenomenon could not be found in any other universe world in the entire 3,000 worlds, but it was happening right here in the star boundary. The rapid development of the world tree had greatly benefited the cultivators in the star boundary since they were living in this place. They could now easily achieve a breakthrough, and everyone had renewed hopes of achieving greater heights in their cultivation. What about the demon realm? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi replied, Sir Embodiment said that it's the same case in demon realm. For some reason, the world tree suddenly connected the star boundary and demon realm together some time ago. Now that the two worlds have merged, the transformation in demon realm is tremendous as well. Yang Kai nodded his head, the limit of the world's bottle also seems to have expanded. In the future, there will be more great emperors and demon saints in the star boundary and the demon realm. Hua Qingxi was surprised as she hadn't realized this. However, since Yang Kai was the star boundary's void great emperor, he naturally couldn't be mistaken about such a thing. The world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors in the past, but since it had expanded, it would allow more to be born. Unfortunately, you've already condensed a Tao seal, otherwise, you would have stood a chance to become a great emperor of the star boundary. Yang Kai looked regretfully at her. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, this mistress is already satisfied with the achievements I've made so far. I wouldn't dare to be greedy. It's great that you don't mind, Yang Kai put on a smile. In fact, there was nothing special about becoming a great emperor, after all, every cultivator would eventually want to become an open heaven realm master. The value of being a great emperor was that one obtained the acknowledgement of the universe world they were from. Therefore, despite being only an emperor realm cultivator, he or she could activate world force and temporarily use the might of the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, the power one could use was only on par with the low-rank open heaven realm, so it wasn't that valuable. But the star boundary was different, as its heritage was incredibly rich now. If one could become a great emperor in the star boundary, they could make use of the might of the world and use strength on par with a mid-rank open heaven realm master despite only being in the emperor realm. In comparison, the great emperors of the star boundary and the great emperors of the other universe worlds were not even of the same caliber. Furthermore, experiencing such great power in advance would help one's future growth, just like how Yang Kai had experienced the 7th Order open heaven realm power in advance. That was the reason he felt sorry for Hua Qingxi. However, since she had condensed her Dao seal, she would have the potential to become a 5th Order open heaven realm master in the future. There was nothing worth regretting in reality. Everyone had their own opportunities. Compared to the other Emperor realm masters, the ones from the star boundary were already at a significant advantage. And this was just the current generation. The future generations would gain an even greater advantage, which was the reason Su Linggong and the other 7th Order open heaven realm masters couldn't contain the urge to explore the star boundary. After talking to Hua Qingxi for a while longer, Yang Kai looked up as a figure flashed and appeared before his eyes. Su Linggong's brawny figure appeared in the grand hall. Honored Master. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui rose from the chairs and saluted him. Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai immediately stood up as well. Su Linggong seemed to be burdened with worries. He waved his hand and took a seat on a chair, after which Hua Qingxi set down a cup of tea on the table for him. After giving it a thought with a frown, Su Linggong picked up the cup and gulped the tea down. Then, he stared at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, you've put me in a tight spot." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "What do you mean, Martial Uncle Su?" Su Linggong replied, "I saw many talented youths when I was out taking a stroll just now and wanted to take them all on as disciples. What do you think I should do?" Yang Kai's expression darkened as the corners of his eyes twitched. "It seems that you're here to rob me instead of complaining about anything, Martial Uncle Su." Su Linggong grinned. "I only thought about it, but didn't make any moves. It's someone else who has actually done so." As he spoke, he pointed at the entrance of the hall. Following that, another figure flashed as an old man clad in a simple gray robe appeared. What was surprising was that the old man was carrying a toddler that was barely a few months old in his arms. Beside him was a flustered woman whose eyes were drenched in tears. The woman was wearing clothes made from simple linen, and although she was a bit chubby, it was obvious that she wasn't from a wealthy family. She was as ordinary as could be. No traces of cultivation could be found on this woman, and the dirt under her nails and in her hair made it apparent that she was from a family of mortal farmers. Her child was taken away by a seemingly powerful old man, and she was brought to this strange hall at the speed of lightning. At that moment, she was anxious and didn't know what to do. However, her worried gaze remained fixed on her child as he seemed to be the only thing on her mind. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-14, This Old Master Must Accept a Disciple. The toddler in the arms of the old man clad in a gray robe was only a few months old. He was chubby and adorable. Everyone at the scene instantly took a liking to him. At this moment, the toddler could barely contain his excitement as he looked up and pulled the old man's low-hanging beard with his petite hands. The old man didn't mind it as he let the child do what it pleased. Just then, a strand of beard was snapped. The child started giggling as though he found it interesting. He then exerted more force with his hands and pulled off more strands of the long beard. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui were drenched in cold sweat at the mere sight of this. Others might not know who this old man was, but they were fully aware of his identity. He was an inner elder of one of the 72 paradises, a powerful 7th Order open heaven realm master. The average person could hardly meet him, but here he was getting his beard plucked by a baby. If the disciples from his paradise saw it, they would surely break into a commotion. The two of them wouldn't dare to be negligent as they saluted and called out, "Martial Uncle Yu." The old man surnamed Yu nodded, then turned to look at Yang Kai before speaking to the woman who was brought to this place by him. "Don't fret. You're now in High Heaven Palace, and the person in front of you is its palace master." He didn't activate any kind of power, but his words were soothing enough to make the woman calm down instantly. She then turned to look at Yang Kai, and upon making sure that he looked exactly like the person in the picture that she had always paid respects to in her home, she instantly fell on her knees and lowered her head. "Greetings, sir." The old man in gray robes frowned to the side, but he didn't stop her. Yang Kai raised his hand and lifted up the woman, then gazed at the old man in puzzlement. "Senior, she." He hadn't even figured out which of the cave heavens or paradises this old man came from or the reason the latter brought a child and a woman to this place. The old man said frankly, "This old master must accept a disciple." A surprised Yang Kai took a glance at the woman he was holding up, but he couldn't find anything special about her, making him wonder why the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had his eyes on her. As though realizing what was on Yang Kai's mind, the old man patted the child in his arms and said, "I'm talking about this child." While he was speaking, one more strand of his beard was plucked. His white beard was initially well trimmed and organized, but it now looked disheveled, which stripped him of his demeanor as a senior expert. Yang Kai appeared even more surprised. If the old man wanted to take the woman on as a disciple, he could accept it even though he didn't understand it. The old man probably had a way to sense some peculiarity or unique characteristic in this woman. After all, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was powerful, so it was expected that he possessed abilities that Yang Kai didn't. However, he couldn't understand why the old man wanted to take a mere baby to be his disciple. The child was barely a few months old, so how was this old man able to see through his aptitude? Nevertheless, the old man carried the child like the latter was a treasure, and he didn't even mind that his beard was being pulled. Yang Kai then looked inquisitively at Su Linggong. Su Linggong, however, was just watching the good show while chuckling. Upon noticing Yang Kai's stare, he explained, "Kid, this is Yu Changdao from Free and Unfettered Paradise. You can call him Martial Uncle Yu." "So it is Martial Uncle Yu. Forgive me for my lack of politeness." Upon learning that the old man was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, Yang Kai instantly became friendlier. Ning Dao Ran was from Free and Unfettered Paradise, and he was on close terms with Yang Kai. Moreover, Yu Changdao came to this place alongside Su Linggong, so it was obvious that he was a friend of the latter. Regardless, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be impolite to him. "Martial Uncle Yu, may I know the nature of your relationship with senior brother Ning Dao Ran?" Yang Kai asked humbly. Yu Changdao replied dispassionately, "He's my second senior brother's disciple." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai realized that Ning Dao Ran was Yu Changdao's martial nephew. Yang Kai then gazed at the woman and the child before asking, "And what is this situation about, Martial Uncle Yu?" There was a helpless expression on Yu Changdao's face as he replied, "The innate Dao body of this child matches my grand Dao perfectly, so I'd like to take him on as a closed legacy disciple." Upon hearing that, Su Linggong was startled as he gazed at Yu Changdao in shock and asked, "Old Yu, are you serious?" Accepting a closed legacy disciple was no laughing matter. Once Yu Changdao did so, he would never take on another disciple again, which meant that the child in his arms would be the last disciple of his life. Xia Ning Chang was born with the sacred spirit medicine body, so she had the right to become a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and learn the alchemic Dao from him. However, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had already accepted Ji Ying, who was the fifth disciple, to be his closed legacy disciple. Therefore, regardless of how outstanding Xia Ning Chang's aptitude was, she was unable to become a direct disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. With that said, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had always been generous in teaching her the alchemic Dao. Although there wasn't a formal relationship between them, they were no different from master and disciple. Yang Kai naturally knew what taking a closed legacy disciple would mean. He couldn't help but take another look at the child, but he still couldn't figure out anything, let alone see through the child's innate Tao body. However, as a 7th order open heaven realm master, Yu Chang Dao wouldn't make a casual joke about such an important matter. The innate Tao body of this several-month-old child was undoubtedly real. A determined Yu Chang Dao continued, with such a legacy disciple, I'll be able to die with no regret. Su Linggong appeared solemn as he nodded, congratulations, then. He turned to look at Yang Kai, old you would like to take on a disciple from the star boundary. Are you fine with it? Yang Kai chuckled, this child must be extremely lucky to gain the favor of martial Uncle Yu. Naturally, there is no problem. Su Linggong appeared gratified as he gave Yang Kai an approving look. However, Yu Chang Dao sighed as he shot a helpless glance at the woman to his side. Although this old master would like to take this child on as a disciple, his mother doesn't agree to it. She said that when the child grows up, he has to enter High Heaven Palace to cultivate. Regardless of how I tried to persuade her, she refuses to listen to me. Why don't you have a talk with her, martial nephew Yang? Yang Kai burst into laughter. It was then he realized the reason Yu Chang Dao brought the mother and baby together to this place was to make him interfere in this matter. He then turned to look at the woman. When he was speaking to Yu Chang Dao just now, he realized that the woman kept stealing glances at him, and then she would hang her head low with self-abasement. When she saw Yang Kai gazing at her now, she became flustered and was ready to fall on her knees again. A helpless Yang Kai shot Hua Qingxi a glance to motion for her to talk to the woman. It was easier for a woman to approach another woman after all. Upon realizing his intention, Hua Qingxi stepped forward and helped the woman up. As she hospitably took the woman's rough hands, she invited her to have a seat. The woman was clearly anxious. She was just an ordinary farmer, so it was expected that she was flustered when she suddenly arrived at a magnificent palace. Moreover, the person she paid respects to every day and night without fail was now standing right before her eyes. She initially wasn't even able to speak clearly, so Hua Qingxi poured her a cup of tea and placated her before they could start communicating. Yu Chang Dao was seated beside Su Linggong with the child in his arms. Su Linggong extended his head in an attempt to tease the child, but Yu Chang Dao moved his figure a little to block the child out of the other man's sight. Su Linggong pressed his lips together, how petty. He then stuck out his head and took a proper look before breaking into laughter, so, he's a boy. Don't worry, old you. I'll look for a suitable partner for him from Yinyang Cave Heaven. When he grows up, he'll marry into my sect. Yu Chang Dao glared at him and snarled, if you dare to do that, I'll kill you. His loud voice must have scared the laughing child as he started crying. Following that, a stream of liquid perfectly landed on Su Linggong's face. Seeing that, Yu Chang Dao started laughing as he patted the child in his arms, my good disciple. You already know you should help vent out your honored master's anger. You're indeed clever. While being patted, the child stopped crying and started chuckling. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui just stood behind their honored master, looking up at the ceiling as if admiring the beautiful artwork. Su Linggong wiped his face and flung his hand, but he didn't seem to be vexed at all. With a smile, he said, it's said that being sprinkled with a toddler's water can bring good luck. It seems that good things will soon happen to me. He then casually dried his hand on Yu Chang Dao's gray robe. Yang Kai couldn't bear to keep looking at these two, thinking that the demeanor of these high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't meet his expectations of how senior experts should behave. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was still having a chat with the woman, who would gaze at her child from time to time with concern. However, by now she had somewhat calmed down. Despite the woman's small voice, the powerful cultivators in the grand hall could clearly hear her. The woman began telling her story. My family's elders said that the star boundary fell into great turmoil about 100 years ago, and the people were almost wiped out. In the end, it was Senior Void and his High Heaven Palace that defended the last piece of pure land. With the leadership of Senior Void and the other great seniors, they fought an intense battle and eventually drove back the enemies. That was how we all survived. After that, every family would worship the idols or pictures of Senior Void and the other seniors. This simple woman has never been educated, nor did I have the aptitude to cultivate. Since I was married, I've been taking care of my husband and child and doing some manual work to feed the family. Half a year ago, the child's father passed away. Before his death, he took my hand and stroked my belly. The child wasn't born at that time, but he told me that when the child grew up, I should let him join High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect the child to be as famous as Senior Void, he just hoped that should there be any calamity again, the child could assist Senior Void and the other seniors. As she tucked her hair behind her ears, she took a look at the alluring Hua Qingxi, then bashfully hung her head low. It's been a few months since the child was born. I don't even know if he can cultivate in the future or has the right to enter High Heaven Palace. However, this was his father's dying wish, and I wouldn't dare to disregard it, otherwise, the child's father might not be able to rest in peace. Hua Qingxi was moved as she clenched the other woman's hands. Don't worry. Since your child has gained the favor of that senior, his aptitude must be extraordinary. He'll certainly achieve great things in life. The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that. Are you telling me the truth? Hua Qingxi smiled and nodded. I wouldn't lie to you. The woman let out a breath. If he can cultivate, he won't be as useless as his parents. However, I wouldn't dare to hope that he'll be as great as Senior Void. This simple woman just prays that he will grow up to be healthy and happy. The wish of an ordinary person was always simple and guileless. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:15, Not Speaking the Same Language. The woman stole one more glance at Yang Kai and asked in a hushed voice, Is that really Senior Void? Hua Qingxi said with a smile, Since you worship his picture at home, why would you not recognize him when you finally see him? The woman flushed. I just can't believe it. She had always been a lowly farmer, so she found it unbelievable when such an important person suddenly appeared before her eyes. Then, are you head manager Hua of High Heaven Palace? The woman suddenly recalled something and gazed at Hua Qingxi in shock. A curious Hua Qingxi asked, You know me? It really is you. The surprised woman covered her mouth as admiration was written all over her face, then she explained, It is said that Senior Void has a strong right hand in High Heaven Palace. Despite being a woman, she was able to help Senior Void manage all the affairs in this world. Even a simple woman like me has heard about head manager Hua. The fact that the star boundary has been safe over the years is largely thanks to head manager Hua. Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, It seems that I'm pretty famous too. The woman smiled humbly, but she soon started squirming as though she was sitting on pins and needles. Not only had she met the famous Senior Void, but she had also come across head manager Hua. She felt like she was dreaming. After a moment of hesitation with her lips pressed together, she asked in a small voice, Can my son enter High Heaven Palace, head manager? Hua Qingxi straightened her face and patted the other woman's hands. Given the child's aptitude, he is qualified to be the disciple of anyone he wishes. Since the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master wanted to take the child on as a closed legacy disciple, it proved that he had an exceptional aptitude, so no great force would turn him down, though Hua Qingxi was unable to see anything special about the child. The woman gritted her teeth and rose from the chair. Facing Yang Kai, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground as she said loudly, Senior Void, please accept my child into High Heaven Palace so that the last wish of his father can be fulfilled. I'm willing to offer a lifetime of service to repay your favor. Yu Changdao, who was playing with the child, immediately glowered at Yang Kai as his aura churned. It seemed that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if the latter dared to agree to this request. Pretending to not see this, Yang Kai sent a signal to Hua Qingxi while uttering, Get up first. He felt helpless at the woman's tendency to keep kneeling. Hua Qingxi helped the woman up and adjusted her clothes for her. Before Yang Kai could speak, Yu Changdao suddenly said, Martial nephew Yang, allow me to have a word with her. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't turn him down over such a trivial matter, so he extended his hand to motion for him to go ahead, after which he picked up a cup of tea and sipped it. Yu Changdao walked up to the woman and explained to her things like universe worlds, the 3,000 worlds, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in a small voice. The woman was puzzled as she listened to him. She didn't speak or ask any questions, almost like they were not speaking the same language. For all her life, she had only stayed in a small place that was several dozen square kilometers. She had never even stepped outside of her farming village prior to today. Therefore, she was unable to understand the old man as he talked about the 3,000 worlds, cave heavens, and paradises. She just thought that the things the old man with a gray beard said were abstruse and unfathomable. From time to time, she would steal a glance at his beard. The originally neat and tidy beard had become disheveled because of her child, so she was worried that the old man would be angered. Certainly, Yu Changdao realized this as well. He was a 7th order open heaven realm master who could easily destroy a star or flip a universe world when he was infuriated. However, he was completely powerless to deal with this ordinary woman. He felt frustration burning in his chest without any means to vent it out, which was why he was so vexed. Do you understand now? As a cultivator of the heavenly way, Yu Changdao was truly patient though and asked the woman with a smile. The woman shook her head and nodded, then shook her head again. On the side, Su Linggong was all but rolling on the floor with laughter. Regardless of how patient Yu Changdao was, he was enraged by this stubborn woman. If it weren't because she was the mother of his future closed legacy disciple, he would have given her a piece of his mind. He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Suddenly thinking of something, he said, "How do you find High Heaven Palace?" The woman replied without hesitation, "It's definitely the best. That was what my husband kept telling me before his death." In the past, he had tried to enter High Heaven Palace, but he was unable to make his dream come true. That was because his aptitude was not good enough, so he didn't pass the various tests. Yu Changdao put on a smile and extended a finger. "High Heaven Palace might be the best in your eyes, but I can easily destroy it with one finger." The woman appeared horrified at those words. She looked at the old man as though he was the demon lord who caused calamity and upheaval in the star boundary 100 years ago. Not knowing what was on her mind, Yu Changdao went on to ask, "How do you find him?" As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Respect was written all over the woman's face. Without Senior Void and the other senior who refused to yield in battle, the star boundary would have been destroyed, and all of us would have been killed. Yu Changdao stroked his fingers across his beard and put on a faint smile. "Perhaps, but he still must call me Martial Uncle, and even if there are 10 of him, I can still easily defeat them." Yu Changdao knew that it was impossible to reason with this using the logic of the martial Dao woman, so he decided to explain to her in a simple way by comparing High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai with himself so that the woman would realize that he and the force behind him, which was free and unfettered paradise, were powerful. This couldn't be helped, as Yu Changdao had no other choice. If he could reason with her, he wouldn't have bragged about his power in such a way. That wasn't what a senior expert was supposed to do. The woman appeared flustered as she snatched the child back from Yu Changdao and gazed at him with vigilance. "Are you trying to harm the star boundary and make things difficult for Senior Void and the other seniors?" She reckoned that he was a terrible person since he wanted to destroy High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. With the child gone, Yu Changdao was dumbfounded for a moment before he snapped, "Just what are you talking about?" The martial Dao he had cultivated for years almost fell apart because of a woman who could barely read. He then turned to stare at Yang Kai and said, "Martial nephew Yang, it's not easy for this old master to come across a suitable disciple. I was cultivating the other day when I suddenly had the urge to visit Enyang Cave Heaven, then I was suddenly brought to your star boundary by old friend Su. After that, I found this child here. This is surely fate. This child and I are destined to be master and disciple." He was being verbose because he wanted Yang Kai to help him out, and certainly Yang Kai was aware of this. Yang Kai then nodded, "Don't worry, Martial Uncle. I'll sit down and have a chat with her." Yu Changdao looked at him with gratitude. "Many thanks, Martial Nephew. If I can take this child on as a disciple, I will owe you a favor." Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he guffawed, "Good." The favor of a 7th order open heaven realm master was extraordinarily valuable. If he had such a favor in the past, those from Voidland wouldn't have fallen into a difficult battle against Zhuo Quanhui. They would just have to invite Yu Changdao over to show his face, and everything would have been solved. After Yu Changdao was seated, Su Linggong kept grinning at him, which irritated him to no end. On the other side, Yang Kai walked up to the woman and told her to have a seat. After taking the child from her arms, he sat down on her right side. Yang Kai had never carried a toddler before. As he looked at the child's carefree smile, clear eyes, and petite hands, he couldn't help but take a liking to him. At that moment, he suddenly had the urge to have a child of his own. Even though the child was in his arms, Yang Kai was still unable to sense the innate Dao body he supposedly had. Perhaps even Su Linggong couldn't see that. Only someone like Yu Changdao could discover it. Yang Kai then asked about the woman's name and found that she was Lu Kai Xia. Such an ordinary name was typically used by farmers. Then, he asked about the child's name and found out that it was given to him by his father before his death. The name was Shi de Zhuang, as the child got his father's surname. Following that, he inquired about her family, what she did for a living, and whether she had enough money to get by. Lu Kai Xia answered his questions honestly. Certainly, she wouldn't dare to lie to Void Great Emperor. Moreover, her life as a farmer was simple, so there was nothing for her to hide. After some small talk, she no longer appeared as flustered. She was also surprised to learn that such an important figure was so down to earth. As Yu Changdao watched them, he let out a sigh. When faced with a seventh-order open heaven realm master like him, the woman wasn't as respectful to him as she was to Yang Kai. He was unable to make the woman realize that he was the more powerful one. What my martial uncle Yu has said is not an exaggeration. The great force he belongs to is one of the best in existence, and he is truly powerful. Your child is fortunate to have gained his appreciation, and his future will be limitless if he cultivates under him. Yang Kai played with the child while explaining to Lu Kai Xia. Lu Kai Xia clenched the hem of her shirt and replied in a hushed voice, "I understand." Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "Since you understand, why don't you agree to it? It's obvious that martial uncle Yu sincerely cares for your child and wants to take him as his closed legacy disciple. Otherwise, given his power, he could have directly snatched the child, and there would have been nothing you or even I could do to stop him." Lu Kai Xia remained silent. Yang Kai went on to say, "Your child definitely qualifies to enter High Heaven Palace, but his future will be much brighter by becoming martial uncle Yu's disciple." Across from them, Yu Changdao ran his fingers across his beard and nodded softly. With a gentle expression, he looked gratefully at Yang Kai, who obviously didn't have any selfish motives. As the Void Great Emperor that this simple woman admired, his words were definitely more persuasive than an old man like him who came out of nowhere. However, the next moment, a few strands of his beard snapped again, but it was his own doing. A determined Lu Kai Xia looked up and said, "Senior Void, I still hope that you will allow this child to join High Heaven Palace." Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he stomped his foot on the floor. He almost wanted to reprimand the woman for being so obstinate. Yang Kai placated him with his eyes, then asked the woman gently, "Is it because that is the last wish of the child's father?" Lu Kai Xia nodded her head. "I know nothing about the outside world, and I have no idea who is stronger or weaker, but my late husband was my world, and he only had one wish before his death. It would be fine if the child did not have the qualifications to cultivate, as he could simply walk down his father's path and grow up safely. When he grew old enough, I would look for a wife for him, and he would have children of his own. He would work hard every morning and come home in the evening. He would be able to live his life peacefully. However, since he can cultivate, he can only join High Heaven Palace, otherwise, his father will never be able to rest in peace, and I won't have the face to see him when I pass away one day." Martial Peak, Chapter 46-16, You've dug a nice pit. The woman was simple-minded and guileless, but she was obstinate. The last wish of the child's father was of utmost importance to her in her heart, so she would never dare to disobey him. Therefore, despite knowing that the old man was right, and that Senior Void sincerely wanted the child to have a bright future, the Lu Kai Xia still wouldn't change her mind. If the child's father was still alive, they could have reasoned with him. However, he was now dead, so it wasn't like they could dig up his grave and ask him. Furthermore, the corpse wouldn't respond to them even if they did. There was a helpless smile on Yang Kai's face as he gazed at Yu Changdao. Martial uncle, I don't think it's appropriate to force her to do something against her will. Why don't you look for a different disciple? Even though there are not a lot of people in the star boundary, there are definitely many talented youths. Perhaps you'll find a more suitable candidate. Yu Changdao shook his head. It's extremely difficult to find anyone with the innate Dao body. This old master has traveled to countless universe worlds before, but never met another child like him. I don't think I can find another in this lifetime. What should we do, then? Yang Kai appeared to be having a headache as he patted the child in his arms. I can't go against the will of the child's father. It's his last wish after all. Yu Changdao pressed his lips together, then let out a long sigh. If he knew this would be the outcome, he would have directly brought the child back to free and unfettered paradise, skipping over all this nonsense. He initially thought that by bringing them here and making Yang Kai negotiate, he could easily take on the child as a disciple. It never crossed his mind that things would come to such a point. The impasse made him vexed. Yang Kai suggested by saying, Martial uncle, why don't you stay in the star boundary for a while longer and spend more time with the child? When the child grows up, you can ask him whether he'll be interested in becoming your disciple. Yu Changdao's eyes brightened. Lu Kai Xia immediately objected in her small voice though, when the child grows up, he'll still have to join High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao was so exasperated that he almost spat blood. Lu Kai Xia hung her head low and clenched the hem of her shirt. If he can't join High Heaven Palace, he'll not cultivate. Then, she stood up and was clearly ready to take the child back from Yang Kai. It seemed that she was determined to return home. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her by saying, Good, I'll let him join High Heaven Palace right now. From now on, he's a disciple of High Heaven Palace. Lu Kai Xia's hands froze in mid-air, then her eyes widened as she was in a dazed state before she became ecstatic. With her eyes reddening, she replied gratefully, Many thanks, Senior Void. This child's father can finally rest in peace now. Martial nephew. Yu Changdao stared angrily at Yang Kai. How can you do such a thing? Yang Kai was basically stealing his disciple from him, right in front of his face no less. He initially had a good impression of Yang Kai because of Su Linggong, but he no longer felt that way. By snatching his disciple from him, Yang Kai was practically breaking off his legacy. This was a feud that was second only to if someone killed his father or snatched his wife. Yang Kai pretended to not hear him though as he said to Hua Qingxi, Look for a quiet place in the palace and help them settle down. He then turned to look at Lu Kai Xia. The child is still young, so you'll still have to take care of him. You can stay here with peace of mind. Your child will start cultivating when he's a little older. Lu Kai Xia was naturally grateful. She knew that she no longer had to live a life of poverty thanks to her child. Yang Kai then asked her if there was anyone else in her family that had to be informed about this matter. Upon learning that her child was her only remaining family, he was relieved that there would be no further trouble. After Hua Qingxi left the hall alongside Lu Kai Xia and her child, Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Changdao and bowed, Martial Uncle Yu. Yu Changdao sported a long face as he rose from the chair and swung his sleeve. Old friend Su, this old master still has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. He then prepared to depart. It took him a painfully long time before he found a suitable disciple, only to have him snatched away by Yang Kai. That was why he was vexed. He decided that when Yang Kai wasn't paying attention, he would abduct the woman and the child back to free and unfettered paradise. He reckoned that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to barge into his sect and get them back. He would never let go of this disciple. While Su Linggong remained silent, Yang Kai stood in Yu Changdao path and put on a fawning smile. Please forgive me, Martial Uncle. I had no choice but to do things this way. Yu Changdao glowered at him. Just because you didn't have a choice, it didn't mean you could snatch my disciple. Stand aside, or else don't blame this old master for being impolite. A nonchalant Yang Kai replied with a smile. Doesn't martial uncle you understand that I was simply retreating in order to advance? Yu Changdao frowned and looked at him doubtfully. Su Linggong gently comforted from the side. Although this brat acts recklessly sometimes, he isn't a mannerless brute. He must have his own reason for doing what he did. Why don't you have a seat and listen to his explanation? It'd be best if he could explain himself. If he can't, you can beat him up to vent out your anger. He won't dare to resist. Yu Changdao snorted. He's a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, so I wouldn't dare to teach him a lesson without your permission. If he really made a move, Su Linggong would certainly interfere. Su Linggong chuckled. Then I'll beat him up on your behalf. I've never been fond of him anyway. There was a bitter expression on Yang Kai's face. You wound me deeply, martial Uncle Su. In response, Su Linggong just chuckled. It was only after some more placating that Yu Changdao took a seat and examined Yang Kai. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, as you are well aware, martial uncle, the child's mother is incredibly obstinate. The child's father left behind only one final wish before he passed away, so as long as she lives, she will not disregard it. Regardless of how great the outside world is, the child has to enter High Heaven Palace, unless you have a way to retrieve the soul of the child's father back from the Yellow Springs and get him to change his mind. With a dark expression, Yu Changdao fell silent. Yang Kai chuckled, even though the child has joined High Heaven Palace though, it doesn't mean you can't be his master. Yu Changdao arched his brow. What do you mean? Yang Kai deliberately swung his sleeves as though he had come up with a perfect solution. I have a suggestion. If martial Uncle Yu agrees to it, you can take the child on as a disciple immediately. This way, the last wish of the child's father will be fulfilled, and martial Uncle Yu will be able to accept your favored disciple. It's the best of both worlds. Oh. Yu Changdao's interest had been piqued as his expression turned milder. And how would you suggest we go about implementing this best of both worlds solution? Yang Kai swung his sleeves again and bent his back. As Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, I would like to formally invite martial Uncle Yu to serve as a supreme high-rank guest elder. Su Linggong, who was fiddling with his teacup, immediately froze in place. He looked up at Yang Kai with an expression which suggested he already knew that the latter was up to no good. Behind him, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui widened their mouths and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. How did he have the nerve to come up with such a suggestion? A seventh-order open heaven realm master was extremely powerful, so how did a sect of a universe world have the right to invite him to be a supreme high-rank guest elder, which was just a useless title? It had to be noted that people like Yu Changdao were mostly inner elders of the cave heavens and paradises. They usually wouldn't be interested in becoming the supreme high-rank guest elders of great forces like Void Land, much less a mere High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao was startled for a moment before he broke into laughter, as though he had just heard the funniest joke. Soon after though, he fell silent with a solemn expression. Then, he knocked on the table and nodded, it's actually a feasible solution. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui turned to look at him in disbelief. An elated Yang Kai asked, so you agree to it, martial uncle? Yu Changdao didn't immediately respond to him, and after a moment of silence, he replied, I'll have to think about it. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, there's no rush. You'll have plenty of time to ponder it. Why don't you stay in High Heaven Palace for a while to think about it? Yu Changdao nodded, good, I'll take a look at the child now. I'll lead the way for you, Yang Kai offered. However, Yu Changdao waved his hand and said, there's no need. I can find my own way. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. His anxiety showed that he truly cared about the child. Yang Kai let out a breath of relief, but when he turned his head, he saw Su Linggong smiling faintly at him. Please have some tea, martial Uncle Su, Yang Kai said. Su Linggong chuckled, you've dug a nice pit there, kid. Old Yu will be willing to jump right into it. An aggrieved Yang Kai said, You've got me all wrong, Martial Uncle Su. I just want to fulfill the last wish of the child's father. Stop spouting nonsense. Su Linggong snorted. Maybe you initially didn't have such intentions, but would you dare to say you didn't have an ulterior motive after seeing the attitudes of that woman and old you? Yang Kai directly sat down on a chair beside him and tilted his figure before saying in a hushed voice, even though you've seen through me, it'd be terrible if you pointed out. Don't you agree, Martial Uncle Su? Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui looked at them in a way as though they were two foxes, grinning slyly. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared worried. Do you think it will work? Su Linggong stroked his chin and said, you'll most likely succeed. Old Yu has been looking for a suitable legacy disciple for many years, but to no avail. However, he's found one here, so there's no way he'll let the child go. If he wants to take the child on as a disciple, he'll have to become a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace, otherwise, he won't have the right to accept the child as his disciple. You're such a cunning brat. By using that baby, you've managed to bind a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to your sect. It's such a steal. Moreover, when the child grows up, he'll still be a disciple of High Heaven Palace. Old Yu is practically going to train a disciple for you for free. It's no wonder that even though it's been a short time since you started cultivating, you've managed to build such an influential sect. I suppose you've managed to deceive many people over the years. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. You've got me wrong, Martial Uncle Su. I've managed to build such a sect because of my natural charm and charisma, not because of anything else. Su Linggong didn't play along as he snorted. However, old Yu has lived for a long time. He may be temporarily fooled by you, but it doesn't mean he will be blind to it forever. In fact, it's quite likely he's already seen through you, but he just didn't bother to expose it. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Senior experts like you two are undoubtedly insightful and intelligent. Juniors like me are no match for you. I've taken some slight advantage because I'm young and weak. Stop your useless flattery. Su Linggong landed a slap on Yang Kai's shoulder, which forced the latter to lower his figure slightly. Old Yu has gotten some benefits, but what about me, boy? You're a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so you can't just give all the benefits to the outsiders. You have to be fair to us. Yang Kai hurriedly replied, of course. That's the reason I asked senior brother Qing to invite you over. Su Linggong put on a faint smile. You're indeed a promising young man. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-17, can't afford to provide for them. Martial Uncle Yu wants to take that child on as a legacy disciple, so would you want to get a disciple too, Martial Uncle Su? Yang Kai asked. Nonsense. Su Linggong snapped as he appeared somewhat determined. I've had enough with only 3 disciples. I'm basically their father who raised them from diapers to today. I'll never accept a disciple again. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui rolled their eyes, thinking that they were already teenagers when they joined the sect. Su Linggong was completely exaggerating. Chu Huashang was indeed a toddler when she was taken into the sect, but it was Qing Kuei and Suing Shui who raised her while Su Linggong acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Despite their thoughts, they would never dare to say this out loud, of course. Su Linggong said with a grin, even though I'm not taking on a disciple, it doesn't mean I can't get some disciples for Yinyang Cave Heaven. Your star boundary is full of talented young people now, and the world tree located here is truly abstruse as it has transformed this place greatly. Its aura is able to cleanse a person's soul and physique. Before a child is even born, they have already been cleansed thoroughly. You can't find nearly as many talents in other universe worlds as in this place. In my eyes, the star boundary is paved with gold. Kid, since you want to share the benefits, are you ready to let others take the lion's share? A nonchalant Yang Kai replied, it's said that one has to lose something in order to gain more. Keeping all the benefits to myself will only invite trouble. Su Linggong gave him an approving look. When Qing Boy came back to the sect, he told me what you had said, and I commend you for that. The star boundary is like a treasure trove now. If you intend to hog everything for yourself, you'll be destroyed one day. All the cave heavens and paradises are very sensitive to events in the 3,000 worlds. Once news about the star boundary spreads, they'll all flock to this place. The fact that you're able to see through this and open it up in advance in order to maintain the initiative is praiseworthy. There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face. Please advise me, Martial Uncle Su. Su Linggong waved his hand. Just like what I've said, your place is filled with talents. Even though I'm not going to accept any disciples, no cave heaven or paradises would refuse more disciples with exceptional aptitudes. In all the cave heavens and paradises, a core disciple that can directly ascend to the sixth order will only appear once every 1,000 years or so. Disciples like Chuer cost each cave heaven and paradise a lot of resources and time to nurture. Of course, there are also freaks like you. If those great forces hadn't stopped you, you could have directly ascended to the seventh order. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a regretful look. Yang Kai put on a nonchalant smile. A tree that rises too far above the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I'm fine with the situation I'm in. At least I don't have others breathing down my neck all the time and I can have some good rest at night. Su Linggong turned to look at Qin Kuei and Suing Shua as he pointed at Yang Kai. Look at how sanguine your junior brother is. You should learn from him. It's not easy for a young man to have such a temperament. Qin Kuei and Suing Shua nodded at the same time. You're right, honored master. Following a sigh, Su Linggong said, don't blame the cave heavens and paradises for meddling in your business, kid. There are some reasons that cannot be exposed to outsiders which make them feel wary of anyone who attempts to directly ascend to the seventh order. With a frown, Yang Kai said, I heard that someone directly ascended to the seventh order in the past and eventually made it to the ninth order. However, due to an accident, many people were slaughtered in the 3,000 worlds. After measuring his words, Su Linggong said, something like that, but I can't tell you the details. You'll have a clearer picture about it in the future. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he realized that there were other unknown reasons. However, since Su Linggong wasn't willing to go further, he couldn't keep asking. Let's get back to the main topic. Su Linggong waved his hand. Let's talk about the star boundary. Now that you've opened up this place, I've granted your request to bring some people over. However, they're just the first batch, and more will come soon. Once word gets out, all 108 cave heavens and paradises will send representatives to the star boundary, trying to get their hands on the benefits here. Since Yinyang Cave Heaven and your sect are on close terms, I'll not hesitate to state my demands first. Please go ahead, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Su Linggong gently knocked on the table and enunciated, Yinyang Cave Heaven will take 10 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. Will you agree to it? Since he had come up with his demand, it was no longer a chat between a senior and a junior. It was a negotiation between Yinyang Cave Heaven and Yang Kai, who represented Void Land and the star boundary. 10 people every 100 years. Despite being ready for it, Yang Kai still gasped upon hearing that. Then he put on a bitter smile. Yinyang Cave Heaven alone will get 10 people, so that means a total of 1,080 for all 108 forces with a 100-year cycle. It's not like the star boundary can produce so many talented people. All of them will be snatched up by you and other great forces. How is Void Land going to get any benefits? Su Linggong shot him a glance. What's wrong, kid? Are you going to give everyone a fair deal? Are you also their son-in-law? Yang Kai chuckled, of course not. Su Linggong directly pointed the way for him. They'll be more than happy if you could respectively give them one person every 100 years. The martial Tao is all about quality, not quantity. It's the same case for disciples. What's the point of getting so many disciples if all of them are weak? If they're lucky enough to find one that can directly ascend to the seventh order, it'll be more valuable than getting 100 weaker disciples. Yang Kai played along and said, since you've said so, Martial Uncle Su, a disciple every 100 years is all Yinyang Cave Heaven will need. What's the point of getting 10 people? Su Linggong stared at him without saying a word. Yang Kai tried to haggle, 3 people. Hearing that, Su Linggong rose from the chair and barked, "Qing boy, little Shuer, let's go home. It seems that this son-in-law doesn't welcome us. I'm annoyed. Go back and tell Chuer that there won't be any wedding either. We'll call it all off. 10 people it is." Yang Kai hurriedly pulled Su Linggong back to his seat and placated him. "I was just pulling your leg, Martial Uncle Su. Why take it so seriously?" Su Linggong picked up his cup and realized that there was no more tea in it. Seeing that, Yang Kai quickly filled it. After taking a sip of the tea, Su Linggong spoke in a heartfelt manner, "Do not think that you're suffering a loss, kid. You have to know that the star boundary is on the rise, and this is just the first generation. Under the influence of the World Tree, more and more talented people will appear over the successive generations. Many people will most likely be able to directly ascend to the 5th order and 6th order. Heaven-defying talents who can directly make it to the 7th order might also appear." Yang Kai nodded, "I understand. With so many people with outstanding aptitudes around, can Void Land alone provide for them?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Of course, we can't. In that case, I'd suggest you not waste their talents and send them to other great forces instead. What's more, all of them will be born in the star boundary, so regardless of what cave heaven or paradise they join in the future, their roots will remain here in the star boundary, so if the time ever comes, they will defend their home, no matter what. When they become powerful one day, they'll not betray the star boundary. They're like the world tree you've planted, there'll come a day when they'll give back to this land." Yang Kai nodded, "That is the reason I've decided to open up this place. First of all, just like what you've said, I have no choice but to do so in order to avoid trouble. Secondly, I have to find some suitable paths for the future young talents of the star boundary. The fact that you have this consideration is commendable." Su Linggong gave him an approving look. Meanwhile, Qing Kuei and Suing Shua gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief. When he previously told Qing Kuei to go back to Enyang Cave Heaven and inform Su Linggong about it, they just thought that he wanted to use their honored master to help fend off the approaching wolves. However, it never crossed their minds that he was so farsighted. In a poor family, the parents couldn't afford to provide for their children if there were too many of them. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to give some children away. During times of war or famine, the people who sold their children were not necessarily after the money, many just wanted their children to have a better future. It was true that parents would always worry about their children. Since you're so far-sighted, have you thought about what will happen when all these disciples, who will be scattered everywhere in the 3,000 worlds, become powerful figures in the cave heavens and paradises one day? Yang Kai was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up. With a smile, Su Linggong patted the other man's shoulder, "Give it a thought. There will come a day when the star boundary becomes the center of the 3,000 worlds. All the cave heavens and paradises will have some connections with the star boundary, so if the star boundary falls into trouble, they'll not hesitate to help." After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "If it's just like what you've said, should I proactively offer more benefits to them instead of haggling with them?" Su Linggong scoffed, "Don't go overboard. Just like what you've said, if all the benefits are given out, what will be left for your void land? You have to be moderate in everything you do. It's all good if you're able to pull off this feat, but if you can't, some people will suffer losses." Yang Kai nodded, "I understand. Many thanks for your advice, Martial Uncle Su." After a pause, he chuckled, "I initially thought that Xianyuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven should never dream about getting any benefits from the star boundary. If they dared to come, I'd tell them to scram. What about now?" Su Linggong gazed at him. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "I'll treat them politely. It'll be all good if they behave themselves. If they don't, I'll have to ask you to lend me a hand." Su Linggong grinned, "Since I've gotten so many benefits from you, I don't mind giving you a hand. I even made some preparations before coming to this place." Yang Kai batted his eyes, "Should I also share more benefits with the others so that they'll help out?" "Of course you'll have to do that, but there's no rush. Let them walk around and see more of the star boundary. When they realize the importance of this place, it'll be easier for you to haggle with them. You're such a cunning man, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai chuckled. His laugh then abruptly stopped following a slap from Su Linggong. The 10 disciples every 100 years that I've mentioned is just one of the demands. There's one more. Su Linggong patted his sleeves. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said, please explain. I'm all ears. Enyang Cave Heaven will build a Tao temple in the star boundary as a branch of the master sect. I'll select the place myself. Don't worry, we'll not snatch your foundation or oppress you. As for the landmass, I'll need 500,000 square kilometers. We'll bear the cost of building the Tao temple and maintaining it, so you'll just have to agree to give the land to us. Martial Peak, Chapter 46:18, My Demands. Su Linggong represented Enyang Cave Heaven to haggle with Yang Kai, but it wasn't just a matter of one great force. He had practically laid down a foundation on which the other cave heavens and paradises would base their own demands around when discussing cooperation with the star boundary. Although Su Linggong never pointed it out, Yang Kai knew that the other man was secretly giving him a hint. Therefore, after Su Linggong finished his words, Yang Kai immediately made some calculations. If one great force demanded 500,000 square kilometers, the total would be over 50 million square kilometers for all 108 great forces. In other words, a landmass of over 50 million square kilometers would become branches of the cave heavens and paradises in the star boundary. The landmass was neither big nor small, and there was certainly more than enough land in the star boundary for that, so Yang Kai was able to bear it. Hence, he directly agreed to this condition. Good. However, no one can choose any place within a 10 million kilometer radius around the world tree. Su Linggong replied with a smile, naturally. You're worried about the world tree, but others will be equally anxious as well. No one will have their eyes on the world tree or its surrounding area. Good. Yang Kai nodded, then fell into his thoughts for a moment. Are you going to bring some people over from Enyang Cave Heaven to the star boundary to cultivate, Martial Uncle Su? Su Linggong cut to the chase and nodded, that's my plan. Getting disciples from the star boundary is one way to benefit, but they are natives of this place after all. Moreover, there aren't many people in the star boundary to begin with. Since there's such a chance, I'll not waste it. After a Tao temple is built, we can select some young disciples with exceptional aptitudes and send them to the star boundary to nurture. They will grow up to be just as fine as the locals. Yang Kai pondered and agreed. Since Su Linggong had this plan, it must be the same case for other cave heavens and paradises as well. Allowing those great forces to build Tao temples here was inevitable. As long as you can fulfill these two demands, you'll realize that those haughty guys from the cave heavens and paradises are actually pretty reasonable. Yang Kai chuckled, well, they'll be unreasonable if their demands are not met, right? Su Linggong didn't comment on that. After giving it a thought, he said, there's one thing that's difficult to deal with, though. What is it? Yang Kai stared at him in puzzlement. Su Linggong turned to look at the world tree with a worried expression. If the world tree starts bearing fruits one day, there will be chaos. World fruits were heaven-defying treasures that could allow an open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order. Mid-rank and low-rank world fruits wouldn't really matter too much, but if there were high-rank world fruits, those 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm masters would certainly drool over them. If an 8th order open heaven realm master were to consume a high-rank world fruit, he could directly rise to the 9th order. Even though the cave heavens and paradises were said to be united, they might not remain friendly with each other if such an opportunity appeared before them. After all, regardless of how many fruits the world tree would bear, there wouldn't be 108 high-rank world fruits for all of them. If the world tree really bore fruits but there were not enough high-rank world fruits for everyone, a conflict was bound to happen. Yang Kai broke into laughter. To be honest with you, Martial Uncle Su, this world tree isn't the mother tree. The real one is still in the grand ancient ruins boundary. The world tree in the star boundary was grown after I snatched a root from the mother tree in the past. It's considered a subtree. Only the real world tree can bear world fruits that are heaven-defying. As long as the mother tree does not die, the subtree will never bear fruits. It was then that Su Linggong set his mind at ease. That's for the best. Despite his words, he found it to be a shame as well. However, compared to the conflict that might arise between the cave heavens and paradises, this kind of regret was nothing. Do you have any other advice for me, Martial Uncle Su? Yang Kai asked humbly. Su Linggong shook his head. No. Aside from getting disciples every 100 years and building Tao temples here, everything else will be up to you to negotiate. Yang Kai straightened up and sported a solemn expression. In that case, it's my turn to come up with my demands. Su Linggong gave him a look as he had a bad feeling. With vigilance, he asked, "What are you up to, brat?" With a serious expression, Yang Kai replied, "You've got me wrong, Martial Uncle Su. Since it's a deal, both parties will have to put something on the table. It wouldn't be fair if one party comes up with all sorts of demands while the other can only obey. Why do parents who sell their kids demand money in return? They could just give their children to wealthy people for free. The reason they ask for something in return is that they're worried these wealthy people won't treasure their children. Things that have to be paid for are more valuable than those that are free. Pure sophistry." Su Linggong snorted, but after giving it a thought, he had to admit that Yang Kai was right. Well, you do have a point. So, you, the great emperor of the star boundary, are selling your children. Is that what you mean? Heartbroken, Yang Kai replied, if possible, would never want to do such a thing. However, just like what you've said, the star boundary will have countless talented people in the future. Neither the star boundary and void land can't afford to provide for all of them. It's great that the cave heavens and paradises are willing to share the burden, but they can't get all the benefits for free. Su Linggong shot him a dismissive look. You can come up with your own demands, but it's entirely up to me whether I'll agree to them. There was a conflicted expression on Yang Kai's face as he pondered on it for a moment. For every disciple you take, you'll have to pay one complete set of sixth-order materials or something of the equivalent value. What do you think? Su Linggong couldn't help but see him in a different light. Good, it seems that you really don't have any selfish motives. A set of sixth-order material was worth around 100 to 120 million open heaven pills, but that wasn't a big deal for the cave heavens and paradises. It would be a bargain to use such a small amount to obtain a disciple with a bright future. If the disciple could directly ascend to the sixth order, it would totally be worth it. The cave heavens and paradises didn't have many core disciples like Lin Feng and Chu Huashang after all. If they wanted to take on disciples from the star boundary, they would never have their eyes on the ordinary people. They would certainly go for those who could possibly break straight to the sixth order one day, so there was no way they would be taking a loss with such a deal. As for whether they would make a wrong judgment, that had nothing to do with Yang Kai. And since they had to offer a set of sixth-order materials to obtain such a disciple, they would certainly nurture them with care. Even if Yang Kai had tried to come up with an unreasonable demand, Su Linggong wouldn't have been surprised, so since he had put forth such a reasonable request, it showed that he was truly concerned about the cultivators born in the star boundary. Secondly, all the great forces cannot forcefully take the disciples they want in the star boundary. Everything must be agreed upon willingly. If two or more great forces have their eyes on the same disciple, the decision has to be made by the person themselves. Martial Uncle Su, you'll have to discuss the rules with the other cave heavens and paradises regarding this. If anyone dares to break the rules, the others will have to step in to settle the matter. Su Linggong shot him a glare. Do you want to have more supreme high-rank guest elders in High Heaven Palace, you damned brat? Stop dreaming. It's a rare coincidence that resulted from that woman's obstinance and Yu Chang Dao's difficulty in finding a legacy disciple that you even got one. If others come across such an incident, they'd rather give up on the disciple than become a supreme high-rank guest elders. There are no benefits to being tied to High Heaven Palace after all. Yang Kai shook his head. It'd be great if High Heaven Palace could have more supreme high-rank guest elders, but that's not my priority. It's just that things run smoothly when there are established rules. Su Linggong agreed with him, you have a point. Fine. When the others arrive, I'll discuss this with them. I'll have to spend some time persuading them, but I believe they'll understand that it's the only way to move forward. Yang Kai rose from the chair and bowed, many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. Even though he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master who was the lord of Voidland as well as a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai would never have the right to discuss terms with a group of high-rank open heaven realm masters as long as he wasn't in the high rank himself. Su Linggong would have to deal with it and persuade the others. Su Linggong then coughed and said, I passed by a territory gate when I arrived at this place. However, since I was in a rush to come to the star boundary, I didn't enter it. Qing Boy told me that it's a newborn great territory that had never been discovered. Yang Kai sported a long face, Martial Uncle Su, you can't be too greedy. It'd be terrible if you want to get even more when you've already obtained so many benefits. Su Linggong snapped, I was just asking. Why are you so anxious? Yang Kai shook his head, I'm willing to share the benefits of the star boundary with the cave heavens and paradises because there's no other choice. However, I'll never share the newborn great territory with anyone. Su Linggong narrowed his eyes, the star boundary is a treasure trove, and it's the same case for the newborn great territory. The territory gate is right there. How are they supposed to not be tempted? Yang Kai said, I've worked together with Luan Baifeng to build a grand array around the territory gate. Whoever dares to barge into it will be exiled to the void. If someone wants to test their luck, they're welcome to try. Su Linggong pointed at him, You. In that case, I'm worried there'll be an argument over this. Yang Kai chuckled, don't worry. We'll deal with it accordingly. It's all fine as long as they're not going to have a hand in the newborn great territory. In the next half a month, Yang Kai went on to wait for those from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven and Myriad Demons Heaven to arrive. There was no way Wu Kuang would let Pei Wen Xian and Yin Xian Zhao survive after he took them away. Be it to absorb the heritages of their small universes or to hide the secrets of his heaven-devouring battle law, he would no doubt kill them ruthlessly. As soon as those two were dead, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven would be made aware and would begin searching for them. In the past, Yang Kai wouldn't have any solution to such a problem. Even though he had a lot of strong cultivators with him, he didn't think he could defeat two cave heavens. All he could have done was make use of the world force borrowed from the star boundary and temporarily become a seventh-order open heaven realm master to fight back. However, since Yu Changdao had become the supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace, and Su Linggong and his friends were in the star boundary, they could help him settle this bit of trouble. Nevertheless, those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven never arrived. Instead, the second batch of visitors had come knocking on the door. When Qin Kuei returned to Yinyang Cave Heaven previously, there happened to be some high-rank open heaven realm masters visiting from other sects. Upon realizing the severity of the matter, Su Linggong didn't delay and headed straight to the star boundary alongside his friends. At the same time, he sent messages to the other cave heavens and paradises he was on good terms with and briefly talked about what was going on. The route was also provided to allow them to send representatives over to hold a discussion. The high-rank open heaven realm masters who were informed naturally understood the gravity of this situation. Upon learning that there was a world tree in the star boundary, they would not dare to underestimate the matter. Therefore, many high-rank open heaven realm masters hurriedly set off on their journeys. Those were the second batch of visitors, and there were more still to come. There was a seventh-order old man who visited the star boundary on this day, and the next day, 3 people arrived at this place together. 2 days later, 2 people came here together. The star boundary was now bustling with activity. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-19, Many Guests. There was a table at the bottom of the world tree. Yang Kai and Su Linggong were seated across from each other as they chatted over wine and waited patiently. Regardless of who the high-rank open heaven realm master was, he or she would immediately see the gigantic tree that was almost 300 kilometers in height now when they arrived at the star boundary. When they landed on the ground, they would then easily spot Yang Kai and Su Linggong. The visitors were all Su Linggong's close friends that had been informed of what was going on. Su Linggong introduced Yang Kai to these high-rank open heaven realm masters from the various cave heavens and paradises in order to familiarize the young man with them. Whoever the visitor was, they wouldn't hesitate to leave upon inquiring Su Linggong about the situation in this place. They were eager to look into what was going on in the star boundary. During this recent period of time, there were many high-rank open heaven realm masters in the star boundary, which was quite unprecedented. In just 1 month, Yang Kai got to know 30 such people. At the same time, there was an extensive public campaign going on in the star boundary. With High Heaven Palace taking the lead, assisted by the other major sects, all the information about the outer universe, the 3,000 worlds, and the 108 top great forces was written into booklets and engraved into jades that were distributed to the general populace. Wherever there were people who gathered together, such information would be given to them. The star boundary was bound to become the open heaven realm cradle of the 3,000 worlds, and the cave heavens and paradises would start accepting disciples from this place in the near future. Since they had to move with the times, they had to let everyone in the star boundary become familiar with the information about the outside world. Only by doing so would they be able to make informed choices. It was imaginable that the hundreds of billions of lives in the star boundary would be shocked by the extensive campaign that was no different from a windstorm to them. After all, prior to this, they were like the frogs in the well. But now, there was a chance for them to leap out of the well and have a peek at the wider sky. In just 1 month, everyone in the star boundary knew that the top 108 great forces from the outer universe would come over to take on disciples. If they were lucky enough, their lives would drastically change. Countless rogue cultivators became eager as they hoped that those powerful cultivators from the outer universe would have their eyes on them. However, it was destined to be a pipe dream for these people. Although the current generation in the star boundary had undergone some transformation following the growth of the world tree, the people who would experience the greatest change were the newborns and those who were still unborn. 1 month later, the last batch of people arrived, so Su Linggong finished his tea and rose from the chair before speaking. Since everyone's here, it's time to discuss the rules. Yang Kai hurriedly sent a message to Hua Qingxi and told her to get prepared. Su Linggong faced north as his lips squirmed, but he was not heard speaking. A moment later, he said to Yang Kai, "Let's go." As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, the two of them appeared outside of High Heaven Palace in the next moment. After they waited for a bit, they saw many rays of lights approaching from all directions and landing in front of them. Su Linggong stood beside Yang Kai with his hands behind his back. He would either tease the visitors or nod gently. On the other hand, Yang Kai was busy greeting them. This couldn't be helped, as these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all his seniors, and they were also Su Linggong's friends. As a son-in-law of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven as well as a great emperor of the Star Boundary, he had to show proper hospitality. The female disciples of High Heaven Palace were already there to lead the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters into the palace. All of them were efficient, and barely an hour after Su Linggong sent the messages, everyone had returned to this place from different parts of the Star Boundary. By the time Yang Kai and Su Linggong entered the Grand Hall, they saw a huge round table in the center filled with people. The over 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated around the table in silence as they secretly communicated with one another using their divine senses. The female disciples behind them, who were ready to serve them at any moment, were anxious and dripping in sweat. The round table was custom-made. After seeking some advice from Su Linggong, Yang Kai quickly told some artifact refiners in High Heaven Palace to make it. This couldn't be helped, as the visitors were all powerful high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai wasn't in any place to determine whether one was more noble than the other, so the usual arrangement of seats might give off a feeling that some people were less important. A round table solved that problem as all of them were equal. As soon as Su Linggong stepped into the hall, the divine senses abruptly stopped. Most of them turned their heads to examine Yang Kai, who was behind Su Linggong. At that moment, Yang Kai felt immensely pressured. Although these high-rank open heaven realm masters hadn't tried to oppress him, he still became sluggish for a moment. But soon, he managed to pull himself together. Some of the high-rank open heaven realm masters arched their brows with surprise when they saw this. The round table was quite big as there were still vacant seats, even though there were already more than 30 people sitting around it. Su Linggong found a slightly more spacious place and took a seat alongside Yang Kai. No one found it off that Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, was seated at the table. After all, they were in the star boundary, and he was a great emperor of this place. Furthermore, these people were Su Linggong's close friends who rushed over to this place upon receiving his messages, so no one would look down on Yang Kai. Many thanks for coming, my friends. It's hard for so many of us to come together usually, so we should appreciate this rare chance. I'm sure all of you have surveyed this place and realized what is going on. This Su has asked all of you to come over because we need to have a discussion and set some rules about what will take place now so that everyone can be satisfied, Su Linggong gently said. An old man, who had lost one arm, waited for him to finish his words before he said, "Old friend Su, there's no rush to have a discussion. This old master has a question for the young man beside you first." Yang Kai looked at the person and instantly recognized him. The man was an inner elder of Purple Jade Cave Heaven, Sun Ping. There was rarely anyone who was a match for a powerful high-rank open heaven realm master, so it wasn't certain why he had lost an arm. Despite that, he was still a formidable cultivator with an ample heritage. Yang Kai cupped his fist with a smile. "Please ask, Senior Sun." The person beside Sun Ping seemed to know what the latter was going to ask, so he put on a gleeful expression as he was ready to watch a good show. Just then, Sun Ping's clear voice reverberated around the grand hall. "Is Zhuo Quanhui dead?" Yang Kai frowned as he had no idea why this person suddenly mentioned such an issue. He turned to look at Su Linggong, who nodded while still staring at the front. It was then Yang Kai nodded. "He's dead." "Who killed him? How did he die?" Sun Ping asked. Yang Kai replied, "He manifested his small universe, then he was killed by me and some of my companions from Void Land." Sun Ping narrowed his eyes. Other than Su Linggong, who was already aware of the truth, the other high-rank open heaven realm masters at the table were stunned. Manifesting one small universe was the last resort for a high-rank open heaven realm master to defeat their enemies. The people at the scene couldn't figure out what kind of dangers Zhuo Quanhui was in that forced him to make such a decision. Despite that, he was still killed in the end. All of them were inner elders of their respective cave heavens and paradises, so even though they were not on close terms with Zhuo Quanhui, they did come into contact with him before. Now that Zhuo Quanhui was dead, they felt somewhat awkward. Zhuo Quanhui is dead, but what about Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian? An elegant-looking woman asked. She was an inner elder of Luo Sheng Cave Heaven, Luo Xiu. Yang Kai replied impassively, "They're also dead." Most of them seemed to have expected it, so their expressions didn't change. After all, it wasn't a secret that Zhuo Quanhui previously led Heavenly Sword Union to attack Void Land, and he was assisted by Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao. Since Zhuo Quanhui was dead, there was no way Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao could have survived. However, they were still astounded by Yang Kai's audacity while some of them fell into their thoughts. Luo Xiu shot Yang Kai a glare. "You're just as cunning as that old Su." While Yang Kai didn't understand her, Su Linggong started guffawing. "He's the son-in-law of my sect, so it's expected that he resembles me. What's wrong with that?" Luo Xiu snorted. "It doesn't matter that a traitor is dead. Those from Thousand Cranes Paradise wouldn't make a fuss over it. The problem now is that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao were killed. This queen already knows what you two are up to." A curious Su Linggong asked, "What could we be up to?" "I don't get you, junior sister Luo. Why don't we delve into this topic in my room tonight?" "Sure." A charming Luo Xiu kept a faint smile on her face. "We should do that sooner rather than later. I'll look for you tonight." Su Linggong nodded repeatedly. "Sure thing." A dumbfounded Yang Kai stared at him. On the other hand, Sun Ping let out a sigh as he appeared dejected. I can't believe Zhuo Quanhui was killed just like that. His reputation was already destroyed, nevertheless, he still owed me something. Yang Kai had no idea what this person's relationship with Zhuo Quanhui was, however, since Su Linggong had invited him over, there shouldn't be a problem. Let's stop the small talk. Su Linggong knocked on the table. There's an important issue to discuss here. As expected, all of them fell silent and gazed at Su Linggong. Yang Kai had previously asked Su Linggong to head this discussion since more than 30 people, who represented different cave heavens and paradises, had been invited. They were supposed to be able to come up with an arrangement that everyone would be pleased with. However, would the other great forces who were not present acknowledge it? After all, they didn't take part in it. Su Linggong replied with a smile that the cave heavens and paradises had always been united since time immemorial, therefore, 30 or so was enough to represent everyone. None of them was a fool. These people not only represented their own great forces, but also all the cave heavens and paradises. When discussing the matter, they would be taking all the cave heavens and paradises into consideration instead of speaking up only for their own great force. Those who didn't join the discussion would acknowledge the result of the discussion. That was because if they wanted to be part of it, they had to first acknowledge the rules that had been set, otherwise, they wouldn't have the right. Yang Kai was initially doubtful, but when he saw that none of them objected to it, as though they would be able to come to a conclusion on this day, he set his mind at ease. This was destined to be a discussion that would change the entire 3,000 worlds, an event that would be greatly discussed in the history books. However, such a discussion took place in an unknown small universe that was located at the edge of the 3,000 worlds. Before Su Linggong informed them about it, the people at the scene probably hadn't even heard of the star boundary before. Martial Peak, Chapter 4620, Marry You. All of them had surveyed the star boundary, so they understood what was going on. Su Linggong stated, the world tree has transformed the entire star boundary, and all the living beings here have greatly benefited from it. In the future, there will be a lot of talented youths who are born for cultivation. This treasure trove can't be monopolized by Yang Boy's Void Land and Enyang Cave Heaven, nor could any one of you do so. Since we've gathered together, let's not hide anything or pretend to be righteous. Show how greedy you are and divide everything up. It'll be good for everyone. Across from him sat a grim-looking old man with a hooked nose who said with a grin, Old Su, since you've taken the initiative, you must have come up with some proposals. Why don't you tell us about them? We'll acknowledge it if it's reasonable. If it's not, we'll discuss. All of them nodded as they knew that Su Linggong and Yang Kai must have agreed on some secret deals, but they wouldn't point it out. Upon hearing that, Su Linggong replied with a smile, the cave heavens and paradises are extraordinary, the most powerful great forces in the outer universe. The reason our inheritances could be passed on for generations is that there's a continuation of our heritages. In order to carry our glories forward indefinitely, we need many talented people. In the past, the cave heavens and paradises had to spend a lot of money and manpower to look for such talents, but the results left much to be desired. Every great force only has a small number of core disciples who can directly ascend to the sixth order open heaven realm. Take a look at all of us here. How many of us directly broke through to the sixth order in the past? Almost all of us started at the fifth order and rose to our current realms through long years of hard work. If you had directly ascended to the sixth order, you would have become eighth order ancestors in your respective sects instead of inner elders. There are indeed some advantages to having a higher starting point. The star boundary is now filled with talented people, and the world tree is still in its growth stage, yet it has already showcased such incredible power. In 3 to 5 generations, this Su wouldn't dare to imagine how prosperous the star boundary would be. 3 to 5 mortal generations is just about 100 years, barely the blink of an eye for us. When that time comes, the star boundary will be full of young people with extraordinary aptitudes. Someone cut him off by saying, Old Su, enough with the nonsense already. Of course we can also see the things you're able to see. Stop trying to stir up our sentiments and cut to the chase. Su Linggong replied with a grin, I'll stop, then. I know what you all want. Certainly, you want to get some talented disciples from the star boundary. To be honest with you, young boy, and I have come to an agreement. Enyang Cave Heaven will be able to receive 10 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. 10 people. The one-armed Sun Ping arched his brow. The figure is neither small nor big. It's quite fair, actually. The prerequisite is that you're speaking the truth. The feelings of Su Linggong seemed to have been hurt as he said, You wrong me, brother Sun. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yang Boy about it. Sun Ping snorted, You and Yang Kai are basically one family. Of course he'll agree to whatever you say. A solemn Yang Kai replied, There's a misunderstanding here, Senior Sun. Martial Uncle Su didn't lie to you. It is indeed 10 people. Yang Kai initially wondered why Su Linggong was so honest. However, after giving it a thought, he realized that this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone when Enyang Cave Heaven started accepting disciples in the star boundary, so it was a wise move to break it to them first. Sun Ping nodded gently, This old master doesn't believe old Su, but I believe what you've said, kid. Yang Kai nodded, Many thanks, senior. Sun Ping added, Since Enyang Cave Heaven will take 10 disciples every 100 years, Purple Jade Cave Heaven will also do the same, then. All of them agreed with him, Good. Su Linggong said with a sly smile, Yang Boy is a son-in-law of Enyang Cave Heaven, so naturally I can get more benefits. Let's see if he'll agree to it if you want the same. He easily shifted the responsibility to Yang Kai, who didn't really mind it in this case. As a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai certainly had to take responsibility for these negotiations. In a dispassionate manner, he stated, If each great force will get 10 people, it'll be 1,080 people for all 108 great forces. Even though a lot of talented people will be born in the star boundary, there won't be so many of them every 100 years. If you take all the disciples away, no benefits will be left for Void Land. Sun Ping lowered his gaze, Since you want to avoid a calamity, there's a price to pay. Yang Kai shook his head, I've shown enough sincerity by asking Martial Uncle Su to invite all of you to come over. All of you are seniors, so you can't possibly oppress me by hogging all the benefits in the star boundary to yourselves. While Sun Ping remained silent, some people started haggling with Yang Kai. All of them were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they didn't find it shameful to be so Philistine. Instead, they were high-spirited in their bargaining. With that said, they wouldn't really be as rowdy as in a downtown market. There was a sense of solemnity in the air, but instead of backing down, Yang Kai became increasingly bolder when dealing with these seniors. Su Linggong was seated on the right side of Yang Kai while Hong Xiangling from Azure Void Cave Heaven was seated on his left. Hong Xiangling was a short, amiable-looking old man. Although he hadn't said anything during the negotiations so far, his eyes kept darting around as he carefully observed the situation. When Yang Kai finally took a rest, and the grand hall fell into silence, Hong Xiangling seized the chance and gently pulled Yang Kai's sleeve. Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked respectfully, What's wrong, Senior Hong? Hong Xiangling flashed a smile at him and flipped his hand. As he pushed his world force, a true-to-life image appeared above his palm. Yang Kai didn't understand, but upon closer inspection, he realized that in the image there was a demure-looking woman standing on a mountain peak while gazing up at the clouds. Only her profile was shown, but it was apparent that her figure was slim and her skin was fair. There was no doubt that she was a stunning beauty. The clouds almost covered the peak, which made it look like she was hovering above them. How do you find her? Hong Xiangling asked with his brow raised. A puzzled Yang Kai didn't know what the woman's relationship with this old man was, so he just gave a frank remark, She's beautiful with an extraordinary demeanor, just like an immortal fairy from the heavens. Hong Xiangling then boldly declared, She'll marry you. Huh? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. To his side, Su Linggong rolled his eyes. Like a farmer that sold his vegetables in town, Hong Xiangling continued persuading Yang Kai by saying, This is my third disciple. She directly advanced to the 5th order open heaven realm, and she's now in the 6th order. She will certainly ascend to the 7th order one day. Her demure temperament will make her a great wife. You won't suffer any losses by marrying her, and we don't need you to get married into our sect like what Yin Cave Heaven has asked you to. Yang Kai's jaw dropped in disbelief. A moment later, he replied with a helpless smile, Senior, don't you think this is a rash decision? Of course men love beautiful women, but I've never met your disciple before. It's much too soon to talk about marriage. Moreover, this senior sister might not be willing to marry someone like me. Why wouldn't she be? Hong Xiangling glared at him. As her master, I have to look for a decent husband for her. She'll be more than happy with this arrangement. How about it? Just nod if you agree and I'll have her come here right now. She'll be ready to marry in 3 months. Yang Kai found it increasingly difficult to deal with the eager old man. He knew just how alluring the star boundary was now, so all the cave heavens and paradises would like to get more benefits. However, he hadn't expected it to be so enticing that Hong Xiangling was even willing to let his 3rd disciple marry him in order to get a bigger share of the pie. Then, Yang Kai looked around and realized that some of the other masters here had fallen into their thoughts, as though they were pondering on the possibility of getting their single 6th order female disciples married to Yang Kai as well. This was giving Yang Kai a huge headache as he looked pleadingly at Su Linggong, who stood up for him by saying, Young boy is the son-in-law of Yin Cave Heaven, so you'd better not have your eyes on him, old Hong. A displeased Hong Xiangling refuted, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So what if he's a son-in-law of Yin Cave Heaven? Why can't he also be a son-in-law of Azure Void Cave Heaven as well? He then winked at Yang Kai, don't you agree? Su Linggong scoffed, I remember your disciple, she's quite stiff. Even if she's married to Yang Boy, she won't receive any favor. Hong Xiangling snorted, every person has their own preferences. Perhaps Yang Boy likes elegant women. Seeing that they were about to bicker, Yang Kai had no choice but to interject, many thanks for your kind offer, Senior Hong, but please don't mention marriage again. I already have many wives, so I'm not going to marry anyone else. Hong Xiangling parted his lips, but he eventually only let out a sigh, what a shame. Yang Kai wasn't willing to delve into this topic. After straightening his face, he knocked on the table, the star boundary can't possibly afford to let all of you, respectively, get 10 disciples every 100 years. My suggestion is that apart from Yin Cave Heaven, every great force will be able to accept 3 disciples every 100 years. Luo Xiao rolled her eyes, the difference is too stark, you smelly brat. 3 people is significantly fewer than 10 people. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her, please forgive me, Senior. I am a son-in-law of Yin Cave Heaven after all, so I must offer more benefits to them. Su Linggong grinned from ear to ear at those words. When Yang Kai previously won first place in the Tao Theory Assembly, Su Linggong wasn't displeased with the result, but he did think Yang Kai wasn't worthy of his precious disciple. That was the reason he paid a price to send Yang Kai into a small source world. That was because he hoped that Yang Kai would grow to be strong enough to protect his woman in the future. Now though, it seemed that it was Yin Cave Heaven that picked up a great bargain. No one could have expected that the star boundary, where Yang Kai came from, would become the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. He was also pleased with Yang Kai's frank attitude. Yang Kai was a son-in-law of Yin Cave Heaven, so he was supposed to help the sect out, and no one could say anything about it. They went on to fight a great battle of words, with Yang Kai determined to only allow them to take 3 disciples every 100 years. More than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters took turns to persuade the young man until they had the urge to teach this young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. The auras of these powerful high-rank open heaven realm masters permeated the grand hall and the maid servants had to leave, otherwise, they would have been killed since they hadn't even reached the emperor realm. Yang Kai remained unfazed as he appeared confident. So what if there were more than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the scene? This was his territory, and he had the right to dictate the terms of the discussion. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-21. They were unable to come to any conclusion after a full day of discussion, so they decided to return to their rooms and get some rest. The talks continued on the next day. Yang Kai conceded and allowed every great force to take for disciples every 100 years, but they were still displeased as they continued making counter-proposals. During the intense verbal exchange, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters haggled just like ordinary market-goers, searching for a bargain. All of a sudden, the noises in the Grand Hall came to an abrupt halt as they fell silent at the same time. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. The people he had been waiting for finally arrived. Even before the arrival of those people, two powerful auras recklessly showered the entire star boundary, causing it to shake with a hum. The owners of the auras seemed to be trying to be intimidating, but they were soon stunned. That was because it never crossed their minds that there were more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, all of whom were just as powerful as they were, already in the star boundary. Upon that realization, they were both shocked and doubtful. Su Linggong said gently, "Since you've arrived, come here and join the discussion." Despite his small voice, the two newcomers were able to hear him clearly. The door of the Grand Hall suddenly opened as two figures descended from the sky. One of them was shrouded in demon chi while the other was a stern-looking man. When they took a glance inside the Grand Hall, they became startled. They were unable to figure out why so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together. These people didn't seem to be waiting in ambush either. Rather, they had a feeling that something major was happening. Beside Su Linggong sat Yang Kai, who gazed at the two unwelcome guests with a dispassionate expression. He certainly could recognize them. One of them was Zhuobu Kun from Myriad Demons Heaven while the other was Yu Huan from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Both of them were there when the Tao Theory Assembly ended in the past. They were responsible for dealing with the external affairs for their respective sects, and since they were in such important positions, they would frequently come into contact with the people from other cave heavens and paradises. Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were not only inner elders of their respective sects, but were also responsible for handling external affairs. "Since you're here, you're also my guests. Please be seated." Yang Kai extended his hand without rising from the chair. Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan traded glances as they frowned. They had come all the way here because their core disciples were killed. The core disciples who could directly ascend to the Sixth Order were the future hope of their sects that had to be nurtured with a lot of resources and effort. After Zhao Xing was killed, Zhuo Quan Hui was even willing to leave Thousand Cranes Paradise in order to avenge his death. It wasn't just because they were master and disciple though. Those from Thousand Cranes Paradise had also given him the permission to do so. Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao were as important as Zhao Xing. They were also disciples with exceptional aptitudes in their sects that might ascend to the Eighth Order in the future. In the past, no one in the entire 3,000 worlds would have dared to offend them. But now, both of them were killed. It was expected that those from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven were incensed. Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan joined forces and headed to Void Land in an attempt to retaliate against Yang Kai. Although Bai Shi was powerful, he was pretty meek, so while fending off their attacks, he persuaded them for a long time before they finally believed that Yang Kai wasn't in Void Land. They then used their secret techniques and followed the traces. It took them a lot of hard work before they found the great territory where the star boundary was located. However, before they could even flare up, they were surprised to see so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered together. As soon as Yang Kai finished his words, the two of them shot him ferocious glances as their Seventh Order pressures unreservedly fell upon him, but he remained unfazed. Su Linggong and Yu Changdao, who had remained silent, looked up at the same time. Following a silent clash, the auras in the Grand Hall exploded as some of those gathered grunted. The onlookers turned to look at Yu Changdao with surprise. It was expected that Su Linggong would defend Yang Kai since the latter was a son-in-law of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. There was no way Su Linggong would let him be harmed in his presence. However, they were puzzled as to why Yu Changdao had also made a move. Those from free and unfettered paradise had always steered clear of any kind of internal strife. Of the 108 top forces, they were the only ones that had little to no friction with all the others. Therefore, they wondered what benefits Yang Kai had given to Yu Changdao that prompted him to lend the young man a hand. What happened? Why are you two so mad? Su Linggong looked smilingly at Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan. Zhuobu Kun snorted as his demon qi weltered. Stop asking the obvious. Enough nonsense then. If you want to fight, we can go out and fight. If not, take your seats. Both of you are already so old now, how could you oppress a young man like this? Su Linggong sneered. While Zhuobu Kun was still incensed, Yu Huan suddenly chuckled. Since we're here, let's see what's going on, brother Zhua. With Su Linggong around, they wouldn't be able to kill Yang Kai. Rather than falling out with him, they should wait for another chance. What concerned Yu Huan was why so many high-rank open heaven realm masters were in this place. He and Zhuobu Kun had never heard of any news about it. Before they were seated, they couldn't help but recall the gigantic tree they had seen when they arrived at this place. It greatly resembled the world tree which they had read about in ancient books. They hadn't managed to take a closer look since they were in a rush, so they were uncertain about it. However, since so many high-rank open heaven realm masters were around, they had a feeling that their speculation was right. It had to be noted that these powerful masters wouldn't have come together if there were not immense benefits. After the commotion ended, Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan became seated. There were still many vacant seats anyway, so there wasn't a need for any additional arrangements. Following that, the intense haggling continued. As Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan listened to them, they were slowly dumbfounded. They initially had no idea why so many masters were here, but after listening to their discussion, they became aware that these people were trying to divide the benefits among themselves. The gigantic tree they had seen earlier was indeed the world tree, and because of the tree's presence, this originally unknown universe world called the Star Boundary was now filled with young people with exceptional aptitudes. On the other hand, the owner of this treasure trove was the very Yang Kai that they were determined to kill. They felt their hearts sinking as they realized that now it would be impossible for them to kill him. Since the people at the scene had gotten so many benefits, they wouldn't allow the two of them to make a move on Yang Kai once the discussion concluded. At the thought of this, Zhuobu Kun sneered and cut them off by saying, "All of you are high-rank open heaven realm masters, but you're being led by the nose by a little brat. Don't you find it shameful?" Su Linggong looked smilingly at him. "What opinion do you have, then?" Zhuobu Kun never intended to hide his murderous intent. As long as he's dead, there'll be no need to bargain. Moreover, what right does a mid-rank open heaven realm master have to have a discussion with us? Yang Kai replied impassively, "Since I, a mid-rank open heaven realm master, was able to kill Zhuo Quanhui, I can also do the same to you." Zhuobu Kun's expression darkened. "Did you also kill Pei Wenxian?" Yang Kai knocked on the table. "Please do not make such an accusation without any evidence, Elder Zhua. Did you see me killing Pei Wenxian?" He could admit that he had killed Zhuo Quanhui because the latter was a traitor to Thousand Cranes Paradise, so they were not in any place to retaliate against him. Instead, they had to thank him for cleaning up their mess for them. However, he could never admit that the death of Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao had something to do with him, otherwise, he would invite trouble to Void Land. Furthermore, he really didn't kill them, so Yang Kai was confident when he uttered those words. After a pause, he went on to say, "As for what right I have, I'm a great emperor in this place, and this is my territory. How can I not have the right? A great emperor? What rubbish is that?" Zhuobu Kun said disdainfully. Yang Kai extended his hand. "Since you have some bias against me, Elder Zhua, you should leave. The Star Boundary does not welcome you." Zhuobu Kun naturally wouldn't leave just like that, or else he would be a fool. He fell silent after a snort, which showed how thick-skinned he was. Su Linggong took the initiative to ease the tension. "Good, you should stop arguing since there's a serious issue to discuss here. Stop making unnecessary noise." He then chided Yang Kai by saying, Elder Zhua is an old man who doesn't have many years to live. Why make him angry, brat? You're right, Martial Uncle Su. Forgive me for my indiscretion. Yang Kai appeared meek and obedient. Zhua Bukun closed his eyes and pretended to not understand the mockery in Su Linggong's words so as to contain his irritation. Yang Kai then continued speaking, every great force will get 5 disciples every 100 years. That's my limit. If all of you agree, the discussion shall continue. If not, a further discussion is not needed. The grand hall fell silent as no one responded to him. Although 5 people was only half of what Enyang Cave Heaven would get, it was indeed Yang Kai's limit. He had no idea how many talents would appear in later generations, but the heavenly way was fair in all things, so this place couldn't possibly be swamped with so many young people with outstanding aptitudes. Since the cave heavens and paradises would obtain a few hundred disciples every 100 years, only a small number of people would be left for void land. After letting these people ponder on it for a while, Yang Kai continued saying, of course, as a form of compensation, I'm willing to let all of you build Tao temples in the star boundary. Every great force will receive a region of 500,000 square kilometers. Except for the area in a radius of 10 million kilometers around the world tree and the locations of the existing sects, you may choose any place you want, and I won't interfere. This was the foundation Su Linggong had laid down for him. The offer was attractive since it was brought up at this point. With their own Tao temples in this place, it meant that they could transfer their own people to the star boundary and nurture them from a young age or even from before they were born. By doing so, they might be able to get the disciples they wanted, and there was no limit on this number. These people were initially displeased with getting only 5 disciples every 100 years for every great force and were preparing to haggle with Yang Kai so that he could give in further. However, their expressions changed when they heard what he had said. Luo Xiu gave a fair remark at this point, it's a good idea actually. Most people nodded while the others tacitly agreed to it. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai said without hesitation, it's decided, then. Other than Enyang Cave Heaven, all of you can respectively obtain 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years and select a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers to build your own Tao temples. Good. The one-armed Sun Ping nodded. Zhua Bukun and Yu Huan exchanged glances as they frowned. Instead of excluding myriad demons heaven and Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had counted them in from the start. The outcome surprised them, but they had also kind of expected it. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-22, Exchange of Gifts. They had expected it because if Yang Kai really excluded the 2 cave heavens, a blood feud would be formed between the 2 parties. By counting them in, it could serve as a form of compensation for them. Pei Wen Xian and Yin Xian Zhao were dead, however, if the 2 cave heavens could find some talented youths from the star boundary, they would have a chance to get more core disciples who could directly ascend to the 6th order a few hundred or 1,000 years later. What surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for them. Since the number of people had been agreed on, the rest of the issues were simple to deal with. Yang Kai then made his demands on behalf of the star boundary known. For every disciple they took, they had to pay a full set of 6th order materials or something of equivalent value. This demand wasn't outrageous, so the high-rank masters directly agreed to it without haggling. When they discussed the world tree and the world fruits, Yang Kai didn't give them a definitive answer as he said that it wouldn't be too late to talk about it when the world tree actually started bearing fruits one day. They also felt that it was pointless to discuss the issue at this point, so they directly agreed to this as well. There was no contract to be signed. The more than 30 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the scene represented their sects, so their word was the best assurance. The difficult negotiation lasted for 3 days before the dust finally settled. As for what kind of disciples the great forces wanted to get or where they would build their Tao temples, it was their own business. By then, they could just inform High Heaven Palace, that was nominally in charge of the star boundary, about it, so it wasn't troublesome at all. At the very end, Yang Kai said, the discussion is only limited to the star boundary. Everything else in this great territory belongs to High Heaven Palace, and none of you should have your eyes on it. Good. They all nodded. Su Linggong secretly rolled his eyes, thinking that Yang Kai was taking advantage of them since they had no idea that the territory gate that was only a couple million kilometers away from the star boundary led to a newborn great territory. If they knew, they wouldn't have agreed right away. Even though many of them saw the territory gate, that didn't really bother them as they thought that it was just another territory gate that led to a known great territory. However, this matter couldn't be hidden forever. When these high-rank open heaven realm masters had some free time, they would realize that something was off. Having said that, with Yang Kai making his stance clear on this day, and the great forces having indeed gotten a lot of benefits from the star boundary, they might not be willing to have an argument with Yang Kai over it. Even though a new great territory was rich in resources, the cave heavens and paradises already had ample heritages anyway, hence, they wouldn't be willing to quibble with Yang Kai over this. If Yang Kai became irritated, they might suffer some losses. After the discussion, they quickly left the palace, including Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan. They were invited to enter the Grand Hall as soon as they arrived at the star boundary, so they were not familiar with the situation here yet. Therefore, they had to personally look around. The rest of them went looking for suitable locations to build their Dao temples as they weren't in a rush to select disciples. Just like what Su Linggong had said, the world tree had showcased its wonders, but it would not be until a few generations had passed that the tree would have a significant impact on the residents here. It was a rare incident that Yu Chang Dao could find a child with the innate Dao body to inherit his legacy so quickly. Certainly, if they really came across someone with exceptional aptitude, they wouldn't mind taking them on as a disciple. They could get 5 people every 100 years anyway. The star boundary, as an open heaven realm cradle, was destined to export different kinds of talented people across the entire 3,000 worlds. The news would soon be spread to the rest of the outer universe, and by then, the cave heavens and paradises that didn't take part in the discussion would send their representatives over. However, since the rules had been set, the rest of them would just have to follow them. Compared to the cave heavens and paradises that had no representatives in the star boundary at this point, the only advantage that the more than 30 great forces present at the scene could get was that they could select the best areas and build their Dao temples. The rest of the benefits were the same. Aren't you going to take a look? Yu Chang Dao suddenly appeared beside Su Linggong. Presently, they were wandering somewhere in the star boundary. Su Linggong found a nice place as he was surveying the area. He planned to build a Dao temple for Yinyang Cave Heaven here. They were in the southern territory where Azure Sun Temple was previously located. In the past, the great demon god brought a calamity upon the star boundary and the entire southern territory fell. Those from Azure Sun Temple had no choice but to abandon their foundation. With the temple master Wenzi Shan leading the way, they retreated to High Heaven Palace. After that, the great emperors joined forces and killed the great demon god, thus restoring peace to the star boundary. Following the war, Wenzi Shan saw that the original location of his sect had been shattered and the earth vein had snapped, so he decided to find a new location to rebuild Azure Sun Temple. If it weren't because of the world tree's expansion, this place would have remained desolate for many millennia to come. However, with the nourishment from the world tree, the earth vein had been reconnected, and the world energy became ample again. A lot of trees started growing on the mountains, and the picturesque scenery had begun to return. Su Linggong replied with a smile, "You also didn't bother to take a look, did you?" Yu Chang Dao refuted with a frown, "He's the son-in-law of your Yinyang Cave Heaven. What if anything happens to him? The two of them are high-rank open heaven realm masters. How is Yang Kai supposed to go against them if they join forces?" A nonchalant Su Linggong replied, "You're the supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. Since you're not concerned about his safety, why should I be? Are you really not going?" Yu Chang Dao was stunned. If he's unlucky, he's fated to fall into danger this time. I can't possibly protect him forever. If he's lucky, he'll be able to get out of this on his own. Su Linggong appeared confident. Moreover, there are some things he has to deal with directly, or else it'll never end. Yu Changdao gazed at him with a frown, wondering what the latter was up to. He then shook his head and said, "Fine. I'll go there myself." Upon finishing his words, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Su Linggong remained on the same spot for a moment before he took a look in the direction Yu Changdao had left, but he soon retracted his gaze as he called out, "Qing Kuei." Qing Kuei, who had remained silent behind him for a long time, cupped his fist. "Honored master. Go back to Enyang Cave Heaven and inform the sect master about this place in detail. He'll have the final say in whatever arrangements we make." "Yes," Qing Kuei replied and turned to leave. With his hands behind his back, Su Linggong stood on a certain peak as he suddenly put on a smile. "Old Yu has really joined a pirate's ship this time, and with a truly sly captain at that." In the Northern Territory, in a land covered in snow, Yang Kai was clad in green robes as he stood atop a white mountain peak. Following the transformation in the star boundary, it was destined that all 108 cave heavens and paradises would gather in this place. As a great emperor of the star boundary, there were a lot of things he had to handle. The most important task at the moment was to expand the population of the star boundary. Following an intense battle against the great demon god, the vast majority of the population was killed in the star boundary. Although it had been 100 years since the battle, recovering from such a loss was not so simple. A lot of places were void of people as the usually bustling cities were now empty. There were ruins everywhere. The cave heavens and paradises were going to take on disciples from the star boundary, so Yang Kai could already envision that when the news was spread across the entire 3,000 worlds, apart from the top 108 great forces, those second-class great forces would also stream into this place like cats catching a whiff of fish, looking for chances to steal some benefits. Yang Kai didn't intend to stop them either, as trying to do so would be pointless. Just like what Su Linggong had said, the star boundary would be the winner if the people from that place became scattered across the 3,000 worlds. In order to have more talented people in the star boundary though, he had to expand the population by encouraging the people to bear more children. Still, they couldn't fill the gap in a short time by relying on the current population of the star boundary. Fortunately, there were many universe worlds in the newborn Great Territory. The martial Dao in those universe worlds was generally low, so there wouldn't be a problem if they relocated some of those people to the star boundary. Yang Kai had already told Yu to process this issue. When the time for the migration came, he would personally make a move. After all, his small universe had materialized and could accommodate living beings. Others in the same order were unable to do that. The migration of billions of lives was a difficult task, so only by keeping them inside his small universe could he do it with ease. Su Linggong and Yu Changdao could also help, but Yang Kai didn't intend to let anyone who wasn't from Void Land or High Heaven Palace enter the newborn Great Territory. Hence, he had to put in more effort. The cold wind became increasingly freezing as murderous intent permeated the air. Two rays of light, which radiated horrifying world forces, directly descended upon Yang Kai, who was standing on the peak of a snowy mountain, from the sky. Yu Changdao, who was hiding nearby, let out a sigh. These two still couldn't contain their urge to make a move. Although Yang Kai had set the grudges aside and promised them some benefits in order to make up for the loss of their core disciples, they still had no choice but to act. Just when Yu Changdao was ready to leap forward in order to help Yang Kai ward off the attacks, the entire star boundary started humming as though a sleeping dragon had lifted its head. Lightning started appearing in the world as an incredibly rich world force came to life and instantly surrounded the young man. His sixth-order aura rapidly rose in an inconceivable manner, and in the blink of an eye, he achieved a breakthrough to the seventh order, but it didn't stop there. Soon after, Yang Kai, who was originally in the sixth order, radiated the aura of a peak seventh order master, seemingly just one step away from the eighth order. Yu Changdao gasped and exclaimed, "He's borrowing the world force from this world." It was then he realized why Su Linggong wasn't concerned despite knowing that Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan would secretly make a move. That was because he was certain that Yang Kai could deal with his opponents. Yu Changdao found himself to be laughable as he came all the way here to protect the young man. Usually, one was unable to borrow a lot of world force from a universe world. After all, there wasn't much world force in a universe world to begin with. However, the star boundary was different. When Yang Kai borrowed the world strength of the star boundary for the first time, he couldn't make it to the 7th order without the help of all the other great emperors, who had already ascended to the 6th order. However, even without the help of the great emperors this time, he could still easily make it to the peak of the 7th order. There was only one explanation. The heritage of the star boundary was now significantly more ample than in the past, which allowed Yang Kai to have a great leap forward in power after he borrowed the world's world force. As the world continued thrumming, Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust it out, his hair and clothes flapping in the wind. The snowflakes in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers around him seemed to have frozen midair. Following a loud boom, the divine abilities of the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were instantly resolved. Yang Kai's aura surged as he took control of a power that was at the peak of the 7th order even though he was only in the 6th order. He then said after a laugh, "It would be impolite if I didn't give you anything in return." He then pushed out his spear. The snowflakes exploded in mid-air and turned into invisible murderous intent as they swirled around in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the next moment, 2 faint grunts were heard. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-23, The Star Boundary, the Center of Attention. Since the beginning, Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan, who secretly made a move, had not shown their faces. Yang Kai didn't have the intention of killing them ruthlessly either as he just traded a move with them before stopping. As the clouds weltered, 2 cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. They were so huge that anyone in the star boundary could see them clearly wherever they were. The cracks slowly expanded and revealed a pair of gigantic eyes, as though some reclusive deity had finally descended upon this land. As the eyes gazed down, the billions and billions of living beings in the star boundary couldn't help but have the urge to fall on their knees and worship them. Even the more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were wandering around the star boundary at that moment, felt pressured as they furrowed their brows, stopping in their tracks to look up at the sky. The eyes appeared to be smiling, as though the owner was trying to say he would attack anyone who dared to make a fuss in his territory. Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan were flabbergasted as they fled, but the pair of eyes followed them and made sure that they couldn't escape the owner's sight. The murderous intent was like chains that had been wrapped around their necks, causing them to suffocate. Both of them appeared vexed. They had never expected that a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to reach the peak of the 7th order by borrowing the might of this world. Furthermore, they were in the star boundary, so the situation was in the young man's favor. Even if they intended to kill him ruthlessly, they might end up losing their lives instead. The pair of eyes in the sky just looked at them in silence, as though the owner was watching 2 rats that had barged into his granary. The gaze was filled with mockery. On the peak of the snow mountain, Yang Kai gently closed his eyes. At the same time, the huge eyes in the sky also slowly disappeared. Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan dashed into a cave in a certain cliff before they sat down with their legs crossed and wiped the blood from their mouths. As the wind breezed past them, they realized that their backs were covered in cold sweat. Still reeling from the shock, they exchanged glances. A moment later, Zhuobu Kun said with a dark expression, "It seems that no one can deal with that brat unless an 8th order ancestor makes a move." Yu Huan grunted with displeasure, at least he was tactful by not crossing the line. If Yang Kai had insisted on making things difficult for them, an intense battle would have taken place. Perhaps Yang Kai would have ended up in a terrible state, but at least one of them would also have lost his life. However, even though Yang Kai had made use of the star boundary's world force, he had only given them a warning and then stopped. It was apparent that he just wanted to ward them off instead of falling out with the 2 cave heavens. With more than 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters as witnesses on this day, no one would blame Yang Kai in the future. Instead, they would praise him for being magnanimous and tactful. In comparison, Zhuobu Kun and Yu Huan, who oppressed the young man despite being more powerful, would be regarded as devious. "We have no choice but to choke it down this time." Zhuobu Kun sported a grim expression. Even though they firmly believed that their disciples, Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao, were killed by Yang Kai, no one had seen the deed, so there was no evidence to make a case. If it was before, if the two cave heavens wanted to avenge the death of their disciples, they wouldn't need any evidence. A single doubt could prompt them to make a move, and no one would dare to say anything. However, since the world tree was in the star boundary, this place was destined to be the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. As a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai already had a right to be on an equal footing with them and discuss terms with the sects they represented. If they really insisted on making things difficult for Yang Kai, the other cave heavens and paradises would blame and stop them, which would only cause them to suffer losses. Otherwise, given their identities and statuses, they wouldn't have launched a sneak attack. They could have directly looked for Yang Kai and killed him. Nevertheless, Yang Kai borrowed the world force from the star boundary and instantly possessed power that was at the peak of the seventh order, which made them suffer a small setback. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of killing them as he only teased them a little. However, it seemed that they could no longer avenge the death of Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao since there was no evidence. Furthermore, if myriad demons heaven and Xian Yuan cave heaven wanted to get some benefits from the star boundary, they wouldn't bring it up again, otherwise, they would be asking for trouble. Both parties were tacitly aware that they had to make a concession. As they exchanged glances, they let out a long sigh. They were definitely heartbroken at the fact that their sixth-order disciples were dead. In the past, this kind of loss couldn't be said to be unbearable, but it was certainly immense. However, if they could find some talented young people to nurture in the star boundary, they could make up for the losses. It was just that they found it hard to get the fury off their chests. On the peak of the snowy mountain, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed. As the snowflakes whirled around him, he tried his hardest to suppress his murderous intent. If possible, he would never easily let Zhuobu-kun and Yu Huan off. Just like he had told Su Linggong previously, he would treat them politely when they arrived, and everything would be fine if they were tactful. If not, he naturally would have to fight against them. Yang Kai had shown his sincerity by allowing them to take part in the discussion and even shared equal benefits with them from the star boundary. Nevertheless, they still secretly made a move. If Yang Kai were just an average sixth-order open heaven realm master and the star boundary was just an ordinary universe world, he couldn't have survived the assault of two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. At that moment, he had the urge to kill them ruthlessly. Nonetheless, if he had really done that, the star boundary wouldn't have been able to bear it, and the other high-rank open heaven realm masters wouldn't have turned a blind eye to the situation. When they interfered, the conflict would be halted and he would be the one blamed. He was suddenly envious of Wu Kuang, who had no worries about such things. The man could kill anybody he wanted, anytime he wanted. With that said, Yang Kai asked himself whether he would really be happy if he were just like Wu Kuang. Since time immemorial, the man had been like a tree without roots, a river without a source. He didn't think he could live like Wu Kuang, constantly hunted and alone, so there was nothing to be envious of in reality. A moment later, he slowly shook his head and opened his eyes. As he returned all the world force he had borrowed, his cultivation plunged from the seventh order to the sixth order. He then turned to look in a particular direction and nodded with gratitude. Yu Changdao, who had hidden over there, put on a smile and left. He swiftly returned to High Heaven Palace to play with the toddler named Shi Dezhuang. It had only been a few months since Shi Dezhuang was born, so he naturally couldn't cultivate. However, Yu Changdao would help warm his meridians with his cultivation every day. He would do it every 6 hours, so it was 4 times a day, and he had never skipped a single session. However, instead of finding it troublesome, he enjoyed doing it. On the other hand, Shi Dezhuang's mother, Lu Kai-xia, felt a little sorry. Although it had been a short time since she started residing in High Heaven Palace, she was now clearly aware that this old man was a senior expert that was even more powerful than Senior Void. She was just a lowly person, but her child was treasured by someone so extraordinary. That was the reason she found it hard to believe, as she thought that something might have gone wrong. If the child didn't grow up to be just like what the old man had expected, they would certainly feel guilty. On the other hand, Yu Changdao was extremely pleased with Shi Dezhuang. The only thing he wasn't happy with was the child's name, for Shi Dezhuang sounded very much like a peasant's name. It didn't give off a majestic or imposing air. He felt sorry for the child when the latter became powerful one day and had to tell his name to the people he met for the first time. He suggested giving the child a different name, but Lu Kai-xia categorically rejected him, saying that the name must not be changed since it was given by the child's father before his death. Otherwise, the child would be considered unfilial. Knowing how obstinate the woman was, Yu Changdao decided to give it up. It wouldn't change a thing by not giving the child a new name anyway. It was just that when the child told his name to his enemies in the future, he would appear to be less intimidating. Perhaps those enemies would even take him lightly. Lu Kai-xia was gratified with the fact that the child had taken a liking to the old man. Over the past few days, he even ignored her at most times. Whenever the old man appeared, the child would demand to be in his arms. It wasn't until he was hungry that he would look for his mother. Yu Changdao was certainly pleased with that. Those from High Heaven Palace had prepared a spirit peak for Yu Changdao, Lu Kai-xia, and Shi Dezhuang to stay. Fresh food would be sent to them every day, so there was nothing they had to worry about. Moreover, it appeared that Yu Changdao would be staying in High Heaven Palace for a long time. Before the child ascended to the open heaven realm, the old man would likely remain here in order to teach him how to cultivate. The fate of Shi Dezhuang had basically been transformed for the better. Many of the disciples in High Heaven Palace were even envious of him. In the star boundary, many spirit peaks now had new construction projects. Even the ancient forests that were usually devoid of people were bustling with noise. As time passed, the Tao temples and branches of the cave heavens and paradises slowly took shape. When more cave heavens and paradises heard about the news, they immediately sent their representatives to come to the star boundary. Those from High Heaven Palace had specifically prepared a place to receive these top masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Whenever there was a visitor, they would inform him or her of the agreement that the first high-rank open heaven realm masters had come to and explain to them the current situation in the star boundary. Certainly, those from the cave heavens and paradises had no regard for a sect that ruled over a mere universe world, so it was expected that they wouldn't just take High Heaven Palace's word for it. However, after asking around, they would realize that those from High Heaven Palace had spoken the truth. When they found their old friends and saw that about 30 great forces had already started building Tao temples in the star boundary, they could no longer sit back and do nothing. Although the star boundary was expansive, there would be fewer choices for them if all the good spots were occupied by others first. They then hurriedly surveyed the star boundary to look for suitable locations. Hua Qingxi was initially worried that the latecomers wouldn't acknowledge the agreement. In that case, some conflicts might arise. Nevertheless, it surprised her that none of the cave heavens and paradises that came at a later time objected. It was only then that she believed what Yang Kai had said. The more than 30 great forces that had taken part in the discussion not only represented their own sects, but all the cave heavens and paradises. There wouldn't be any problems with the agreement they had concluded. There would always be people who glanced at the world tree as well. Even though these high-rank open heaven realm masters were extremely powerful, they had only seen the records of the world tree in ancient books. They were expected to be curious since they had never seen it with their own eyes before. They were also amazed at the ample heritage of the star boundary. On the other hand, it was no longer a secret that Yang Kai was able to borrow the world force of the star boundary to reach the peak of the seventh order since he was a great emperor of this place. Therefore, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters acknowledged that he had a right to stand on equal footing with them. That was the case in the star boundary at the very least. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-24, I refuse to accept this. In just a few years, the star boundary, which was located in the newly named High Heaven territory, became a household name in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was the first great territory that was named after a sect of a universe world. Usually, a great territory was named after the most powerful great force in that place. For example, the great territory where Void Land was located was named Void Territory. The great territory where Inyang Cave Heaven was located was called Inyang Territory. There had never been an exception. In High Heaven Territory, there wasn't really a decent great force, so it was expected that the great territory was named after High Heaven Palace, and most people were fine with it. In just a few years, 108 Tao temples had been built in the star boundary that belonged to all the cave heavens and paradises. Every Tao temple was overseen by a seventh-order master who was responsible for dealing with external affairs. In other words, there were more than 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters residing in the star boundary. That was a horrifying figure. It had to be noted that every one of them was just as strong as Zuoquan Hui. After the initial phase of puzzlement, anxiety, and excitement, the natives in the star boundary had become at ease. Thanks to the campaign held by High Heaven Palace, everyone in the star boundary became fully aware of the situation in the 3,000 worlds. Many young people believed their aptitudes to be exceptional as they hoped that the elusive senior experts would have their eyes on them and take them on as disciples one day. With proper training, they would stand a chance to become successful one day. However, it was destined to be a pipe dream for 99% of them. With that said, there were some ordinary-looking kids in all 4 territories who had been selected and taken on as disciples by the high-rank open heaven realm masters. Whenever such news was spread, the town where the child was selected would celebrate, and it would also allow those who thought highly of themselves to become even more hopeful. The cave heavens and paradises were not in a rush to select disciples from the star boundary. After all, each of them could get 5 disciples every 100 years, and it was still early. On the other hand, upon the completion of their Tao temples, they immediately sent some talented young disciples over to be nurtured here. Every cave heaven and paradise controlled one or more great territories, in which there were countless universe worlds. Therefore, it wasn't hard for them to select some youths with exceptional aptitudes to send over. The disciples they had sent had very low cultivations. Some of them had only started cultivating. The similarity between them was that they were all very talented. As these people grew up under the influence of the world tree in the star boundary, the achievements they would have in the future would also be amplified when they finally comprehended their grand Tao and condensed a Tao seal. Many of these people could possibly make it to the 5th order, or even the 6th order. Every great force got a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers, which was neither big nor small, but it was sufficient for them to nurture up to 10,000 people. As the people from the cave heavens and paradises settled down, the finances of Void Land also improved dramatically. According to the agreement between Yang Kai and all those great forces, each of them could get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years. In return, they had to give 5 sets of 6th-order materials or resources of equivalent value. None of the cave heavens and paradises went back on their word as they directly paid the materials. Therefore, the star boundary had amassed several hundred 6th-order materials over the past few years. The figure wasn't staggering, but it was a long-term deal. After Heavenly Sword Union was destroyed, which resulted in Zuoquan Hui losing his life, Void Land Star City started operating again. Mo Mei led a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters back to Void Territory and resumed her role as governor of the Star City. With Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in their possession, they wouldn't have to worry about the popularity of the Star City. Therefore, they soon recovered from the losses they had suffered. The rent of the shops in the Star City alone allowed Yang Kai to make a fortune. When Zuoquan Hui led Heavenly Sword Union to cordon off the territory gates to Void Territory, many of the merchants had a bleak view of Void Land's future as they were not willing to offend Heavenly Sword Union and the great force behind Zuoquan Hui, Thousand Cranes Paradise. Therefore, they decided to run away from the Star City. Yang Kai directly took back the shops where the renters had left. Now that Void Land had overcome this calamity, anyone who wanted to return to the shop they abandoned would have to pay double the rent. Yang Kai didn't expect them to share the burden when Void Land was in crisis, but they shouldn't hope to share the benefits when Void Land was on the rise. On the other hand, the merchants who had stayed for various reasons had a reason to celebrate. They were naturally elated to see that Void Land had gotten out of danger. Since they had stayed when Void Land was in crisis to prop up the Star City's waning popularity, those from Void Land would certainly repay their favor by reducing their rent or even allowing them to run their businesses rent-free. With the resources given by the cave heavens and paradises and the recovery of the Star City, the burden on Void Land's finances had finally been eased. Furthermore, they had several hundred open heaven realm masters who were extracting resources from the new Great Territory. In the past few years, the new Great Territory had mostly been explored. Even though there were still some hidden corners that had yet to be investigated, it couldn't be rushed. They still had ample time anyway. There were innumerable resources in the new Great Territory. As long as those from Void Land could maintain their grip on the Territory Gate, all the resources extracted from the new Great Territory would be sufficient for their own needs, and there would even be some surplus. Unfortunately, they were short on manpower now. Although several hundred open heaven realm masters sounded like a large figure, they were far from enough when they were placed in an entire Great Territory. It also wasn't very efficient. With that said, this couldn't be rushed. They had to take it slow. Yang Kai had been swamped with work for the past few years and rarely had time to cultivate. He had to keep going back and forth between the new Great Territory and High Heaven Territory. Every time he returned from the new Great Territory, he would bring with him several tens of millions of immigrants. In order to expand the population of the star boundary, the easiest way was to bring over people from the universe worlds in the new Great Territory. However, it wasn't easy to make so many people leave their homelands. Fortunately, there were several universe worlds in the new Great Territory where the environment was quite harsh and hostile. Some of them were even going to fall apart within a few thousand years. That was the reason Yang Kai was able to get them to migrate. Due to the environment of those universe worlds, they had a small population to begin with. By moving them over, Yang Kai had somewhat alleviated the shortage of people in the star boundary. They naturally were not used to it at first, but they could settle down and adapt to it with time. Generations later, they would be just like the natives in the star boundary. In an area of the void that was 1,000,000 kilometers away from the star boundary, pieces of shattered continents had been bound together to form an expansive spirit province. The spirit province was filled with greenery and clear rivers. Presently, many buildings were being constructed as the place was bustling with noise. Yang Kai squatted on a certain spirit peak and looked down with displeasure. Su Linggong was standing beside him with his hands behind his back as he rambled on. Upon realizing that Yang Kai never responded to him, he kicked the young man in the backside and demanded, "I'm talking to you. Make your stance clear. Why wouldn't you reply to me?" Yang Kai glowered at him and brushed away the dust on his backside. An amused Su Linggong snapped, "Are you mad? We've agreed that we'd all make a concession. Since a decision has been made, it's pointless for you to get mad." A displeased Yang Kai stood straight up and roared, "All of you are trying to oppress me. I refuse to accept this." Su Linggong chuckled and spread his palms. "So, what if you won't accept it?" A few years ago, they hadn't recovered from their shock as they all focused on the star boundary. Since everything has been settled after several years, they can naturally notice things they haven't paid attention to previously. Consider yourself lucky that you've managed to take control of that new Great Territory. That was mine from the start. Yang Kai was so vexed that he started flushing. I already told them that other than the star boundary, everything else in High Heaven Territory belonged to High Heaven Palace. They couldn't have a hand in anything. Su Linggong replied, "High Heaven Territory and the new Great Territory are two different things." With a livid expression, Yang Kai refuted, "That's mine, and the new Star City is also supposed to belong to me." Su Linggong sneered as he looked down at the newly built Star City and shook his head. "Don't blame them for being greedy. You're fully aware of how attractive a new Great Territory is. How many good things have you found in the new Great Territory over the years? I've never asked you about it, but it doesn't mean I have no idea. You're exchanging a star city for the right to take control of an entire new Great Territory. No matter how you look at it, you're at an advantage. Just think about it. since it's no longer a secret and a decision has been made, you won't need to be secretive when exploring the new great territory anymore. It's a good thing. Despite knowing that the old man was right, Yang Kai still felt as though he had a chunk of flesh sliced off from his body. Previously, he had already planned on building a massive star city outside of the star boundary. The star boundary had become the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. All 108 cave heavens and paradises had built Tao temples here. There were also innumerable great forces that came over to find out what was going on. The star boundary and the world tree had changed everything. This level of popularity in a single place was simply unprecedented. With so many people gathering together, it was more effective than any advertising campaign. It would be a waste if a star city wasn't built to profit from the situation. Therefore, a few years ago, Yang Kai had already planned on building a star city outside the star boundary. If the star city in high heaven territory was successfully built, it would soon surpass all other known star cities. Even the first-class star cities controlled by the cave heavens and paradises as well as Voidland Star City at the peak of its popularity wouldn't be comparable to the one in high heaven territory. However, when his plan was finally carried out, the cave heavens and paradises jumped right in to snatch the benefits. Certainly, those sly old foxes could see the things Yang Kai could see. Other than the world tree in the star boundary, the new star city would be a treasure trove that everybody wanted to get their hands on. Hence, the representatives of all 108 great forces gathered together in High Heaven Palace to negotiate with Yang Kai. In the end, he was defeated. Previously, they had to get some benefits from Yang Kai and the star boundary, so they were willing to make huge concessions. However, this time was different. Some of them even brought up the new great territory. It seemed that if Yang Kai wouldn't agree to building a star city and distributing the benefits, they were ready to target the new great territory. Even though Su Linggong and Yu Cheng Dao didn't make things difficult for Yang Kai, they were unable to help him out since all the others shared the same sentiment. A weak Yang Kai was certainly unable to win the argument against 108 top great forces. It was expected that he would be defeated. Hence, this was the outcome. The new star city would be owned by the cave heavens and paradises as well as High Heaven Palace jointly, with all the benefits being shared among them. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-25, High Heaven Star City. However, with Yang Kai fiercely fighting back, he had eventually won the right to manage the Star City in High Heaven territory, which was what he had expected. Although it would be exhausting to manage such a big star city, there were a lot of benefits to be gained. With such power in possession, those from High Heaven Palace could get 5% of the Star City's profit. Although 5% sounded like a small figure, it had to be noted that the remaining 95% was shared by all 108 great forces. In comparison, 5% was a lot. Su Linggong had also told Yang Kai not to underestimate 5% of profit as it might even surpass what he could get from the Star City in Void territory. However, with the star boundary as the center, Yang Kai had to build space arrays at the Star City in the territory gate of High Heaven territory so that they could move around swiftly. Those were the concessions both parties had to make as mentioned by Su Linggong. High Heaven Palace had gained the most benefits since they had the right to manage the Star City. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had to be responsible for arranging the space arrays. A sulky Yang Kai rebuked, "I don't mind arranging the space arrays, but the ordinary ones cannot transfer people across such a long distance. Once it's too far, the arrays cannot be connected. I can arrange the arrays that could send people from the territory gate to the star boundary, but we'd have to draw on the power of the star boundary to make that happen. On that note, there's one thing I don't understand. Why don't we just build a universe temple in High Heaven territory instead of asking me to arrange special space arrays? Every great territory had at least one universe temple that served as a resting place for cultivators. It could also help them save time on traveling. However, there wasn't a universe temple in High Heaven territory since it didn't even have a name in the universe chart previously. Su Linggong replied calmly, "It's not that they don't want to build a universe temple here, it's that they can't. The universe temples left behind in the great territories are all from ancient times. No one from the cave heavens and paradises is able to build a universe temple now. Yang Kai was stunned. There are things that the cave heavens and paradises can't do? Su Linggong said, universe temples are essentially enhanced versions of space arrays, so mastery in the Tao of space to build them. No one can build a universe temple without such skill. You might not be aware of it, but there are some universe temples in several great territories that have become dilapidated and lost their functions. Although we've been trying to restore them, it's been to no avail. Not many people in the 3,000 worlds know how to use space principles, let alone have mastery of them. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Knowing what was on the other man's mind, Su Linggong continued, I know what you're thinking. You want to study the mysteries of the universe temples, right? Yang Kai nodded, it'd be for the best if there's such a chance. Universe temples certainly contained the secrets of the grand Tao of space. If he could study them carefully, he would gain immense benefits as well. Su Linggong replied with a smile, just wait. I've reported this matter to the sect master, and he'll make the arrangements. However, you're not from one of the cave heavens or paradises, so I cannot be sure whether you'll have a chance to look into the universe temples. The decision will have to be made by the higher-ups. Yang Kai frowned, why are you all so cautious about it? Everyone will benefit if the universe temples are restored. Following a sigh, Su Linggong replied, what you can see is not the complete picture of the 3,000 worlds. You have no right to know many things now. When you become strong enough one day, you'll find out. Now, I can only tell you that the mystery of universe temples has far-reaching implications. If we're not careful, we might cause a disaster for the 3,000 worlds. An astounded Yang Kai looked dazedly at Su Linggong, but he didn't think the latter was exaggerating. What do you think about creating the space arrays? Su Linggong urged, those shameless old people have asked me to persuade you. Just tell me right away whether you'll agree to it. Yang Kai snorted, in order to send people from the territory gate to the star boundary, the space arrays would be immense and costly. High Heaven Palace and Void Land can't possibly afford it. Su Linggong scoffed, stingy brat. Don't worry, you'll not pay anything for the materials. Yang Kai nodded, that's more like it. However, the distance between the territory gate and the star boundary is too far. Even if they could be connected by space arrays, it would still require the power of the star boundary to make it happen. The heritage of the star boundary would suffer a slight loss every time the arrays were used, therefore, even if the arrays are successfully built, they can't be used for free. For every transfer, High Heaven Palace will collect a certain fee. Su Linggong snorted, not only do you possess Void Star City and 5% of High Heaven Star City, but you also have the resources of the new Great Territory as a backup. I can't believe you're still trying to profit from the space arrays. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, haven't you heard that many grains of sand can build a tower? You can never underestimate the amount of money something will generate. Martial Uncle Su, you're not responsible for managing a sect, so you have no idea how difficult it is to run one. After giving it a thought, Su Linggong replied, give some free quotas to the cave heavens and paradises every year. Within those quotas, they won't be charged a fee. Anyone who exceeds the quotas will have to pay the same fee as outsiders. Yang Kai pondered on it for a moment and replied, fine. Write down the materials needed to arrange the arrays and give the list to me later. I'll ask them to share the cost. With a smile, Yang Kai fished out a jade slip and passed it to him, here. Seeing that this boy was already prepared, Su Linggong rolled his eyes, and upon looking into the jade slip, he did so again. Even though he had no idea how many materials were needed to arrange these space arrays, it was obvious Yang Kai was trying to get more than what was required. Without pointing it out though, he stored the jade slip and left. He was obviously going to ask the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to share the cost. Su Linggong was pretty efficient as he passed Yang Kai a space ring 3 days later. Yang Kai directly stored the ring without looking into it, then he returned to the star boundary. After bringing Wan Baifeng and some people with him, he headed straight to the first territory gate. Fortunately, before the epic battle against Heavenly Sword Union, he had left behind many space beacons around High Heaven territory. Therefore, they didn't really have to fly over as they soon reached the territory gate by making use of those space beacons. Arranging space arrays was like a walk in the park for Yang Kai. However, the one he was building was much larger than any array he had arranged before, and it would require a lot of materials. Working for a full month, the gigantic array finally took shape near the territory gate. Without taking a rest, he headed straight to the star boundary and found a suitable location before working on a corresponding space array. Since this array was connected to the star boundary, it would draw on the universe world's immense world force every time it was used. Otherwise, it couldn't be linked to the array at the territory gate that was trillions of kilometers away. Yang Kai wasn't lying when he said to Su Linggong that the heritage of the star boundary would be consumed every time the array was used. It was the truth. However, only a small amount of heritage would be needed. With the continuous nourishment from the world tree, the consumption was essentially negligible. 10 days later, the array in the star boundary was completed. Yang Kai then headed to the star city. This time, it only took him 1 day to finish building a new space array. Hence, the arrays that connected the territory gate to the star boundary and then led to the star city had been completed. The presence of these arrays could allow cultivators to move around easily. Otherwise, when the visitors arrived at High Heaven territory, it would take them about half a month to go from the territory gate to the star city. During this period of time, the star city had also been completed. The cave heavens and paradises as well as High Heaven Palace had selected the best locations to open their shops, while the rest of the land was rented out. Some astute business people had started asking about the Star City as they were apparently ready to start businesses there. However, since Yang Kai hadn't come up with a framework to manage the Star City, he decided to ignore them for now. Void Star City was currently managed by Mo Mei, a sixth-order master, and since High Heaven Star City was much larger, the person in charge naturally couldn't be weak. Yang Kai intended to select one of the great emperors from the star boundary. The great emperors also had the ability to borrow world strength from the star boundary. Given the powerful heritage of the star boundary, after borrowing its world force, they could exert the might of the seventh-order open heaven realm. They would certainly be less powerful than Yang Kai, but that was because their heritages were weaker to begin with. Only by doing so could they have a better control over High Heaven Star City. The reason Yang Kai decided to build the Star City near the star boundary was that the great emperor in charge of the city would be able to draw on the power of the star boundary. Since he now had some free time, Yang Kai gathered all the great emperors together and told them about his plans, and after he finished, everyone turned to look at Duan Hongchen at the same time. Bustling World Great Emperor chuckled, "Well, it seems that I'll have to take up the responsibility." The decision was made just like that. Bustling World Great Emperor would become the governor of High Heaven Star City. Even though it might occupy some of his cultivation time, there shouldn't be a problem as long as he could manage his time well. On the day the Star City opened for business, innumerable merchants streamed into the city as they continuously knocked on the door of the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, in a universe world in the new Great Territory, Yang Kai was seated across from Wu Kuang. It had been a few years since they last met, and Wu Kuang had become even more formidable. Perhaps it was because he had swallowed the heritages of a few sixth-order masters that he was unable to fully conceal his aura now and was shrouded in demon chi. There were some living creatures in this universe world, but none of them had any sentience. It was obvious that it had been a short time since they were born, and the environment was hostile as the place was covered in a sandstorm. However, Wu Kuang didn't mind it at all as he decided to settle down here. Yang Kai gazed at him and asked, "What are your future plans?" Wu Kuang was holding a wine bottle given to him by Yang Kai as he leaned against a chair. His demeanor didn't look like that of a senior expert. As he raised the bottle and let the wine flow into his mouth, he replied nonchalantly, "I'll keep hiding for a few years and digest what I've eaten." Yang Kai nodded, "That's for the best." More than 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters have gathered together in the star boundary. They'll notice you as soon as you show up, and they'll definitely try to kill you. Nevertheless, it's not like you can keep hiding forever. You'll have to go out one day. Wu Kuang shot him a glance. Don't worry. Since this king has tasted so many palatable dishes, I can never go back to having coarse food. Anyone that's lower than the fifth order will be tasteless to me, not to mention the lowly living beings in those universe worlds. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-26, Two Supreme Lotuses. Yang Kai didn't feel strange even though Wu Kuang pointed out what was on his mind. Although the person before his eyes had lent him a hand in many ways, Yang Kai had never forgotten that the man was the heaven-devouring great emperor who had devastated many star fields in the past. Wherever he went, all the stars would be destroyed and all living creatures killed. If he suddenly had the urge to commit an outrageous act in the new great territory, the consequences would be dreadful. The martial Tao of the universe worlds in this new great territory was generally low, so they were certainly unable to ward off the heaven-devouring great emperor if he was determined to kill. Furthermore, the heaven-devouring great emperor was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master. With that said, Yang Kai became at ease upon hearing Wu Kuang's words. Given the latter's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits by harming those universe worlds. Just spill it. Why have you come all the way here to look for me? I don't think you're here just to see how I'm doing, Wu Kuang asked nonchalantly. There's indeed something I need to ask you about. Yang Kai nodded and looked at him frankly. After the Tao Theory Assembly, I entered a small source world named the Divine Armament World in Yinyang Cave Heaven to get some training. I tried cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law in there, but I almost suffered from cultivation dissonance. Wu Kuang said with a grin, You've really cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai nodded. The effects of this secret art are heaven-defying. It's able to absorb all sorts of energy, and my cultivation increased swiftly in the initial phase. However, as my cultivation improved, the downsides of the secret art also started appearing. My temperament was affected and I nearly lost all rationality. That's to be expected. There are pros and cons to everything in this world. How could there be no downsides for an amazing secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law? Yang Kai looked fervently at him, but I don't think you've suffered from any downsides as you cultivate it. Wu Kuang scoffed, Who told you that? Do you think this king was born a heinous murderer who thought nothing of slaughtering people? He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. When I first started cultivating, I treasured life so much that I wouldn't even dare to kill the ants on the ground. As astounded Yang Kai stared at him in shock. Could the infamous heaven-devouring great emperor of the star boundary have once been a kind-hearted man in the past? Although he couldn't believe it, he thought that it was at least possible. After all, everyone was supposedly born to be kind. All of a sudden, Wu Kuang cackled wildly as a fierce look spread all over his face. Of course, I'm lying, you brat. This king was born wild and savage. All living creatures are no different from ants in my eyes. The reason you're suffering from the downsides of heaven-devouring battle law is that you can't resolve the impurities you've absorbed. This king can do that, so I'm not bothered by it. How do you resolve them? Yang Kai asked humbly. There was no doubt that heaven-devouring battle law was an evil secret art, but he had to acknowledge that it was astonishing. He had a taste of it while getting his training in the small source world, so he could declare with certainty it was the pinnacle of secret arts. He might have more chances to enter other small source worlds in the future, so if he had to start over like he had experienced in the Divine Armament World, he could rely on heaven-devouring battle law. Despite having a dragon vein though, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would never suffer from cultivation dissonance when cultivating the evil art. This problem could be solved if Wu Kuang was willing to teach him a thing or two. You can't resolve them. Wu Kuang waved his hand with a smile. Many things are predestined, just like how the stone spirits are born to be suitable for cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Everyone else who wants to cultivate it won't be able to escape the downsides. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Although Wu Kuang never pointed it out, the insinuation in his words was apparent to Yang Kai. He was trying to say that just like the stone spirits, he was born suited to cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. This couldn't be achieved with hard work as it was an innate trait. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Wuquang was killed while some of the great emperors perished in the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. However, Wuquang's remnant soul remained as he hid inside the Shattered Star Sea and waited for a chance to revive himself. Bustling World Great Emperor was willing to cripple his own cultivation repeatedly, causing him to fall from the status of Great Emperor to below the Tao Source realm, then enter the Shattered Star Sea in order to get rid of Wuquang for good. Unfortunately, his body was occupied by Wuquang instead. Although Wuquang had only partly succeeded, he managed to escape the fate of death. After the battle against Great Demon God Mo Sheng, Wuquang seized Mo Sheng's body and finally resurrected completely. However, he was still able to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law. In other words, the body didn't matter when it came to cultivating this evil secret art, nor was it the kind of support he relied on. Otherwise, he couldn't have practiced heaven-devouring battle law after occupying someone's body. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he asked, "Is there something special about your soul?" Wuquang, who was about to directly drink from the wine bottle again, paused his movement and gazed at him in shock. "Brat, you're really something to be able to realize it. It's really because of your soul?" Yang Kai's interest has been piqued. He didn't expect his speculation to turn out to be true. Wuquang put down the wine bottle and gave it a thought for a moment. Then, he put on a grin. "Fine. Since you're able to realize this, I'll show you something good. I never even let old Ghost Duan see it before." Yang Kai immediately raised his hand to stop him. "If you're going to kill me after showing me that thing, I don't want to see it." It had to be noted that Wuquang and Duan Hongchen had stayed in the same body for years. If Wuquang really had any secrets, Bustling World Great Emperor should have been fully aware of them. However, since he said that Duan Hongchen was also not aware of it, he must have carefully hid this particular secret. It was probably his best-kept secret. Wuquang snickered. "I'm not able to defeat you anyway, so how am I supposed to kill you in order to keep the secret hidden? You also have something similar, otherwise, I wouldn't have decided to show you." "I have something similar?" Yang Kai frowned as he had no idea what the other man was talking about. While he was doubtful, he suddenly became horrified because Wuquang reached up his hands and clenched his own head before pulling it apart. His skull cracked open and his brain was revealed. It was an understatement to say that Yang Kai was horrified. He almost wanted to curse at him. On the other hand, Wuquang lowered his head and showed him his brain in an undefended manner. There was a petite soul avatar, which was transformed from Wuquang's soul, sitting there. However, the soul avatar was presently solemnly seated on a blooming lotus. When Yang Kai caught sight of the lotus, he became startled for a moment. That was because the lotus looked just like his soul-warming lotus. The only difference was its color. The soul-warming lotus radiated a glow of 7 colors while the lotus in Wuquang's head was pure white, which looked like it contained absolutely no impurities. The two supreme lotuses, innate supreme treasures of the world. One of them is soul-warming lotus while the other is my flawless purifying lotus. The soul avatar that was seated on the lotus opened his eyes and looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Instead of appearing savage though, he looked like the purest person in the world. One of the lotuses works on the soul while the other works on the body. The soul-warming lotus is able to nourish the soul and increase the power of one's divine sense. Even though the flawless purifying lotus is also slightly beneficial to the soul, its biggest effects are on the body. It can cleanse all impurities from the body. Whoever has the flawless purifying lotus in their possession will obtain the divine flawless body. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea in the past, this king's body was destroyed, and my remnant soul survived by hiding inside the flawless purifying lotus. Without this thing, this king's soul would have been extinguished long ago. Unfortunately, the flawless purifying lotus doesn't have a great impact on the soul like the soul-warming lotus. I only managed to recover after many years. The reason I was more powerful than the other great emperors in the past was because I had the divine flawless body. While Wuquang slowly narrated his story, the emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. He finally came to the realization why Wuquang never suffered from any downsides while cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, and what the latter meant that he had something similar. The soul-warming lotus worked on the soul while the flawless purifying lotus worked on the body. It was no wonder that Wuquang was able to subsequently occupy the bodies of Duan Hongchen and Mo Sheng without any downsides. It was because he had the flawless purifying lotus. With this thing in possession, all the impurities Wuquang absorbed while cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law could be easily dispersed, and he wouldn't be affected in any way. It was a supreme treasure that perfectly complemented the heaven-devouring battle law. That also explained why he was able to hide his cultivation from seventh-order masters so easily. It was all thanks to the flawless purifying lotus. After all, the flawless purifying lotus had the biggest effects on the body. It had been many years since Wuquang obtained it, so it wasn't surprising that he had developed some secret techniques that took advantage of the flawless purifying lotus. It was just like how Yang Kai had comprehended blossoming lotus and sealed lotus. Otherwise, a mid-rank open heaven realm master, even a sixth-order one, could never hide his cultivation from high-rank masters. Wuquang closed his skull as the crack perfectly healed. Not even a drop of blood was shed. A dumbfounded Yang Kai said enviously, "With the flawless purifying lotus in your possession, you would never be killed." Wuquang questioned, "You have soul-warming lotus. Does it mean your soul will never be destroyed?" It was then the realization dawned upon Yang Kai. The soul-warming lotus was able to protect the soul and help it heal from any damage, just like how the flawless purifying lotus could help restore Wuquang's body. However, if his soul was instantly destroyed, no treasure would be able to help. Wuquang then said with a grin, "This king wouldn't have revealed his biggest secret if it weren't because I know you have the soul-warming lotus. You have to keep it a secret." Yang Kai pursed his lips, "That will depend on what price you're willing to pay." Wuquang curved his lips into a smile without responding to him. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to ask him how to hide his own cultivation. The skill was immensely useful as it could be used to fool enemies. It might even help to turn things around at critical moments. However, there wasn't a need to ask him about it now. The reason Wuquang was able to hide his cultivation was that he had the flawless purifying lotus, not because of some secret technique. The two supreme lotuses respectively work on the body and the soul. If we can combine them, the results would certainly be incredible, Wuquang said longingly. Yang Kai said, "You'll find out if you give me your flawless purifying lotus." Wuquang shot him a glance, "Why don't you give me your soul-warming lotus instead?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, "Let's see who will live longer then. If you pass away, I'll have a chance. I'll wait for that chance as well." Yang Kai rose from the chair and said, "Inform me whenever you want to leave. If you have some free time, help explore this new great territory and see whether there are any good things." Wuquang leaned against the chair and closed his eyes before waving his hand impatiently, "Get lost." As he spoke, he fished out a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and looked into it, then left the place with a smile. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-27, Returning a Favor. Young Master, Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing is here. He has also brought back several 100,000 disciples from Void Land. He approached Yang Kai as soon as he returned to High Heaven Palace. "I saw." Yang Kai looked up at the fleet of ships outside of High Heaven Palace. "Where's Lu Jing?" "He's waiting for you in the reception hall," he replied. "I'll see him now." Yang Kai left the place upon finishing his words. The next moment, in the reception hall, Lu Jing rose from the chair and cupped his fist, "Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder and extended his hand, "Have a seat." After both of them were seated, Yang Kai spoke first, "Many thanks for your efforts, Brother Lu." Lu Jing quickly waved his hand, "Don't mention it, Senior Brother." Before Mo may return to Void Land, Yang Kai had told her to have the disciples of Void Land prepared to return to the star boundary. When he previously brought 600,000 disciples to Void Land from the star boundary, his intention was to give them a better environment to cultivate and develop in. However, he had not expected that once the world tree grew up, the benefits it would give back would be so immense. By residing in the star boundary, one could better understand the heavenly way and martial Tao. This in turn allowed one to condense a firmer Tao seal, which would allow them to achieve a higher initial order when ascending to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to bring several 100,000 disciples back. The only ones who remained were those who had already condensed their Tao seals. When he previously moved those people from the star boundary to void land, Yang Kai made use of his small sealed world. However, his small sealed world was gone for good, and he was swamped with work, hence, he could only ask Mo Mei to come up with a solution to send the disciples back. Several 100,000 people were a staggering number. While Mo Mei had no idea how she should handle this matter, Lu Jing came knocking on the door and offered to transfer the people by using Gathering Yuan Union's fleet of ships. Mo Mei didn't turn him down and let him take over the matter. Gathering Yuan Union was a great force focused on commerce, with many ships scattered all over the 3,000 worlds. Since Lu Jing was the young Union master, he was able to mobilize 100 such ships at once. However, it still wasn't enough. In the end, it was the merchants in Void Star City who decided to help out by offering some ships, thus allowing the several 100,000 people to return to the star boundary safely. Presently, about 1,000 ships of different shapes and sizes were hovering in the sky outside of High Heaven Palace. The sight was truly magnificent. Since they had offered to help, Void Land would certainly repay the favor. They were given some benefits in both the star cities of High Heaven Territory and Void Territory, so it could be considered a deal that would please both parties. As of now, only about 10,000 disciples were left in Void Land. These people had all condensed their Tao seals, so it was pointless for them to come back to the star boundary. Looking back, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't a wise move to bring those 600,000 people to Void Land in the past, for he now had to transfer almost 99% of them back to the star boundary. Nevertheless, given the situation at that time, he couldn't have imagined that the World Tree would have such amazing effects on the residents living in this place. Fortunately, it still wasn't too late to rectify his mistake. Furthermore, those 10,000 people managed to condense their Tao seals because they were sent to Void Land. In just 10 to 20 years, these 10,000 people from the star boundary would subsequently ascend to the open heaven realm. By then, Void Land's shortage of manpower would be alleviated. When Zhuo Quanhui previously led Heavenly Sword Union to cordon off the territory gates in order to slowly starve out Void Land, many of the merchants in the Star City fled, which caused the popularity of Void Star City to plunge. However, Lu Jing did exactly the opposite. Regardless of whether he had sharp vision or he was simply grateful to Yang Kai who had protected him in the prison star back then, he would never be treated poorly by Yang Kai since he had offered to help when Void Land was in crisis. This time, Lu Jing was also the biggest contributor in bringing the disciples of Void Land back to the star boundary. Therefore, after some small talk, Yang Kai told Yu He to bring over the map of the Star City in High Heaven Territory. Upon opening it, he said to Lu Jing, "The shops labeled in green on the map already have owners, and the rest are ownerless. You can choose 10 shops from this map. Consider it a gift from me." Lu Jing was amazed by Yang Kai's generosity. It had to be noted that the Star City in High Heaven Territory was different from any other existing Star City. All the cave heavens and paradises had gathered together in this place, which made it the center of attention for the entire 3,000 worlds. The place was destined to be a superstar city where resources from countless great territories would converge. The average great force would be lucky to acquire a single shop here, let alone 10 shops. However, Yang Kai was generous enough to give him 10 shops right away. The shops alone were incredibly valuable, so the profits that would follow would be unimaginable. Before Lu Jing came to this place, his father, the Union Master of the Gathering Yuan Union, told him that if they could get a shop in the Star City in High Heaven Territory, they would be able to take the business of Gathering Yuan Union to the next level. Therefore, he asked his son to rent a shop in the Star City in High Heaven Territory regardless of what it cost. If his father knew that they were getting 10 shops instead of 1, he would probably faint from happiness. Lu Jing was still in a dazed state, as he had never expected that he would get such a tremendous reward in return for his offer to help a few years ago. While suppressing the excitement in his heart, he said, "You've already helped me a lot, senior brother. If it weren't because of your protection in the prison star, I wouldn't have survived. It was the least I could do, help deliver the disciples of Void Land back to the star boundary. It's not worth such a reward." Yang Kai patted the other man's shoulder with a smile. "Business is business. The 10 shops won't be given to the Gathering Yuan Union for no reason. See it as a gift to you for cooperating with High Heaven Palace. In the future, High Heaven Palace and Void Land might need your help again. When developing the new great territory, they would surely acquire a lot of resources. Some of those resources were useless to Void Land, so it would be best to exchange them for something else or simply sold. Therefore, they would have to rely on the network the Gathering Yuan Union had." Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Lu Jing stopped turning him down. However, 10 shops were a lot, and Gathering Yuan Union might not effectively use them all. After giving it a thought, he continued, "Senior brother, I'll accept the 10 shops on Gathering Yuan Union's behalf, on the condition you remain a shareholder. If there's any profit at all, you'll receive 30%. If you don't agree to this, I won't dare to accept the shops." He reckoned that he might invite trouble to himself by taking the shops directly. Presently, countless great forces were trying to secure a place in the Star City, and many people visited the governor's mansion every day, which was giving bustling world great emperor a severe headache. Other than the cave heavens and paradises, no one else could even dream of obtaining 10 shops at once. Although Gathering Yuan Union was fairly powerful, it still wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises. If they suddenly obtained 10 shops in the most coveted star city in the 3,000 worlds, some ill-intentioned people might try to sabotage them. Without Yang Kai as a backer, Gathering Yuan Union might not be able to bear the burden. Therefore, it would be beneficial to form a cooperative relationship by offering a 30% share of the profits, trading some money for peace of mind. After all, for business people, they could only make money by having a harmonious relationship with others. If they had to deal with all sorts of strife every day, they wouldn't have time to do business. Understanding apparently dawned on Yang Kai as well, so he didn't bother to decline. "Sure." An elated Lu Jing cupped his fist. "Many thanks, senior brother." He then wiped his mouth as though there was a palatable dish in front of him. As he looked at the map, he asked, "Senior brother, can I choose any shops that are not labeled in green?" Yang Kai picked up his teacup and replied with a smile, "Yes." Lu Jing directly pointed at the map and made a swipe. "I want half of this street, then." After taking a sip of the tea, Yang Kai looked down and chuckled, "You do have sharp vision. This street will certainly be popular in the future. We were planning on opening an auction house there after all." An ecstatic Lu Jing replied, "Since you're going to build an auction house there, there's no way the street won't be filled with people." The reason the Star City in Void Land was able to garner so much popularity in a short time was because of its auction house. Other auction houses might not be able to cause such a big impact, but it was made possible by Yang Kai since his auction house had heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills to sell. Yang Kai initially wanted to treat him to a meal, but Lu Jing was eager to head to the Star City to secure his ownership of the shops, so Yang Kai reluctantly let him go. After writing something in the jade slip, he passed it to Lu Jing and told him to give it to bustling world great emperor when the latter arrived at the governor's mansion in the Star City. The popularity of the Star City was rising rapidly as more merchants started opening their shops. Even though it was still in the early stage, they could see that the place would certainly develop into a superstar city one day. On the other hand, the 3 space arrays set up by Yang Kai in High Heaven territory could now be used by anyone. It could save them more traveling time than simply using a universe temple. In the star boundary, Hua Qingxi had been very busy since she had to help the several 100,000 disciples who had returned to High Heaven Palace settle down. The cave heavens and paradises had also moved many young disciples from their own great territories into the Tao temples in the star boundary. These were the people those cave heavens and paradises had high hopes for. Most of them were children that had never cultivated. There were even some newborn toddlers. Of course, many parents and caretakers were also brought to this place. No one knew whether these kids would grow up to be amazing masters in a few hundred years, but they were all looking forward to the possibilities. As time passed, High Heaven territory became organized following the initial commotion. More good news soon arrived from Void Land. The pseudo-great emperors Li Wu Yi, Jiu Feng, Yang Yan, Bing Yun, and several others, including Yang Kai's wives Su Yan, Xia Ningcheng, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Jiyao, and Yu Rumeng had all ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, which significantly increased the overall power of Void Land. Apart from that, the number of Open Heaven realm masters had increased by 100 people. The people who had followed Yang Kai in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary like Lang Qingshan and the others had also made it to the Open Heaven realm. Lang Qingshan didn't disappoint Yang Kai as he directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, while the others were mostly in the Fourth Order. In a secret room in High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and let out a turbid breath. Following years of cultivation in seclusion, his cultivation saw a significant increase. When he previously battled against Wuxia Hui, he borrowed the Star Boundary's world strength to temporarily become a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master. Although he returned that power to the Star Boundary afterwards, his foundation had been strengthened during the process, which saved him years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in the battle in the new Great Territory, Wuxia Hui made a surprise move before his death, which contaminated Yang Kai's small universe with impurities, effectively rendering the gains he made moot. In order to ward off Zhuo Bukun Yuhuan, Yang Kai borrowed the Star Boundary's world force again. However, he couldn't get as many benefits as when he did it the first time. The increase in the heritage of his small universe was only half of that of the first time. Yang Kai reckoned that if he ever borrowed world force for a third time, there wouldn't be any benefits at all. Borrowing world strength was just like consuming special cultivation pills. The effects of the first time were the best, but repeated uses yielded progressively fewer benefits. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-28, as though they would never come back. In the Grand Hall, Yang Kai was seated across from Hua Qingxi as he listened to her report and nodded from time to time. Everything in High Heaven territory was running smoothly as the cave heavens and paradises had settled down in the Star Boundary. The Star City in High Heaven territory was also on the rise. The development in the new Great Territory was still slow, but it wasn't a problem that could be resolved in a short time. However, there was one thing that surprised Yang Kai. Many of the high-rank masters remained in the Star Boundary. Hua Qingxi nodded, only about 30% of them have left. The rest are still in the Star Boundary. Moreover, most of them are meditating on the World Tree. I'm not sure if there are any unexpected benefits to be gained by cultivating there. Yang Kai arched his brow. Even though only a few years had passed, everything in High Heaven territory had stabilized. Therefore, it was surprising that the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had remained in this place. It had to be noted that those high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were inner elders of their respective sects. Not only did they have noble identities, but they were also very powerful. Furthermore, since they were responsible for handling external affairs, they should be swamped with work. Yang Kai initially thought that most of them had left, so he was surprised to learn that not only had they stayed, but they were also cultivating on the World Tree. What's going on? Seeing that Hua Qingxi appeared hesitant, he demanded, just spill it. With a frown, Hua Qingxi replied gently, I'm not sure if this is my misconception, but after years of observation, this mistress has a feeling that the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters are guarding against something. A shocked Yang Kai asked, guarding against what? Hua Qingxi shook her head, I have no idea. Perhaps we've underestimated the importance of the World Tree to those high-rank Open Heaven realm masters. Yang Kai fell silent. Hua Qingxi went on to say, Senior Su said that once you exited retreat, you should head to the World Tree to look for him. It seems that there's something he needs to discuss with you. Yang Kai nodded and got up, I'm going over now. After meeting Martial Uncle Su, I'll be leaving, and I'm not sure when I'll return. Hua Qingxi hurriedly asked, do we need to inform Madame Yuhi and the others? Yang Kai waved his hand, there's no need for that. Just tell them to take care of High Heaven territory and Void territory. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back within 100 years. Yes, Hua Qingxi replied respectfully. When she looked up again, the man was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai no longer had to worry about anything in High Heaven territory and Void territory, and after a few years of cultivation in seclusion, he desperately needed to go out and take a stroll. Moreover, there were really some matters he had to handle. The next instant, he appeared at the bottom of the world tree. When he looked up at the gigantic tree that covered the entire sky, he was still awestruck by its magnificence. He could clearly feel that some hidden and powerful auras were swirling around the branches. They were none other than the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were cultivating on the tree. Besides that, he also realized that there were some traces of an abstruse grand array around the world tree. The way the grand array was arranged was ingenious and extremely well hidden. If it weren't because he was a great emperor who was fully aware of everything that was going on in the star boundary, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. This prompted him to furrow his brows. He initially didn't mind it when Hua Qingxi said that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were guarding against something, but now it seemed that she was right. However, what could possibly make so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters act so cautiously? They had even arranged a powerful grand array around the world tree. Yang Kai directly leaped onto a thick branch without anyone around and sat down with his legs crossed. As he closed his eyes, he started circulating his secret art. A moment later, he opened his eyes while feeling helpless. He initially thought that there were some unexpected benefits to be gained by cultivating on the world tree that made so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters remain here. Nevertheless, after giving it a try, he realized that it wasn't the case. There was no doubt that the world tree was continuously nourishing the star boundary, but cultivators were unable to refine that power directly from its source. There were no additional benefits by cultivating in this place. Then, he looked up and saw Su Linggong beckoning to him with a smile from a higher branch. Qing Kuei and Suing Shua were also standing behind him. Yang Kai leaped into the air and landed in front of Su Linggong before cupping his fist, Martial Uncle Su. You've finally left seclusion. Su Linggong examined him. Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, why are all of you here? It's said that humans are driven by greed and interests. There was an inscrutable smile on Su Linggong's face. Yang Kai knitted his brows. What do you mean? Su Linggong directly drew a circle in the air. They're trying to put the world tree inside their small universes. Yang Kai instantly became infuriated. The reason the star boundary didn't fall apart in the past was that he had planted a root of the real world tree here. The prosperity that the star boundary now enjoyed was also thanks to the world tree. If someone managed to put the world tree inside his or her small universe, the star boundary would be doomed. By then, not only would the star boundary lose its stability, but its very existence would also be in question. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that he had been betrayed by these people. With the continuous nourishment from the world tree, more talented youths started appearing in the star boundary. Although Yang Kai had no other choice, he was still willing to share the benefits with the cave heavens and paradises. However, he had never expected that while he was cultivating in seclusion over the past few years, these people were trying to harm his interests. That was the reason Yang Kai was incensed. He then summoned his Azure Dragon Spear directly and unleashed dragon pressure all around as he roared, "Don't you all dare cross the line." The weather in the star boundary changed dramatically since the Great Emperor was furious. Even the world tree shook. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were cultivating with their eyes closed on the branches, were shocked as they opened their eyes and gazed at Yang Kai from all directions. It was expected that Yang Kai was worried. Even though the world tree was gargantuan, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were still able to put it inside their small universes if they insisted on doing that. Yang Kai was also able to do that in the past, not to mention those high-rank open heaven realm masters. Su Lingong quickly raised his hands and placated him. Stop being so agitated. It's not as bad as you think. A furious Yang Kai refuted, it's still not bad enough. Would it only be considered bad when they finally snatch the tree? Su Lingong broke into a fit of laughter. The world tree is now connected to the star boundary. As a great emperor of this place, you must be fully aware of that. The roots of the world tree have penetrated the cores of the star boundary and demon realm. In order to obtain the world tree, one has to put both the star boundary and demon realm inside their small universe. Do you think any one of them can do that? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai relaxed slightly. Just like Su Lingong had said, as a great emperor of the star boundary, Yang Kai was fully aware of what was going on in this place. Beneath the ground where no one else could see, the roots of the world tree had spread and penetrated the entire universe world. It had indeed merged with the star boundary and demon realm. In order to take away the world tree, one had to put both the star boundary and demon realm inside their small universe, which was an extremely difficult task. Su Lingong went on to say, moreover, even if there's really a person who can do that, it wouldn't be worth it. The star boundary and demon realm have their own unique world forces. Putting them inside their small universe is no different from absorbing countless impurities that don't match their own foundation. That might destabilize their small universe and cause their realm to plunge. It was only then that Yang Kai lowered his azure dragon spear. Why did you say they're trying to put the world tree then, Martial Uncle Su? Since there were so many downsides to it, why were they still trying to do it? Su Lingong explained, it's not what you think. What I mean by putting the world tree in their small universes is that we're cultivating here in an attempt to obtain the world tree's acknowledgement so that we can transfer a root into our small universes. If we can do that, it'll be immensely beneficial. The star boundary had been transformed from a desolate place into a prosperous one thanks to the world tree. If any high-rank open heaven realm master was able to plant a root of the world tree in their small universe, they would get tremendous benefits once it started growing. Unfortunately, it's just the sub-tree of the world tree, so we can't guarantee that the root will survive such a transplant. There wouldn't be such a problem if it was the mother tree. Su Lingong sighed and gazed at Yang Kai. If you planted the root in your small universe instead of putting it in the star boundary in the past, you wouldn't have faced any bottleneck when trying to ascend to the ninth order. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Do you regret it? Su Lingong stared at him with narrowed eyes. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'll certainly make it to the ninth order sooner or later. However, if the root of the world tree hadn't been planted in the star boundary in the past, my home would have fallen apart. Despite my loss, the star boundary has stabilized and even started thriving. It was worth it, so why would I regret anything? Su Lingong stared fixedly at him as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. But Yang Kai's gaze was clear and calm. A decision has been made regarding the matter I had mentioned some time ago. Su Lingong suddenly changed the topic. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, what are you talking about? The universe temples. Have you forgotten about it? Yang Kai arched his brow. Have the higher-ups agreed to it? Su Lingong replied with a smile, you're only going to be given a chance. As for whether you'll get their acknowledgement, you'll have to go through a test. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, you said that some of the universe temples have broken down. If I can figure out the secrets of the universe temples, I might be able to repair them. Since I have to exert myself to do that, why should I go through a test? Su Lingong shook his head, do not think that it's unfair to you. The secrets of the universe temples have far-reaching implications, so we must not be negligent. I can't tell you the details, but you just have to know that I won't harm you. Of course, I trust you, Martial Uncle, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, come with me. It was then Su Lingong stepped forward, followed by Qin Kuei and Suing Shui. After storing the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai hurriedly followed them. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something, and as he turned his head to look, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was because the high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were cultivating in hidden places just now, had all appeared in front of the world tree. Regardless of their age, status, or gender, all these inner elders from the various cave heavens and paradises wore solemn expressions. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, dozens of people suddenly lowered their heads and cupped their fists. Even Zhuo Bukun and Yu Huan, who were clearly on bad terms with Su Linggong, were doing so. These people saluted the four of them in a way as though they would never return. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt a sense of solemnity and forlornness in the air. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-29, A Long Journey. It was convenient to go from High Heaven Palace to the territory gate that led to the neighboring Great Territory through the space arrays. There was a grand hall in this place where Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land were in charge of the space array and collected the fees from the cultivators who used their arrays. Upon seeing Yang Kai, these Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly saluted him. Yang Kai waved his hand and left the grand hall alongside Su Linggong as they headed straight to the territory gate. After passing through the territory gate, they entered a different great territory. It was then Su Linggong fished out a flight-type artifact. The four of them stepped into the artifact, after which Qing Kuei was responsible for controlling it while Su Linggong led Yang Kai to a secret room and took a seat. As he looked out the window, he fell into a dazed state. It wasn't certain what was on his mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the sight when they left the world tree just now. He had a feeling that something was going to happen, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It has been 10 years since Chuer was confined. When her punishment is over, brat, you must not forget to head to Yinyang Cave Heaven to look for her, Su Linggong suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, I will remember. You don't have to worry about Myriad Demons Heaven and Xian Yuan Heaven. Although you haven't perfectly concealed the death of Pei Wenxian and Yin Xian Zhao, there's no solid evidence either. No one saw how they passed away or whether you were the one who killed them. Although those from the two cave heavens have their speculations, they can only keep their mouths shut in order to protect their interests with the world tree. After all, they're aware that it was Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian who provoked you first, and the reason they were killed is that they were weaker than you. Dead people are not as valuable as those who are alive. Of course, if you hadn't also killed Zhuo Quanhui, they wouldn't have made a concession so easily. The reason they're willing to give in is that you're strong enough now. Yang Kai nodded again. However, you'd be seriously mistaken if you think that the two cave heavens are pushovers. They're willing to hold back their fury not because they're afraid of you or Void Land, but rather because you've made use of other cave heavens and paradises to make them concede. You'd better not let them find any mistakes that you've made, otherwise, they'll not hesitate to destroy you. Senior, Yang Kai gently called out. What's wrong? Su Linggong gazed at him. Are you going somewhere dangerous? Why do you think so? An amused Su Linggong stared at him. Yang Kai replied frankly, it feels like you're telling me your last words. As soon as he finished his words, Su Linggong landed a slap on his head. You're such a jinx. Yang Kai covered his head. Also, why did those people at the World Tree salute us? A shameless Su Linggong guffawed. Now you know how important I, your father, am. I was just going away for some time, but they were not willing to see me go like they were toddlers who still needed care and attention. Yang Kai pursed his lips, thinking that instead of realizing how important this old man was, he could clearly see that the latter was unabashed. Nevertheless, he would never dare to say it out loud, for Su Linggong would really beat him up if he did. What a magnificent view in the 3,000 worlds. Su Linggong looked out the window and remarked. Yang Kai followed his gaze but couldn't see anything special. He wondered why the other man was so dispirited. On the way to their destination, Su Linggong told Yang Kai about some interesting encounters he had in the past. Time flew by while they were having a friendly chat as they passed through several universe temples. It wasn't until 2 months later that Suing Shui knocked on the door one day and said in a clear voice, "We've arrived at our destination, honored master." Following a grunt, Su Linggong got to his feet and pushed the door open. He was followed by Yang Kai. A moment later, they appeared in front of a universe temple. Unlike the ones Yang Kai had seen before, this universe temple was devoid of people. Although there were some shops on the streets, they were dilapidated and it was apparent that no one had visited this place for a long time. Meanwhile, a golden armor great general stopped them from going further with a halberd in hand. This majestic-looking man was entirely clad in golden armor. He was none other than an open heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven. Su Linggong loudly declared, Enyang Cave Heaven, Su Linggong, on orders from the sect master has brought Void Land's Yang Kai to this place. Just then, Yang Kai could clearly see that the eyes behind the golden helmet were glowing as the man looked fixedly at him, as though he was able to figure out all of his secrets. This prompted Yang Kai to frown. However, the golden armor great general didn't do anything else. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, he stepped aside and revealed a passageway. Su Linggong led Yang Kai to move forward while Su Yingxue and Qin Kuei followed them. Yang Kai turned his head to take a glance and narrowed his eyes. Back then, when he heard Su Linggong say that the secrets of the universe temples had far-reaching implications that might cause a disaster in the 3,000 worlds if they fell into the wrong hands, he thought that the latter was exaggerating. However, he now realized that the cave heavens and paradises were truly concerned about the universe temples. Even an abandoned universe temple was guarded by a golden armor great general from Great Battle Heaven, which went to show how important it was. The proprietress had told him before that those who wore golden armor in Great Battle Heaven were generals at the very least, which meant that they were mid-rank open heaven realm masters. The person he saw just now was a 6th order great general. Furthermore, Yang Kai could detect other hidden auras, which meant that there was more than one 6th order master around. While Yang Kai was doubtful, Su Linggong spoke, when you see the ancestors later, there'll be a test for you. It's entirely up to you whether you want to take part in it. If you don't, however, you won't be allowed to enter the universe temple's core to explore its secrets. Su Linggong had already told him that when they departed from the star boundary. Yang Kai hurriedly asked, what kind of test is it? Su Linggong brushed him off by saying that he would find out soon. A moment later, they arrived at a hall. Su Linggong jerked his head to the side and said, you'll go in yourself. I'm not going to keep you company. Yang Kai bowed his head and shuffled forward. All of a sudden, Su Linggong said, Kid, do not forget to look for Chuer when her punishment is over. Without turning his head, Yang Kai waved his hand, got it. When he opened the door and stepped into the hall, he realized that there was no one around. There was a complicated pattern on the ground though, and Yang Kai instantly recognized that it was the grand array of the universe temple. Usually, when a cultivator used the universe transference law to travel to a universe temple, they would arrive at such a place. Yang Kai had made use of universe temples to move around many times before, so he was familiar with this kind of scene. Upon making sure that there was really no one around, he walked over to the center of the grand array and looked down to observe it. He had always wanted to study this grand array, but unfortunately, he was unable to stay for much time every time he appeared on the grand array, which was a shame. Since the chance was right before his eyes now, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Outside of the universe temple, Su Linggong shuffled forward while Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue approached him. The golden armor great general was nowhere to be seen, and it wasn't certain where he had gone. Honored master, Su Yingxue called out gently. Su Linggong looked smilingly at her and lovingly stroked her head. When I picked you two up in the past, your senior brother was very protective of you. He thought that I was a bad person, so he tried to bite my hand. Qin Kuei blushed in response. Back then, he was a young teenager who was always starving and had to deal with all sorts of bandits and beasts. Therefore, he became a ferocious person. One day, he came across a guy who spoke foul language and did not look like a good thing. He certainly wouldn't agree to it when the man wanted to bring him and his junior sister away, for he and the young girl had stayed together for quite some time. Despite his young age, he had seen countless people plotting against one another just for the slightest benefit. At that time, he attempted to jab a sharp bone into the man's stomach, but the bone instantly broke apart while his hands were injured. While he was in a dazed state, the burly man picked him up with one hand. Without hesitation, he bit down on the man's wrist and almost broke his own teeth. The young but bony girl was only 8 years old at that time. She had always been protected by the young boy, and even though she didn't even have the strength to walk, she still grit her teeth and pounced at the man. After wrapping her arms around the man's thigh, she also tried to bite him. That was what happened when the master and his disciples met for the first time. Qin Kuei and Suing Shui still remembered it vividly as though it had just happened yesterday. At that time, their honored master was still a young and headstrong man. Without allowing them to protest, he picked up both of them at once and moved forward at the speed of lightning. The little ones started bawling while he guffawed in an unconscientious manner. Now, their honored master's sideburns had started becoming gray. As Suing Shui gazed at the conspicuous gray hair, she felt heartbroken while Qin Kuei looked away. "Do you blame me?" Su Linggong asked, in a gentler tone than he had ever used in his life. If anyone who was familiar with him saw his expression, they would be astonished. His legacy disciples shook their heads. A gratified Su Linggong put on a smile. "I'm glad that you don't blame me. Even if you do, there's nothing you can do because I was the one who picked you up in the past. We'll not come back once we set off on this journey. I'll give you 2.5 years to fulfill any wishes you have." Qin Kuei exchanged glances with Suing Shui, then said, "Our greatest wish is to remain by your side, honored master." Suing Shui on the other hand appeared a bit hesitant. Knowing what was on her mind, Su Linggong asked, "You want to take a look at Chuer?" Suing Shui nodded, then shook her head. "Little junior sister is beautiful and intelligent. If I visit her, she'll probably figure out what's going on. I'd better not see her." Su Linggong chuckled and said, "Young boy is a man of his word. If he's not killed, he'll look for Chuer when the time comes. I can rest assured since he'll protect her. You've always been meticulous when it comes to the judgment of people, honored master." Qin Kuei bowed his head. "Since there's no wish you want to fulfill, let's go now." Su Linggong waved his hand. It was going to be a long journey, one they would not be returning from. Once they departed, they would be involved in a life-and-death battle, and whether they'd survive depended entirely on the heaven's whims. In a restricted area in Yinyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt extremely anxious, as though there was an invisible hand that was clenching her heart, which made it hard for her to breathe. Her alluring face instantly turned as pale as a white sheet. As she looked at the weltering clouds outside the restricted area, she muttered under her breath, "Honored master." Following that, she felt the urgent need to leave the restricted area. However, she soon stopped in her tracks and remained on the same spot for a long time as her tears slid down her face. Suddenly, she wiped the tears off her eyes with her sleeves and went back to cultivating in seclusion. She sat down with her legs crossed and emptied her mind. Only by ascending to the 7th order open heaven realm quickly could she request to look for her honored master, senior brother, and senior sister sooner. Martial Peak, Chapter 4630, Test. Inside the Universe Temple, Yang Kai, who was squatting in an indecent manner, was studying the grand array on the ground when all of a sudden, he froze. When he looked up, he realized that there was a figure at the edge of the grand array. It seemed that the person had always been there, but Yang Kai was completely unaware of it. It wasn't until he realized that someone was watching him that he noticed the person. He was unable to make out the person's face since the figure was somewhere between illusion and reality and shrouded in a faint light. Yang Kai turned around and realized that there were 2 more figures on each side of him. They seemed to have formed into a triangular formation as Yang Kai was trapped in the middle. Not daring to make a scene, he slowly got up. The auras of these 3 people were even ampler than that of Su Linggong, so it was apparent that they were all 8th order masters. As he recalled what Su Linggong had said, he came to the realization that these were ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises. Void Land's Yang Kai greets seniors. Yang Kai saluted them respectfully. However, the three of them only examined him in silence, the invisible pressure causing Yang Kai to frown. A moment later, the person that Yang Kai first saw finally spoke. I'm sure Su Linggong has told you everything. Yang Kai replied, Martial Uncle Su said that I would have to go through a test, but he didn't specify what kind of test it would be. Please enlighten me, seniors. The figure remained silent as he raised his hand and pointed one finger at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't move a muscle, not because he trusted these mysterious 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but because he believed that Su Linggong wouldn't bring him here to get him killed. Moreover, if these 8th Order Masters really wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do anyways. The person's fingers suddenly started radiating a pure-looking white light. As the light expanded, it engulfed Yang Kai in it. Yang Kai looked down to examine himself, but he couldn't find anything unusual. The white light seemed to be just a means to inspect him without the ability to cause any harm. Despite not knowing what they were trying to inspect, Yang Kai could only set his mind at ease. A while later, the white light went out as the figure nodded gently. The pressures coming from the other two figures also subsided. A curious Yang Kai asked, Have I passed the test? The figure replied with what seemed to be a faint smile, It hasn't even started yet. A speechless Yang Kai calmed himself down and said, What do I need to do? The figure didn't seem one for small talk, so he simply replied frankly, We need to examine your small universe. So, you have to open it for us. Despite trying to prepare himself for whatever this test might have been, Yang Kai was still vexed upon hearing such an unreasonable demand, so he asked grimly, You want to inspect my small universe? Yes. The figure nodded. Yang Kai was so exasperated that he started laughing while the three figures remained dispassionate. The small universe of an open heaven realm master was their foundation and contained all their secrets. There was no way he would easily let anyone else look at it, much less perform a thorough inspection. One small universe was even more confidential than their space ring. Usually, it would be a humiliation when a person was asked to hand over their space ring to be examined, let alone their small universe. Yang Kai had never expected this to be the test. What did repairing the universe temple have anything to do with this? Why were they so cautious? Since Yang Kai was unable to figure it out, he instinctively wanted to reject them. What if I don't agree to it? The figure replied impassively, No one will force you. If you don't agree to it, you may leave now. Yang Kai instantly cupped his fist, Farewell, then. He then turned around and shuffled out of the main hall. The three figures remained standing on the edge of the grand array without moving a muscle. A moment later, Yang Kai nonchalantly returned with his hands behind his back. Upon taking a seat in the middle of the grand array, he made a concession and said, Let's start. Although he didn't trust these 8th Order Masters who never showed their faces, he had faith in Su Linggong. Since the old man had made such an arrangement, he didn't want his efforts to go to waste simply because of his pride. Furthermore, Yang Kai didn't have any secrets that must not be exposed anyway. The only thing special about his small universe was that it had materialized. What's more, the secrets of the Tao of space in this ancient building were deathly attractive to him. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give in. The figure put on a smile, Don't worry. It'll only take a while. As Yang Kai proactively opened his small universe and felt 3 auras streaming into it the next instant. Despite knowing what was about to happen, he still felt disgruntled as it was like 3 burglars had barged into his home. Upon entering the small universe, the 3 figures were startled for a moment as they realized that Yang Kai's small universe was different from ordinary. Only when a cultivator ascended to the 7th order could their small universe transform from ethereal to corporeal. However, Yang Kai was only in the 6th order and had already achieved this, something thought exclusive to the high rank. Moreover, the heritage in the small universe of this 6th order master was amazingly ample. The 3 of them were 8th order masters, so throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, rarely was anyone a match for them when it came to experience and knowledge. However, they had never seen a 6th order master whose heritage was as strong as that of Yang Kai. They were amazed and thought that it was no wonder this person was able to kill Zhuo Quanhui. Even though he wasn't alone at that time, he would need to have strength far above average to even stand before a 7th order master when he was only in the 6th order. After they recovered from their shock a moment later, they split up and began wandering around Yang Kai's small universe. Yang Kai had a feeling that they were looking for something specific as they carefully examined every plant and piece of land in his small universe. His entire small universe was inspected by 3 auras repeatedly as they never seemed to run out of patience. They went through his small universe 3 times in total, and it was already half a month later when they finally left. Yang Kai reckoned that they must be exhausted. While he just had to open up his small universe and remain seated, the 3 of them had to meticulously examine every area 3 times, which had certainly taken quite some effort on their part. The 3 of them exchanged glances and nodded. Yang Kai sealed off the portal that led to his small universe and asked, "Have I passed the test, then?" The figure right in front of him replied, "Yes." "May I know what you were looking for, seniors?" Yang Kai asked. Without answering his question, the figure went on to say, "The grand array in a universe temple is divided into the outer array and the inner array. The average person can only see the outer array, which is used to transfer people to the universe temple. On the other hand, the inner array is a top secret that most people are never allowed to see. From now on, the inner array of the universe temple is open to you as you can try to comprehend it. If there's anything you need, just inform the disciple of Great Battle Heaven in this place." Following that, a piece of jade gently flew towards him. Yang Kai took it, and just when he wanted to ask something, he realized that all the figures had vanished. As he looked around, he felt somewhat dejected that he was left alone in the main hall. The 3 8th order masters were extremely elusive. Up until this moment, Yang Kai still wasn't sure if those were their real bodies or just projections. He also hadn't figured out how they appeared and disappeared. After he examined the main hall and realized that there was nothing unusual, he reached for the door and stuck out his head. Before he could scan his surroundings, he saw a golden light approaching him rapidly and then standing in front of him. The person was none other than the golden armor great general he and Su Linggong had come across earlier. The golden armor great general never said a word as he stared at him through the gap of his golden helmet. Yang Kai batted his eyes and said, "Please ask Su Linggong to come over." The golden armor great general didn't respond to him or move a muscle. Yang Kai called out to him again, and upon seeing that the person remained unmoving, he walked out on his own impatiently. A moment later, Yang Kai knitted his brows because he couldn't find Su Linggong, Qin Kuei, and Suing Shui. It was apparent that they had left. Yang Kai couldn't help but criticize them for leaving without informing him. He initially wanted to ask Su Linggong what the test was about, but he was unable to do that now. The golden armor great general followed him closely as his armor clanged. If it weren't because the person's aura could be felt coming from the golden armor, Yang Kai would have thought they were some kind of corpse or puppet. Su Linggong had left, and this golden armor great general didn't seem like someone he could have a heart-to-heart talk with. Since Yang Kai was eager to find out the secrets of the universe temple though, he directly flew to the main hall. With the jade in his hand, Yang Kai infused his power into it and instantly realized it was an array jade that was used to control this universe temple, just like how there was a jade that could be used to control the 9 heavenly layers grand array in Void Land. However, in order to control the grand array, he'd first have to refine the jade. It took him half a month to finish the refinement, and it was then that he was able to access the inner array of this universe temple. A buzzing sound was heard permeating the universe temple as the pattern on the ground started flickering. The array charts of the inner array that were usually hidden started appearing in the main hall. An elated Yang Kai became engrossed in studying it tirelessly. When he came into contact with a universe temple for the first time, he realized that this thing worked in a similar way to his space beacons. Both things could serve as locators in the void and allow the cultivators to move to them. The difference was that space beacons worked in pairs and were bidirectional while a universe temple was a singular entity and unidirectional. A universe temple wasn't comparable to space beacons in this regard. With that said, a universe temple had its own advantages. After a person left behind his imprint in a universe temple, they could return to it by using the universe transference law as long as they were in the same great territory. Additionally, a universe temple was vastly superior to space beacons when it came to the distance the user could travel across. Certainly, the further the distance, the more pressure a cultivator would bear while they were teleporting to the universe temple. Therefore, a cultivator would usually be careful about the limits they could bear and wouldn't choose a universe temple that was too far away. Otherwise, before they even reached the universe temple, they would lose their life. Moreover, it took some time to execute the universe transference law, so it wasn't as swift as using space beacons. Therefore, a person could be easily disrupted before they were successfully sent to the universe temple. All in all, universe temples and space beacons had their own advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai had always wanted to merge the two by eliminating their drawbacks and only retaining their benefits. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to study the universe temple in the past. Now, he could finally fulfill his wish. However, the most pressing issue for him now was to figure out the secrets of the universe temple. Martial Peak, Chapter 4631, Senior Sister Jean. When a person was totally engrossed in something, they couldn't feel the passage of time. Yang Kai was now trying to comprehend the secrets of the universe temple as he compared it to his understanding of the Tao of space. Instead of feeling bored, he was completely immersed in it. The universe temple was an ancient building where there was a very abstruse grand array. Yang Kai's eyes would brighten whenever he discovered something new, as the new insights allowed him to further enhance his mastery of the Tao of space. It took him 5 years to go through the entire grand array. He had noticed many damaged spots in the grand array, and only by deducing and repairing the damaged spots could he make it functional again. Deduction was a taxing activity. Yang Kai had to exert himself every single day, and every time he surmounted a difficulty, his mastery of the Tao of space would be strengthened. However, regardless of how engrossed he was, he still felt pressured and isolated doing the same thing every day for years on end. If it weren't because he was a staunch and determined person, he would have gone mad. Therefore, he would take a stroll outside from time to time. Only by getting enough rest would he be able to be more efficient in his work. Every time he left the universe temple, the Sixth Order Golden Armor Great General from Great Battle Heaven would immediately approach him in anticipation of any needs he might have. Nevertheless, this person was completely unresponsive. In the beginning, Yang Kai would still try to talk to him, but he never got any response. Eventually, he stopped expecting him to give a response. Sometimes, he would talk to himself when he had the urge. Sometimes, he would walk around the outside of the universe temple to relax his mind. The Golden Armor Great General would follow him closely as though he was a servant. There were also times when Yang Kai asked him to get some dishes and wine so that he could enjoy a meal alone. The Golden Armor Great General never complained about anything. Regardless of what request Yang Kai had, he would do his best to fulfill it. Yang Kai was initially worried that he was being bothersome, but he soon got used to it and became at ease. When he left the universe temple this time, he told the general to prepare a meal for him. Just in front of the grand hall of the universe temple, Yang Kai nonchalantly took a seat on an abandoned bench and drank wine on his own. The Golden Armor Great General was just standing nearby. His figure was as straight as a spear while he looked fixedly at the front. After drinking for a bit, a joyous Yang Kai started talking to himself. After 5 years of going through the grand array, I found 1,135 damaged spots. Following 2 years of deduction, I've only repaired 7 spots. At this rate, it'd take me more than 100 years to finish repairing the grand array. 100 years was neither long nor short. It was the entire lifetime for a long-lived mortal, but for an open heaven realm master, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Brother Jean, Yang Kai looked up at the Golden Armor Great General. He had no idea what the person's name was, so he randomly gave him a surname. The other person never protested, so Yang Kai kept addressing him in such a way, "I'm worried that you'll have to keep me company for a long time, but don't worry, 100 years is just a rough estimate. It took me half a year to repair the first spot, while it was 5 months for the second spot and 4 months for the third spot. The speed with which I can make repairs will only accelerate from now on. Perhaps it won't take long before the Universe Temple is completely restored. As usual, Brother Jean remained silent. Yang Kai chugged down the wine, then rose from the bench before shuffling towards the Grand Hall. I'll continue working now. You can get some rest. Why don't you take a look at other universe temples? An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Yang Kai turned around and gazed at the golden armor great general in shock. With widened eyes, he examined the person again. It wasn't until a moment later that he broke into a fit of laughter. So it is Senior Sister Jean, not Brother Jean. If the golden armor great general hadn't spoken on this day, Yang Kai wouldn't have found out that she was a woman. Furthermore, she actually had a clear and pleasant-sounding voice. A woman with such an enchanting voice was certainly quite beautiful. However, during their contact over the years, she had never said a word. Moreover, she looked sturdy in her golden armor, which was why Yang Kai believed she was a man. It never crossed his mind that the person was actually a woman. After recovering from his shock, he slowly shook his head. I know what you mean. There are several universe temples in the 3,000 worlds that have broken down, and the damaged spots of these universe temples are definitely different. If I take a look at the other places, I wouldn't need to exert myself to deduce anything in order to find solutions. After all, while this spot is damaged in this place, it might be in perfect condition in another place. However, in that case, why don't I just look for a perfectly fine universe temple and study it? By doing so I could have a reference and easily repair all the damaged spots. Senior Sister Jean fell silent. Yang Kai went on to say, the reason I'm not going to do that is that it will be pointless if I don't deduce things myself. By imitating the ancients, I'll only be walking down a well-trodden path. Only by making deductions myself would the understanding belong to me. He nodded and inadvertently took a glance at Senior Sister Jin's chest. In an instant, she unsheathed her sword from her waist as a cold glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai hunched his back and dashed into the Universe Temple as his voice could be heard faintly. Thanks for the meal, Senior Sister. I'll need you to prepare some materials for repairing the Universe Temple the next time I come out. After the door was closed, Yang Kai still felt extremely guilty as he thought that women were truly sensitive. Just now, when he thought of the saying that women with big chests were brainless, he was instantly engulfed in murderous intent. Women from Great Battle Heaven were truly not to be trifled with. With that said, he had thought about Senior Sister Jin's suggestion before, but he rejected the idea in the end. It could save him time and effort by emulating his predecessors, but it would do nothing to enhance his mastery of the Tao of space. If he took a peek at the abstrusity of the grand array in advance, he would only be using solutions that were readily available. However, if he could make a deduction and construct the solution himself, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was the reason he was willing to exert himself in this place. Just like what he had said, it took him half a year before he found a solution for the first damaged spot. Then it took him 5 months for the second spot and 4 months for the third spot. The time he would need would only shorten, and eventually, he would just have to take a glance before he could come up with a fix. 3 years later, Yang Kai had successfully deduced solutions for the 1,000+ damaged spots. Presently, he was seated in the center of the grand array as his world force undulated. After going through the grand array that he had reconstructed in his mind and making sure that there was no problem, he left the grand hall. Unsurprisingly, Senior Sister Jean approached him again. Yang Kai appeared exhausted, but his eyes remained bright. He then fished out a jade slip and passed it to her. Please get these materials ready, Senior Sister. After taking it, Senior Sister Jean turned around and left without asking any questions. For the next few days, she was nowhere to be seen. It was apparent that she was in the process of preparing the materials for Yang Kai. The Universe Temple in this great territory was no longer in use since it had broken down, but there was a star city here. Although the materials Yang Kai needed were expensive, they weren't rare. Given Great Battle Heaven's wealth, it wouldn't take Senior Sister Jean long to obtain what he needed. After having some rest for a few days, Yang Kai was fully refreshed. He then flew out into the void and closed his eyes before slowly pushing out his fists. 10 years of cultivation in seclusion in the Universe Temple and deducing solutions to the damaged spots of the Grand Array allowed him to achieve greater heights in his comprehension of the Tao of space. After years of cultivation, Yang Kai had divided Tao comprehension into 10 levels based on his own feelings. From the lowest to the highest, they were superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking the initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, summiting the peak, transcending the mundane, and shocking history and dazzling the present. This kind of classification was clear and it could allow a cultivator to determine their current position in their cultivation. Yang Kai had already passed down this kind of ranking system to those in Void Land and High Heaven Palace. When he mentioned it to Su Linggong in the past, the latter praised him for coming up with this classification system and said that he could possibly establish an entire standardized system for Tao comprehension. If this method became widely adopted, Yang Kai would be its creator and biggest contributor, and his name would never be forgotten in the history books. When anyone used this system to refer to his or her own comprehension in the future, he would naturally remember the man who invented it. According to the system Yang Kai had created, his comprehension of the Tao of space stood at the peak of the 7th level, standing above all others within sight, and he was about to achieve a breakthrough to the 8th level, summiting the peak. As his understanding of the Tao of space improved, Yang Kai faintly felt like he had gained enlightenment into something new. While he repeatedly pushed out his fists, space principles weltered as the void around him contorted. He felt as though he was a silkworm that had been trapped in a cocoon. If he could break free from the cocoon, he would be able to make it to the next level. However, he was crestfallen since he was unable to achieve that last breakthrough. Presently, a golden figure was standing on a spot near Yang Kai as she silently watched his movements. To outsiders, his movements were rather comical as he repeatedly pushed out his fists without any regular patterns. He alternated between slow and fast as though he was an old man who was trying out various exercises. There was no awe or intimidation to speak of. However, it was these seemingly powerless attacks that caused space itself to shudder and shake. After a long period of observation, Senior Sister Jean suddenly summoned her halberd. As her world force surged, she turned into a ray of light and attempted to stab Yang Kai with her weapon. She didn't seem to be holding back at all, as though she was determined to end his life while he was distracted. Her world force was surging like violent waves, and Yang Kai was forced to turn his head and deal with the halberd with his bare hands. As he drew upon his small universe, world force surrounded his fists. Following the silent clash in the void, two figures brushed past one another. While Yang Kai's clothes became tattered, some sparks were also seen on Senior Sister Jin's armor. Nevertheless, the woman didn't seem to have the intention of stopping. As she whirled around, her halberd turned into countless shadows which surrounded Yang Kai, all of them wrapped in thick murderous intent and a sense of ferocity. Yang Kai kept taking steps backwards, but the movements of his fists still alternated between fast and slow as he clashed with the halberd with various degrees of force and resolved the other party's fierce attacks. As the two figures entangled with one another, flickering back and forth as they exchanged places numerous times. Their battle raged across more than 10 million kilometers as they traded countless moves every breath in an intense melee. Martial Peak, Chapter 4632, Cow Punch. Senior Sister Jean from Great Battle Heaven was definitely not a cultivator who made it to the 6th order through cultivation in seclusion. She was adept at fighting, so it was apparent that she had quite a number of life and death battles in the past. As she fully pushed her power, she didn't show any signs of frailty as a woman. Instead, she was tough and strong. Yang Kai took the approach of passively reacting as he was faced with the bombardment of attacks. They went on to fight fiercely in a radius of 10 million kilometers in the void for half a month. Then suddenly, there came a moment when Yang Kai's eyes no longer appeared turbid as his gaze brightened. He had been trapped inside a cocoon for days, and at this moment, he finally broke free from it and became a butterfly. Faced with the halberd, he didn't have the intention of dodging. Instead, he just gently pushed out his fist. Despite his seemingly powerless attacks, the impact was tremendous. Senior Sister Jin's movements came to an abrupt halt as though she was no longer able to circulate her strength smoothly. Her halberd stopped right in front of Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai remained silent with a smile while Senior Sister Jin slowly put away her halberd. Her eyes behind the golden helmet appeared astounded. Many thanks for your help, Senior Sister. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Over the past 15 days, Senior Sister Jin used her full strength to battle against Yang Kai, which helped him break through the fog which was clouding his vision and gain enlightenment in battle. If not for her assistance, he would have needed another opportunity to take his comprehension of the Tao of space to the next level. Now, he had finally made it to the 8th level, summiting the peak. Besides that, he had also obtained a new technique to deal with his enemies. What's the name of this roguish divine ability of yours? Senior Sister Jin asked. Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. It's not a divine ability. It's just a method of applying space principles. I don't think it's roguish in any way. Senior Sister Jin replied dispassionately. You trace your opponent's aura back to its source and directly attack their small universe. Once their small universe falls into turmoil, they can't attack or defend. However, if one completely seals off their aura, how are they supposed to use their world force to battle against you? If this isn't the method of a rogue that gives an absolute advantage in combat, what else could it be? To put it simply, Yang Kai's new way of dealing with his opponents was attacking their small universe by using space principles. That was how he managed to easily disperse Senior Sister Jin's last attack with just a simple punch. Since her small universe had been shaken, she was unable to keep fighting regardless of how strong she was. Even though she could withdraw and then continue to fight, she would be suppressed once Yang Kai used this technique again. That was the reason she directly gave up. Furthermore, she didn't really intend to defeat Yang Kai, she just wanted to help him. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master as well as their source of power. When Yang Kai was battling against Zhuo Quanhui in the past, his small universe often shook as his realm was lower. As a result, he suffered setbacks numerous times. After such an experience, coupled with his newfound knowledge of the Tao of space, Yang Kai managed to create this technique. Just like Senior Sister Jin had implied, this technique was quite unscrupulous. Even for high-rank masters, it was difficult to directly attack an opponent's small universe, let alone an average cultivator. However, Yang Kai was able to target his opponent's small universe directly by tracing their world force back to its source using space principles. It was basically impossible to guard against such a technique. However, in order to successfully use it, it still required some luck and patience. The reason Yang Kai was able to easily resolve Senior Sister Jin's last attack was that he had become familiar with her moves following 15 days of battle. How did you come up with such a roguish technique? Senior Sister Jin looked curiously at him. It seemed that Yang Kai could never get rid of that label, so without refuting her, he replied, I had the luck to witness Purple Jade Cave Heaven's shattering Tao seal technique in the past and was inspired by it. Some ideas also flashed through my mind when I battled against Zhuo Quanhui. That's how everything came into place on this day. When Yang Kai was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the past, he entered the primordial land in order to take part in the spirit-seizing war. At that time, he was ambushed by someone who used the shattering Tao seal technique, which was a divine ability from Purple Jade Cave Heaven. It was a famous technique that was only taught to the most important disciples. The name of the technique suggested that it was a divine ability that targeted a person's Tao seal. This divine ability was horrifying for people that were somewhere between the Emperor realm and the open heaven realm. That was because, for those cultivators, their Tao seals were their foundation. Once their Tao seal was damaged, they would end up in a horrible state. The foundation of an open heaven realm master was their small universe, so if there was a way Yang Kai could directly target an enemy's small universe, he could easily gain the upper hand in combat. Senior Sister Jin nodded and praised him by saying, this is a rare technique where a weaker person can hope to defeat a stronger opponent. Unfortunately, this technique requires space principles as its foundation, so no one else can learn it. Many thanks for your compliment, senior sister, Yang Kai replied humbly. Given Yang Kai's current strength, he was practically peerless among those below the high-rank open heaven realm. However, if he was faced with a high-rank master, he would be defeated. He had temporarily possessed the might of a high-rank open heaven realm master before, so he was fully aware of the huge gap between a 7th order and a 6th order master. Now that he had such a technique though, he wouldn't be so battered when dealing with a high-rank open heaven realm master like Sua Quan Hui. Among mortals, they call it a cow punch when such an unfair method is used. Yang Kai played along and put on a meaningful grin. Many thanks for giving it a name, senior sister. This technique will be called cow punch from now on. Instead of punching a cow though, this technique targeted an opponent's small universe. Senior sister Jean fell silent with conflicted feelings. Such an amazing technique was given such a foolish name, which didn't do justice to its abstrusity. Just then, a space ring flew towards Yang Kai. Senior sister Jean turned around and dashed towards the universe temple, soon disappearing. The ring contained materials that Yang Kai had asked her to buy. Upon making sure that all the materials were right, he also decided to return to the universe temple and start repairing the grand array. He had come up with a plan to repair the more than 1,000 damaged spots in the grand array, and with these materials in possession, he just had to execute his plan. The entire process took Yang Kai a year to finish. One day, Yang Kai, who felt extremely bored, was seated in the center of the grand array and waited patiently. The grand array had been restored, and even though he believed there wouldn't be a problem with it, he had to give it a test. He initially intended to do it himself, but senior sister Jean rejected his idea. Left with no choice, he could only let her give it a try. Yang Kai knew that she was well-meaning. There wouldn't be a problem if the grand array had been successfully repaired. However, if there was any mistake, he might come across some danger by using the universe transference law to send himself back to this place from billions of kilometers away. In the entire 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai was currently the only one capable of repairing the grand array in a universe temple. Senior sister Jean naturally wouldn't let him take such a risk. Despite her stern demeanor, she was actually a kind-hearted person. Yang Kai found out about it when she previously helped him achieve a breakthrough in comprehension without him even asking. However, for all these years, this woman from Great Battle Heaven had never taken off her armor, so he had never seen her face that was covered in the golden helmet. All of a sudden, the grand array started glowing as though fireflies were dancing in the air. As space principles undulated, the space in front of Yang Kai started contorting and senior sister Jin's figure abruptly appeared. After coming to her senses, she nodded at Yang Kai to indicate that the grand array had been successfully restored. She then said, "The sect masters have told me that once you're done with repairing this universe temple, you'll have a year to rest. After that, you can come back here, and I'll take you to the next universe temple." Yang Kai got to his feet and patted his backside. "There's no need. Let's go now." After a moment of silence, senior sister Jean decided not to persuade him. "Wait a moment, I need to pass my duties to someone else." She then turned around and left the grand hall. A while later, the two of them flew out of the universe temple and headed towards the nearest territory gate. Senior sister Jean initially intended to summon her flight-type artifact, but Yang Kai rejected her idea. As a master of the Tao of space, he usually didn't need to rely on any artifact to move around when he didn't have a lot of companions. In just 1 month, they moved past more than 10 great territories and arrived at another abandoned universe temple. This place was also guarded by a 6th order master from Great Battle Heaven, so the person was from the same sect as senior sister Jean. After the two of them had a brief conversation, Yang Kai was allowed to enter the grand hall that had remained closed for years. With 10 years of prior experience, Yang Kai was now far more efficient. It only took him half a year to identify all the damaged spots in the grand array, and it took him another half a year to deduce solutions for them. Following that, he needed half a year to repair it. He could now do it much faster than the first time. Senior sister Jean then brought him to the 3rd universe temple. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only 5 universe temples had been abandoned due to malfunction. Including the time they spent traveling, it took Yang Kai 2 years to repair the 3rd universe temple. While they were heading to the 4th universe temple, they passed by Langya Paradise's territory, so Yang Kai decided to stop by and visit Zhang Ruoxi since the two of them hadn't met for a long time. Since word got out that there was a world tree in the star boundary, all 108 cave heavens and paradises had gathered together there, so representatives from Langya Paradise were naturally sent as well. The 7th Order Master from Langya Paradise was pretty amicable to Yang Kai, perhaps because of Zhang Ruoxi and Gu Pan. Yang Kai had asked him about Zhang Ruoxi and found out that she was cultivating in seclusion at that time, so she hadn't tagged along. It remained a regret in Yang Kai's heart. Since they would pass by Langya Paradise, he naturally wanted to visit her. However, his wish was not granted. Zhang Ruoxi had made it to the open heaven realm, and 2 years ago, she and Gu Pan left Langya Paradise to head to the star boundary, so Yang Kai couldn't see her. Then, he asked about Zhang Ruoxi's order. Upon learning that she had ascended to the 5th order just like what he had expected, he felt at ease. Since Zhang Ruoxi and Gu Pan were not around, Yang Kai didn't intend to stay. On the other hand, those from Langya Paradise were quite hospitable. After all, the star boundary had become a household name in the 3,000 worlds because of the world tree. Not only was Yang Kai a great emperor of the star boundary, but he was also a 6th order master, so hardly anyone would dismiss him now. After turning down various invitations from Langya Paradise, Yang Kai continued on his journey alongside senior sister Jean. A few years later, after testing the 5th universe temple, Yang Kai confirmed that the grand array had been restored. Then, senior sister Jean solemnly fished out a golden token and passed it to Yang Kai with both hands. With his brow raised, Yang Kai took it and realized that it was pretty weighty. The character, universe, was engraved on it, but he wasn't sure what this token was for. Martial Peak, Chapter 4633, Return to Black Territory. It's a universe token. The sect master specifically asked someone to make it for you, senior sister Jean explained. With this token, you can enter any universe temple and receive the same treatment as a sect master of the cave heavens and paradises. Is this considered a reward for me? Yang Kai raised his brow. He had spent almost 20 years repairing 5 universe temples, which would offer immense benefits to lots of people. However, those sect masters were pretty stingy. They only gave him a universe token and no other useful benefits. Senior sister Jean shook her head. It's not really a reward. The sect masters hope that when you have a chance to use the other universe temples, you can also examine their grand arrays. If there's a problem, they want you to help fix it. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. The sect masters are pretty clever, aren't they? Do they think I'm a free slave or something? With a solemn expression, senior sister Jean replied, you can turn them down, but I'll have to retrieve the universe token. Yang Kai immediately pocketed the token. Forget it. I'll keep it since it's specifically made for me. Senior sister Jean nodded gently. Since the matter regarding the universe temples has been resolved, I'll return to Great Battle Heaven now. Farewell. Upon finishing her words, she directly turned around and left in a dashing manner. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile as he watched her leave. Regardless, they had spent the last 20 years together, but she left without any hesitation. She was a true free-spirited person. The 3,000 worlds were vast, so they might not have the chance to meet again. The matter regarding the universe temples was an accident of sorts. Yang Kai had never expected that he'd be held up for such a long time. Back then, he decided to take a stroll outside since he wanted to relax. There was a list of things he had to do, however, other than paying a visit to Langya Paradise, he hadn't managed to complete anything. Although he had visited Langya Paradise, he hadn't had the chance to meet Zhang Ruoxi, which remained a regret in his heart. Fortunately, before his departure, he had told Hua Qingxi that he'd return within 100 years, therefore, even if he didn't show up for a long time, there shouldn't be a problem in the star boundary or void land. He then fished out a universe chart and studied it. Upon confirming his current location and mapping out a route, he disappeared from the spot the next moment. A few months later, Yang Kai arrived at Black Territory, where Luan Baifeng personally greeted him. She was the overlord of the Black Prison and titled herself Warden. In the past, after helping Yang Kai arrange the space arrays in High Heaven Territory, she returned to the Black Prison. She had also brought with her more than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union who had been captured in the war. Although 100 or slaves was not a lot, they were mostly 4th Order and 5th Order Masters, so the quality made up for the quantity. It had to be noted that after the epic battle in High Heaven Territory, many of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from both Heavenly Sword Union and Void Land were injured or killed. The people who had survived the cruel battle were no ordinary cultivators. If any other great force had obtained more than 100 slaves, it would have been difficult for them to handle. They would be considered ruthless and cruel if they simply killed these people, but they would also be considered soft-hearted and weak if they released them. However, these people were immensely useful in Luan Baifeng's hands. The Black Prison was a place where black stones were mined, and Luan Baifeng needed a lot of ore slaves to do this. The environment of this place was hostile, and the deepest parts contained a corrosive aura that would weaken the heritage of a cultivator's small universe. As time passed, one's foundation would collapse apart and their cultivation would be destroyed. Hence, countless ore slaves had lost their lives in the Black Prison over the years. Outside the palace, Luan Baifeng gazed at Yang Kai with displeasure. "Where have you been all these years? I told Xianpeng to head to the star boundary and look for you, but you were nowhere to be seen." According to the agreement she had with Yang Kai, he was supposed to have visited Black Territory more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately, there had not been any news about him. She told Xianpeng to look for him in the star boundary, but he had already left. Hua Qingxi also wasn't aware of Yang Kai's whereabouts. If it weren't because they were connected by the loyalty list, Luan Baifeng would have thought that he had passed away. "I was held up by some matters," Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. "I'm here now, am I not?" Luan Baifeng rolled her eyes. "Do you need to get some rest first?" "There's no need for that. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's begin." Yang Kai waved his hand. Although the environment in the Black Prison was terrible, this place was also rich in resources. Presently, Yang Kai possessed Void Star City and a 5% stake in High Heaven Star City. The former was a first-class star city that was comparable to those controlled by the Cave Heavens and Paradises, while the latter was a superstar city that was the first of its kind. Both star cities were extremely popular and prosperous. He also had exclusive ownership of a new great territory. Since he had so many properties now, he was no longer a poor man. The two star cities and the new great territory were like treasure troves that could continuously provide for the needs of those in Void Land and High Heaven Palace. However, there was a constant shortage of yin and yang element materials in the 6th Order and above. Be it in the two star cities or the new great territory, they could hardly find any yin and yang element materials in the 6th Order and above. On the other hand, in the depths of the Black Prison, or stars had a decent chance of producing yin and yang element materials in the 6th Order and above. With the continuous nourishment from the World Tree in the star boundary, High Heaven Palace was in a favorable position. In the future, they would have a lot of talented disciples and also quite a number of young people who could directly ascend to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. These people needed 6th Order materials in order to ascend. Yang Kai still remembered the difficulties the great emperors encountered when they were cultivating. At that time, in order to look for 6th Order yin and yang element materials, they had spent countless amounts of time and energy. In the end, Black Territory was where the majority of his success was found. Yang Kai had to come up with a long-term plan so that they wouldn't need to ask around for such resources in the future. At the mention of 6th Order materials, Yang Kai couldn't help but recall the resources given to High Heaven Palace by the Cave Heavens and Paradises. At that time, all the high-rank masters had come to an agreement that they could respectively get 5 disciples from the star boundary every 100 years, and they had to give High Heaven Territory a set of 6th Order materials for each of these disciples. Yang Kai had already taken into consideration that sixth-order yin and yang element materials were extremely rare. Even though the cave heavens and paradises had some of them, they wouldn't be willing to give them away. As expected, the cave heavens and paradises really never gave them any yin and yang element materials. High Heaven Palace had collected quite a lot of sixth-order metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materials, but no yin or yang element. All the materials were traded for fifth-order and even fourth-order materials of the same value. That was why Yang Kai was vexed. Despite that, he wouldn't blame the cave heavens and paradises for being stingy, for sixth-order yin and yang element materials were strategic resources to them too, so they wouldn't bring them out easily. If Void Land and High Heaven Palace wanted to become as powerful as those cave heavens and paradises, they had to collect these materials themselves and attract a lot of talented people at the same time. On the other hand, Yang Kai had high hopes for the Black Prison. More than half of the sixth-order yin and yang element materials that Void Land and High Heaven Palace would need would likely come from this place. This is the space array I've spent years developing. You need to see if there's any problem though. After all, I know nothing about the Tao of space. Luan Baifeng tossed a jade slip at Yang Kai. After taking it, Yang Kai infused his divine sense into it and nodded from time to time. The space array was obviously derived from the ones Yang Kai had shown to her before, but it was larger and much more complex. When Su Linggong told Yang Kai to arrange some space arrays in the past, Luan Baifeng assisted him. This woman was innately talented when it came to the Tao of spirit arrays. Yang Kai had only built several space arrays with her, but she could already almost master them and even offer some new insights. Yang Kai had never seen a person more talented than her in Tao of spirit arrays. Even Grandmaster Wu Yang, who built the 9 heavenly layers grand array, was inferior to her. If it weren't because she knew nothing about the Tao of space, she could have built this new space array all on her own. After going through the jade slip, Yang Kai nodded. There's no major problems, and I've marked the places that require small modifications. Let's discuss it now as we have to further refine the array. There's no rush in moving the ore stars to another place. Since you're the boss, you have the final say. Luan Baifeng appeared nonchalant. They then sat on the ground as they started drawing something on the soil while having a discussion. Yang Kai had spent the past 20 years repairing broken universe temples. During that period of time, he witnessed the abstrusity of the grand arrays in the universe temples and comprehended the wisdom of the ancients. As he also reflected upon his own insights, he had gained immense rewards. The grand arrays in universe temples and space arrays worked in similar ways, so there was something Yang Kai could learn from. Soon, Luan Baifeng's initial plan was almost completely changed. Instead of getting mad though, she greedily absorbed the essence of space arrays into her own knowledge. A month later, Yang Kai let out a long breath and got to his feet. That's it. There's nothing else we could change. Luan Baifeng stroked her glabella and looked up at Yang Kai. You're actually pretty talented in Tao of spirit arrays. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I've only studied space arrays a little. I know nothing about other spirit arrays. Luan Baifeng wasn't interested in fawning over him, so she just asked inquisitively, if there's no problem, I'll tell them to come over now. Yang Kai nodded. A moment later, several hundred dispirited open heaven realm masters, led by Xian Peng, arrived at this place. The over 100 people at the front sported conflicted expressions when they saw Yang Kai. They were fearful, mad, or resentful. These over 100 people were the captives from Heavenly Sword Union that Luan Baifeng had previously brought back from High Heaven territory. It was apparent that they had been living a terrible life as all of their auras were unstable. Even though some of them glowered at Yang Kai, they appeared as weak as enraged sick cats. Xian Peng greets Sir, and greets Warden. Xian Peng scurried towards them with a fawning smile. This guy had also left his name on the loyalty list, and although he had no backbone to speak of, he was a fairly powerful fifth-order master. Luan Baifeng extended her hand into the void and grabbed a middle-aged man who glared at Yang Kai. While clenching his neck, she pushed her world force and sneered, it seems that some of you still don't know your place. Regardless of who you were in the past, you're now the lowliest or slaves in the black prison. This queen can decide whether you'll live or die as she pleases. While the man had the guts to glower at Yang Kai, he was obviously terrified of Luan Baifeng. It wasn't certain what he had gone through over the past few years, but as he hovered in mid-air, he appeared greatly flustered. He was also unable to resist her since she was in a higher realm. Or slaves should behave like or slaves. If anyone dares to be impolite again, you'll end up like him. Upon finishing her words, she exerted more force with her hand. The middle-aged man instantly burst into blood mist as his world force dissipated. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-34, Void Yin-Yang Mirrors. Luan Baifeng killed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a smile on her face, as though she was stepping on an ant. Although these or slaves were fully aware of how ruthless this woman was, they were still horrified. All of them hung their heads low to avoid getting targeted by her. There was no expression on Yang Kai's face as he didn't sympathize with them. It was said that might made right, and the loser was always in the wrong. If those from Void Land had lost the battle, its more than 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters would have ended up in an even worse state. "Let's start," Yang Kai ordered impassively. Luan Baifeng nodded and started making the arrangements. The reason they had to gather all the slaves in the black prison together was that they were going to create something very important, which required a lot of manpower and resources. Before Luan Baifeng returned to black territory from high heaven territory, Yang Kai had mentioned to her a whimsical idea. Since Open Heaven Realm Masters could travel across the void through space arrays, there was a possibility that the ore stars hovering in black territory's inner region could also be moved in the same way. Of course, in order to move the ore stars, it would require a gigantic space array. Previously, Yang Kai used brute force to move an ore star to the outer region. Not only did that consume a lot of time and energy though, but he also had to keep changing directions and control the speed of travel, which was quite troublesome. If he accidentally crashed into other ore stars, his effort would go to waste. However, if he could make use of the Tao of space and directly move the ore stars, things would become much easier. Nevertheless, in order to achieve this, they needed to do a lot of preparations in advance. Just like Yang Kai had said, there was no rush in moving the ore stars as they had to get everything ready first. If their plan was successfully carried out, their efficiency of mining black stones would be significantly enhanced, and their source of sixth order and above yin and yang element materials would be secured. For the past 20 years since Luan Baifeng returned to black territory, she had been designing this new space array. It wasn't until Yang Kai's arrival that it could be completed though, because she needed the help of his mastery of the Tao of space. Since the ore stars in the black territory came in all different shapes and sizes, the array had to be flexible and adjustable. With that as a prerequisite, Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng combined their insights of the Tao of space and Tao of spirit arrays before creating this space array that had never before been seen in the world. Over the next 3 years, several hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters became swamped with work at the palace in the Black Territory's periphery. Some of these Open Heaven Realm Masters were experts in different skills. For example, there were some who were adept at artifact refining. Luan Baifeng would assign some important tasks to these people while those who were strong but unskilled had to help out from the side. Yang Kai was on top of everything as he examined every process to ensure there were no problems. 3 years later, 16 artifacts were finally completed. They were divided into 2 sets with 8 artifacts in each set. One of them was yin while the other was yang. They were just like 2 sides of a mirror. Due to this characteristic, the complete set of artifacts were named Void Yin-Yang Mirrors by Yang Kai. Every artifact was actually an array board that was made using countless resources. If they were traded for Open Heaven pills, each individual mirror would be worth approximately 3 billion pills. If Yang Kai hadn't owned 2 star cities and a new great territory and hadn't prepared an enormous amount of materials before his departure, he wouldn't have dared to even attempt this. Since an array board was worth 3 billion, the set of 16 artifacts was worth 48 billion in total. With this staggering amount of money, one could buy several hundred seventh-order materials. It was enough to bankrupt any second-class great force. Half of all the materials Yang Kai owned had been consumed in this single endeavor, which was why he felt quite heartbroken. If his plan was successful, he would more than make back his losses and even become filthy rich. However, if it failed, he would suffer immense losses. Despite being wealthy, he still appeared worried after the void yin-yang mirrors, which consisted of 16 artifacts, was completed. He passed 8 artifacts, the void yin mirrors, to Luan by phone while storing the corresponding void yang mirrors. After taking a deep breath, he looked in the direction of the Black Territory's inner region and said, "Just wait here and play it by ear." Luan by phone nodded with anxiety, but she was already looking forward to this test. Since such amazing artifacts were made by her, she naturally wanted to find out if these items would work as intended. They had previously carried out an experiment and confirmed that there wasn't a problem with their functionality, but that was just a trial after all. They didn't have the confidence that they could successfully move a huge ore star. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai visited the Black Territory's inner region, where there was an eerie force that could erode a person's small universe. The deeper a person went, the faster the heritage of their small universe would be shaved away. With that said, Yang Kai had the towering evergreen, so he could ward off this force and reach a location most people couldn't. More than 10 days later, he felt that he had reached his limit, and if he went any further, even his towering evergreen was unable to protect him. After finding an ore star, he started his preparations. He fished out the 8 void yang mirrors he had brought with him. With the arrangements of 8 trigrams Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui, he placed them around the ore star. He then sat in the Qian spot and performed different hand seals. As space principles undulated, he shouted, "Activate." The next moment, the 8 void yang mirrors started shaking and humming. Rays of lights shot out from the array boards and connected with each other. In the blink of an eye, all 8 void yang mirrors were linked. From a bird's eye view, one could see that 8 array boards had formed into an octagonal cage, and in the middle of the cage was the ore star that Yang Kai had selected. Furthermore, the 8 array boards that had been connected had also formed into a huge space array. At the same time, Luan by phone was waiting patiently in the void at the periphery of the Black Territory. The 8 void yin mirrors were controlled by 8 fifth-order open heaven realm masters, and were also placed according to the arrangements of the 8 trigrams. There came a moment when the 8 void yin mirrors started shaking and humming. As rays of light flashed through everyone's eyes, a huge projection appeared inside the perimeter of the void yin mirrors. That was the projection of the ore star that Yang Kai had selected. It was the exact same size, but it was only an illusion. Luan by phone arched her brow and yelled, "Act according to the plan." The fifth-order masters who controlled the array boards wouldn't dare to be negligent as they surged their world force into the array boards in the appropriate order. Every void yin mirror had to be in sync with the corresponding void yang mirror on Yang Kai's side. In the Black Territory's inner region, with a dark gaze, Yang Kai seemed able to surmount space and see what was going on in Luan Baifeng's place. He then used a different hand seal and shouted, "Lock." As space principles undulated, the 16 void yin-yang mirrors flickered and turned ethereal at the same time, as though they would disappear at any moment. Yang Kai extended his hand with the most serious expression he had ever sported, and as he flipped his palm over, he yelled, "Turn." A violent force burst out as the 8 array boards became blurred and then stabilized. They also stopped shaking and humming. The ore star, which was originally trapped by the cage formed from the 8 array boards, abruptly disappeared. In the periphery of the Black Territory, Luan Baifeng looked dazedly at the giant ore star that had suddenly appeared before her. Although she already knew this was to be the outcome, she was still astounded when she actually saw the sight. She muttered under her breath, "It works." Despite the fact that there was a distance of billions and billions of kilometers between them, Yang Kai had successfully moved the ore star to this place with the void yin-yang mirrors. He had pulled off a feat that was rather astonishing. Xin Peng, who was standing beside Luan Baifeng, gulped as he appeared awestruck by the ore star's appearance and instinctively asked, "How did he do it?" Although he was an experienced fifth-order master, the sight before his eyes was still unbelievable to him. Prior to this day, if anyone told him that a huge or star could be moved from one place to another in an instant, he would never have believed him. There was a limit to a human's strength. Even the legendary ninth-order masters could not do something like this. However, it happened right before his eyes. Luan Baifeng smiled as she was apparently in a jovial mood. She then explained, "That guy has spent years building these void yin-yang mirrors, which is a suitable name. The yang mirrors are on his side while yin mirrors are on our side. Coupled with his space secret techniques, he flips the mirror over, sending what is on his side over to our side." Xin Peng appeared puzzled as he obviously didn't understand her. Luan Baifeng went on to say with a smile, "Take your hand as an example. If you grab something in your hand, it now faces down. After you flip your hand over, the thing will now face up." A fawning Xin Peng remarked, "Warden and Sir are truly brilliant. I'll never be a match for you two. If it's just like you've said, does it mean that these 8 array boards with us now are the yang mirrors that Sir had previously brought with him?" Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, "It seems you're not so foolish after all." There were 2 sides to the mirror, which were yin and yang. The 16 array boards were used for positioning. As they flipped, not only was the or star moved to this place, but the yin mirrors and yang mirrors also exchanged locations. Yang Kai had previously taken the yang mirrors with him and left behind the yin mirrors. As such, the yin mirrors were now on his side. Xin Peng fell silent for a moment. Even though he was unresigned when he left his name on the loyalty list in the past, it now seemed to him that he was indeed no match for Yang Kai in any respect. It wasn't so terrible after all to work under someone like him. Furthermore, the concept of the void yin-yang mirrors was truly awe-inspiring. The thing Luan Baifeng gave Yang Kai 3 years ago was just a draft of the space array. If they carried it out according to her original design, there would be some effects as well, but it wouldn't be so convenient. The void yin-yang mirrors were flexible as the cage that was used to localize the or stars was fully adjustable. There was no doubt that it was much better than her original static space array. The fifth-order masters, who controlled the 8 array boards, were still in a dazed state, so Luan Baifeng quickly snapped at them, "Stop dreaming and get ready. The next or star will arrive soon." It was then that the 8 of them started getting ready as they removed their respective array boards and flew to another empty space before setting them up again. In just 10 days, another huge projection appeared inside the void yang mirrors. With the prior experience, the 8 of them started making a move without the need for Luan Baifeng to give the order. A moment later, as the array board started glowing, another or star that was just as large as the previous one was suddenly moved to this place. On the other hand, several hundred or slaves had already streamed towards the first or star that had been moved to this place and started mining black stones. Martial Peak, Chapter 4635, Great Evolution Territory. Every 10 days to half a month there would be an or star, which was originally from the Black Territory's inner region, that was moved to the periphery. In just 1 year, the originally empty periphery was now filled with more than 30 or stars of different sizes. This kind of amount was just a drop in the ocean compared to the reserves in the entire Black Territory. However, no one would underestimate the resources these 30-odd or stars could produce. They were initially in the depths of the Black Prison, so it was extremely difficult to mine them as even sixth-order or slaves were unable to reach that location safely. Nevertheless, Yang Kai used a stunning move to transfer them to a safe area such as the periphery. When Yang Kai previously brought back an or star that was half the usual size, it allowed the or slaves in the Black Territory to keep on mining for a few years. Now that there were more than 30 or stars, it was enough for them to mine these stars for 100 years. If the void yin-yang mirrors hadn't shown signs of breaking, Yang Kai would have brought even more or stars over. However, over the past year, the hastily made void yin-yang mirrors had to bear the pressure of moving many gigantic or stars. Cracks of different sizes started appearing on the 16 array boards, and if this went on, they might come apart at any moment. These things were extremely costly as each of them was worth 3 billion open heaven pills. Yang Kai did not have the heart to see them break. Though he still wasn't satisfied with his current haul, he could only leave the Black Territory's inner region. Upon his return, he saw the huge ore stars hovering in the periphery. When he realized that several hundred open heaven realm ore slaves were already working on the first ore star he had brought back, he was pleased. The ore stars you've sent back are rich in resources. So far, we've found more than 30 sixth-order materials. There are even 2 sixth-order yang element materials and 3 yin element materials. Additionally, there are several thousand materials that are below the 6th order, Luan Baifeng reported while accompanying Yang Kai to have a look at the first ore star. Yang Kai nodded, all the effort was worth it. Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, despite that, it'll take another 20 years before we can cover the cost of refining the void yin-yang mirrors. It's fine as long as we can earn it back. As they moved forward, the ore slaves respectfully saluted Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and said, I'll leave this place to you. Just remember to send the extracted materials to Void Land every 2 to 3 years. Got it, Luan Baifeng replied, then shot him a glance. Where are you going? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai decided not to hide it from her. I'll ask a senior expert to make something for me, and then I'll go to the Shattered Heaven. If anyone from Void Land asks about it, you can just tell them the truth. The Shattered Heaven is not a kind place. Don't get killed over there and drag me into it. Luan Baifeng frowned. Yang Kai smiled and took a step forward as his figure rapidly faded. There were countless great territories in the 3,000 worlds. Every great territory was named after the most powerful great force in that place. Other than some remote great territories which only had generic identifiers, there was no exception. However, every great force would rise and fall, just like how a person would get sick and die of old age. A great territory could be named after a great force because it was the most powerful, but when this great force was destroyed and replaced, the great territory would be given a different name. When Void Land replaced Seven Wonders Land in the past, Seven Wonders Territory became Void Territory. Therefore, the name in the latest universe charts would be changed, while the owners of the older universe charts could get them updated or just manually change it. With that said, there was actually one exception. In Great Evolution Territory, the most powerful great force was supposedly Heavenly Martial Hall. This great force was much stronger than the original Seven Wonders Land because there was a 6th-order open heaven realm master assuming command of it. Supposedly, the great territory where Heavenly Martial Hall was located should be named Heavenly Martial Territory. However, since time immemorial, the name of this great territory had never been changed in the universe charts. It had always been Great Evolution Territory. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall were certainly displeased with this. By naming the great territory after their own sect, it would be a great way for them to popularize themselves. The 3,000 worlds was vast, and even though Heavenly Martial Hall wasn't weak, it still wasn't comparable to the real behemoths. Although they had a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves, their wish had never been granted, which was why they were disgruntled. Therefore, the cultivators of Heavenly Martial Hall repeatedly visited Foresee's Union and argued with them in the hope that they could change Great Evolution Territory to Heavenly Martial Territory when making the universe charts. All the universe charts in the 3,000 worlds were made by Foresee's Union, which was backed by one of the 36 cave heavens. Their shops could be found in all the major star cities, including Void Star City and the newly built High Heaven Star City. After all, it was extremely inconvenient to move around the 3,000 worlds without a universe chart. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had the money, they would buy a universe chart. Foresee's Union had made a fortune through this business. It wasn't hard to enter Foresee's Union, it was a business entity after all. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall had visited the Foresee's Union countless times, but the name Great Evolution Territory always remained in the new universe charts. There had never been a change. This made the people from Heavenly Martial Hall feel vexed. However, they were weaker than the other party, so there was nothing they could do. There was one thing they didn't understand, though. There was no great force in Great Evolution territory that had anything to do with the title, Great Evolution, now, so why was it so hard for them to change the name? Several hundred years ago, Heavenly Martial Hall had almost changed its name to Great Evolution Sect in order to take advantage of the name Great Evolution Territory. However, they hadn't forgotten the hard work their ancestors had put in to build their sect, so they ultimately decided against this name change. Nevertheless, they creatively created a Heavenly Martial Hall Great Evolution branch as a silent protest against the Four Seas Union. Although the Great Evolution branch had been founded, it was basically half abandoned. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall had spent a large amount of manpower and resources on this project, but they had only managed to nurture several Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Elders, who initially had high hopes for the Great Evolution branch, gradually lost interest. As Yang Kai went through the route in his mind, he went from the Black Territory to the Great Evolution Territory and arrived at a particular spot in the void. He had been to this place once before, but it was the proprietress who brought him here. Even though he was on his own this time, he hadn't lost his way. After straightening his face, he cupped his fist and shouted, "Void Land Yang Kai greets Senior Ma Fan. Please forgive me for disturbing you." No one replied to him from the void while he waited patiently. After he waited for 1 hour, 2 hours, and then the entire day, there was still no one who responded to him. Yang Kai put on a helpless smile. Even though he had witnessed Senior Ma Fan's bad temper when he tagged along with the proprietress previously, and he had a feeling that he'd be turned down this time, he still felt frustrated when it really happened. Since he had already expected it, he didn't say anything and simply sat down with his legs crossed. He believed that Senior Ma Fan would be moved by his sincerity. Regardless, he had to see this artifact refining Grandmaster. In fact, he was jealous of the Heavenly Sword Union for possessing the Heavenly Sword Palace. Not only could it attack and defend, but it could also serve as a flight-type artifact. It was like a moving palace. If he hadn't made use of the Star Boundaries World Force and temporarily advanced to 7th Order, and with over 1,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters who maintained a large-scale barrage of attacks on the Heavenly Sword Palace, they couldn't have stopped this moving fortress from moving forward. Had Heavenly Sword Palace reached the Star Boundary, the situation would have been flipped around, and Zhuo Quan Hui would have won. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Palace exploded less than 5 million kilometers away from the Star Boundary following a long and bloody battle. It could be said that Zhuo Quan Hui was just one step away from success. At that time, Yang Kai swore that if there was a chance in the future, he would also build a similar palace artifact for Void Land. That way, when they were faced with something like the Heavenly Sword Palace again, they could defend themselves at the very least. When he was having a negotiation with the Cave Heavens and Paradises previously, he looked for some of the high-rank masters in private and asked them if their sex artifact refining grandmasters could help Void Land build such a palace artifact. Certainly, Void Land could provide the materials and offer an appropriate remuneration. Yang Kai even offered to exempt those who helped him from paying the 6th Order materials required to take disciples from the Star Boundary. However, all of them had turned him down. Hong Xiangling from Azure Void Cave Heaven, who wanted to get his disciple married to Yang Kai, was kind enough to offer an explanation. He said that it would take too much time and energy to refine such a thing, and although the Cave Heavens and Paradises were capable of doing it, they would only do so for their own sects. They couldn't even meet their own demands for such artifacts, so they wouldn't offer help to someone else. It was pointless for Yang Kai to ask regardless of what payment he promised. Yang Kai then asked Su Linggong about it, and the latter gave him a similar explanation. In that case, he could only give up on seeking help from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Instead, he had his eyes on Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai still had some vivid memories of this artifact refining Grandmaster. In the past, in order to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array, they needed some items to be served as array cores. The proprietress brought him to this place and pleaded with this artifact refining Grandmaster. As a result, the Heavenly Executioner's sword and the Heavenly Net umbrella that had been placed in the 9 heavenly layers grand array were made by Grandmaster Ma Fan. The proprietress had said that Grandmaster Ma Fan came from one of the ancient paradises, However, his sect no longer existed. He was the only one who was still alive as he led a reclusive life in its expansive ruins. At that time, Yang Kai was a mere Emperor Realm Jr. who had just arrived at the 3,000 worlds, so he knew little about the outer universe. He was shocked that one of the paradises had fallen in the past. As he recalled it now, he came to realize many things that he hadn't back then. There was no doubt that Grandmaster Ma Fan's mastery of artifact refining was unrivaled. With the help of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Yang Kai activated the power of Heavenly Executioner's Sword and defeated the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union Kong Feng despite being an Emperor Realm Jr. at that time, which went to show that the Heavenly Executioner's Sword was truly incredible. Since none of the cave heavens and paradises were willing to help, Yang Kai could only hope that Grandmaster Ma Fan would refine a palace artifact for him. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't respond to him. Since Yang Kai had made up his mind, he naturally wasn't in a rush. As he was seated in the void, he fished out one of the void yin-yang mirrors that was slightly damaged. This thing was as large as a house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to make it smaller and more convenient, but rather that he couldn't. He and Luan Baifeng knew little about artifact refining, while only several fifth-order masters had some skill in it. They had already done their best to refine the current void yin-yang mirrors. Fortunately, the most important thing was the space array, not the void yin-yang mirrors themselves, otherwise, they couldn't have succeeded in moving the ore stars in black territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 4636, Refusal to Help. Now, there was a crack that was the width of a finger and several dozen centimeters long on this array board that was as large as a house. That was because it had been overused previously. After examining it for a while, Yang Kai fished out some rare ores and activated his Golden Crow's True Fire in an attempt to repair it. However, he was an amateur in artifact refining, so how was he supposed to repair it? A few days later, instead of being fixed, the crack had expanded. Yang Kai scratched his head as he fished out another damaged array board and acted recklessly again. A few days later, the crack on the second array board had also been enlarged. It was then Yang Kai fished out the third one. The person who was hiding in the void was unable to take it anymore as he felt that Yang Kai was doing more harm than good to such amazing artifacts. Fluctuations of space principles were suddenly felt coming from the void, then a portal swirled into existence in front of Yang Kai. The next instant, a big, illusory hand extended from the swirl and directly grabbed the array boards Yang Kai had fished out back into the void. Yang Kai didn't have the intention of interfering as he took a glance at the portal and let out a sigh of relief. He then got to his feet and stepped into it. The world seemed to spin around him, and the next moment, he arrived at a different space. Raising his gaze, he could see many stars of different sizes hovering in the void while circling a single great Sunday. This was like a whole great territory. When he came to this place for the first time, he was a weak cultivator without much experience, so he was unable to see anything special about this place. Now that he had returned, Yang Kai finally understood something. This was obviously a sealed space. Some great expert must have used a stunning divine ability to pull this place out from Great Evolution territory and isolate it from the outside world. It could be said that this place was the foundation of Great Evolution territory, the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise. That was the reason the Great Evolution territory had never changed its name. Those from Heavenly Martial Hall thought that they were the most powerful in Great Evolution territory, but they were not aware that there was such an isolated territory within Great Evolution territory. Only several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together would be able to pull out a section of Great Evolution territory and seal it off, and not without the use of many profound and powerful grand arrays. It was imaginable that Great Evolution Paradise must be truly glorious when they were at the peak of their power. Yang Kai wondered why such a top great force in the 3,000 worlds had fallen all of a sudden. He had asked Su Linggong about it before, as the latter must be aware of something, but he never provided any details. Su Linggong just said that fate was truly unpredictable. The ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise were respectable as they had the bravery to face the impossible head-on. Yang Kai mentioned Senior Ma Fan while having a chat with Su Linggong. That was how he found out some of the information about Great Evolution Paradise. He followed the aura and saw a gray-haired old man who was seated on the ground with his legs crossed. In front of the old man were the damaged array boards as he examined them. Senior. Yang Kai saluted him. When he previously tagged along the proprietress to see this artifact refining Grandmaster, he had a speculation that the old man was a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, he was weak at that time, so he was unable to confirm it. Now that he had returned to this place as a 6th Order master, he instantly realized that his speculation was right. Grandmaster Ma Fan was a 7th Order master, and one at the very peak of the 7th Order at that, only a step away from the 8th Order. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire him. Despite being a high-rank open heaven realm master, he had to endure a life of isolation to guard his fallen sect's foundation. It must be an unimaginable burden. The old man seemed to have a permanent hunchback because of that. You knew that I couldn't bear to see such a good thing being wasted, so you took them out to lure me out, right? Grandmaster Ma Fan shot Yang Kai a glare. Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. I wouldn't dare to pull such a trick on you, Grandmaster. Humph. Grandmaster Ma Fan pursed his lips. You're just like that little girl, Lan Yu Roa. Both of you are intelligent in an annoying way. A bashful Yang Kai replied, many thanks for your compliment, Senior. When she brought you here previously, I knew that I'd meet you again in the future. How troublesome. With a straight face, Yang Kai replied, have you forgotten that I owe you a favor, Senior? Of course, we'd meet again. Grandmaster Ma Fan was previously asked to refine the Heavenly Executioner's sword and Heavenly Net umbrella. However, instead of getting any reward, he made Yang Kai owe him a favor. Since there was nothing he had to pay up front, Yang Kai directly agreed to it. Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared dispassionate as he said with a frown, what's the point of getting a favor back from a 6th Order master? At that time, I saw that you had a pretty exceptional aptitude, so I thought that you could directly ascend to the 7th Order. It turns out that I've made a loss. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as he finally realized why this artifact refining Grandmaster made such a demand back then. It was because the old man believed that he could directly make it to the 7th Order open heaven realm. He certainly wanted to directly ascend to the 7th Order as well, but things didn't go as planned. In the end, he was forced to ascend to the 5th Order in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit to make up for some of the losses, his limit would be the 8th Order if there were no additional opportunities. There were quite a number of 8th Order masters in those cave heavens and paradises. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan could possibly make it to the 8th Order in the future. It was true that Yang Kai's favor was now useless. These 3 pieces aren't the whole picture. There are more, right? Grandmaster Ma Fan asked. Yes, there are. You do have sharp eyes, Grandmaster. Yang Kai hurriedly buttered him up as he fished out the remaining array boards. Since this artifact refining Grandmaster was interested in these hastily made things, Yang Kai would naturally satisfy him. The sight of 16 items as large as houses placed together was pretty magnificent. With a hunchback, Grandmaster Ma Fan placed his hands behind his back and took a walk around these array boards. A moment later, he arched his brow and remarked, even though their refinement leaves much to be desired, the concept is quite ingenious. Did you make them? Yang Kai honestly replied to him. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. By flipping these void yin-yang mirrors, you can move things which are sealed by them across the void. He suddenly appeared solemn. What were you moving that required such expensive artifacts? Yang Kai replied with a grin, some dead stars and/or stars. Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared slightly surprised, but he soon composed himself and said after a sigh, young people like you do like to dream and take reckless actions. He then waved his hand, take them back. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed that the old man didn't help to repair the array boards. However, he didn't come all the way here to ask this artifact refining Grandmaster to repair the void yin-yang mirrors, so he didn't pursue the matter. He then quickly put away all 16 artifacts and said with a straight face, "I have a request, Senior." Grandmaster Ma Fan repeatedly shook his head. "Go away. I'm not going to listen to you." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "Please let me finish my words at the very least, Senior." Grandmaster Ma Fan grinned with a shrewd gaze. "There's nothing else I have, so the reason you've come all the way here is to ask me to refine an artifact. Suffering a loss once is enough. I'm not a fool, so why would I do it again?" Yang Kai replied, "If there's anything you need, Senior, I can get it for you. To be frank with you, even though this junior's cultivation is low, I am now fairly important in the 3,000 worlds. So, I might be able to fulfill your wish." "Oh." Grandmaster Ma Fan arched his brow. "How important are you?" A guilty Yang Kai put on a smile. "That will depend on what you need." After giving it a thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly lifted his hand and a drop of darkness appeared above his palm, expanding out like a blot of ink. A puzzled Yang Kai looked intently at it. Seeing that the young man knew nothing about it, Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared disappointed. He then retracted his hand as the darkness dissipated. Turning around, he waved his hand. "Leave now. There's no need to return my favor. If you come again, I won't open the door for you." Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't listen to him. Since he had finally entered this place, he had to get his wish fulfilled. Before coming to this place, he had considered asking this artifact refining Grandmaster to become a supreme elder in Void Land, but seeing his attitude now, he knew that he shouldn't even think about it. Still, he had to get him to make a palace artifact for him. Yang Kai then raced after the old man and persuaded him. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan just ignored him. Although he had asked Yang Kai to leave, he didn't kick him out directly, seemingly determined not to even acknowledge Yang Kai's existence. That was indeed the case for the next 6 months, as Grandmaster Ma Fan never replied to him regardless of how sincere and persuasive Yang Kai was. The artifact refining Grandmaster pretended that he didn't hear him and never even spared him a glance. This made Yang Kai feel dejected. Thinking that he could go by the old man's interests, he started fishing out the rare items from his space ring and small universe to show him. The old man never spared them a glance, with the only exception being the strange purple chi. Despite being obviously interested, however, he still remained silent. In fact, Yang Kai still had no idea what this purple chi was. He simply snatched it from Luan Baifeng some time ago. On the other hand, Luan Baifeng obtained it from the new Great Territory. After snatching the purple chi, Yang Kai put it inside his small universe and ignored it. If he hadn't decided to fish out some things to attract Grandmaster Ma Fan's attention, he would have forgotten about it. Since Grandmaster Ma Fan appeared interested in the purple chi, Yang Kai decided to wear the purple chi around his fingers and show it to the old man every day. Nevertheless, Grandmaster Ma Fan still ignored him. Yang Kai was defeated in the game of patience with him. Over the past 6 months, the old man showed admirable determination and resoluteness. Seeing as how stubborn the old man was, Yang Kai couldn't help but consider quitting. After all, it was pointless to pester the old man every single day. One day, Yang Kai was seated in a palace in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise when he arched his brow and looked in a particular direction. The next instant, he dashed out of the palace. Looking up, he saw a ray of light rapidly approaching. Judging from the aura, the person was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai was shocked by the arrival of a person in this sealed place. However, he soon realized that something was off. He could only enter this place after Grandmaster Ma Fan opened up the portal while others were unable to come in even if they wanted to. Could it be that there were other residents in the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise besides the old man? Martial Peak, Chapter 4637, Great Evolution Remnants. The ray of light dissipated as a beautiful woman landed on a spot near Yang Kai. She looked to be in her 20s, and while she was clad in a green dress with flowery patterns, her hair had been casually tied behind her back. She had a curvy figure and a demure temperament. The woman was evidently surprised when she saw Yang Kai. After taking a doubtful glance at him with a pair of clear eyes, she elegantly saluted him, then moved past him and headed to the main hall. A dazed Yang Kai stared fixedly at her. The woman seemed to have sensed this, so she turned her head and put on a smile. A moment later, the woman nonchalantly entered the main hall where Grandmaster Ma Fan resided. Yang Kai could finally confirm that the woman was a resident in this sealed place. She was probably a survivor or descendant of Great Evolution Paradise. Otherwise, she couldn't have easily entered the hall. It had to be noted that Yang Kai had been trying to step into the main hall all this time but to no avail. He was simply ignored by Grandmaster Ma Fan. After waiting for an hour, he saw the woman in green leaving the hall. Yang Kai waited for her to come closer before cupping his fist. Void Land Yang Kai greets senior sister. The woman in a green dress flashed a smile at him. Are you trying to ask Old Ancestor to make an artifact for you? Old Ancestor. Yang Kai knew that his speculation was right when he heard that, then he nodded, yes. The woman smiled with her lips covered. Did he not agree to it? Yang Kai smiled meekly. You're indeed intelligent, senior sister. The Grandmaster has turned me down. A realization dawned upon the woman as she asked, Old Ancestor opened up the portal half a year ago. So, you're the visitor from then. Have you been waiting for the past 6 months? Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. I believe that the Grandmaster will be moved by my sincerity. There's no use doing that. The woman shook her head. If Old Ancestor isn't willing to help you, it's pointless for you to keep waiting. Since you've called me senior sister, I'll give you some advice. Please go ahead, senior sister. Go back to where you're from. You're only wasting your time by staying here. Upon finishing her words, she playfully winked at Yang Kai and left. A speechless Yang Kai gave it a thought before racing after her. He soon moved forward alongside the woman. She seemed to be surprised by how thick-skinned he was and asked, Why are you following me? I know nothing about artifact refining. Old Ancestor has never taught me anything about it. Yang Kai grinned. I'm not asking you to refine an artifact for me, senior sister. I just want to have a chat with you. What do you want to talk to me about? The way the woman frowned was quite charming. Anything we can think of, Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner. Although it had been a short time since they came into contact as they had only chatted a little, Yang Kai could see that this sixth-order woman was pure-hearted. To put it nicely, she was as innocent as a child. But to put it bluntly, she was naive and gullible. It was rare for a sixth-order master to have such a temperament. In the outside world, any sixth-order master would have experienced lies and betrayal countless times as they grew up. Even if they were born innocent, they would be influenced by their environment. The reason the woman in green could keep her temperament was that Great Evolution Paradise was a sealed place. But there's nothing I want to talk to you about, the woman shook her head. Yang Kai put on the most harmless smile he could manage and flattered her the best he could. I found you to be amicable the moment I first saw you, senior sister. It's as though we've known each other for a long time. The woman blushed as she snapped in a slightly annoyed tone. How could you say something like that? A sincere Yang Kai replied, I wasn't teasing you. I was speaking the truth. Please don't get mad at me. The woman seemed to believe him as she started appearing bashful. Soon, they arrived at a universe world and landed in front of some palaces. Yang Kai could see that this universe world was not a bad place. The world principles were complete while the world energy was ample. Its world force was also strong. It could be considered a top-class universe world. Moreover, when he was up above the sky just now, he could see that many people were living in this universe world. Some open heaven realm masters of different orders were already waiting there. Upon seeing the woman in green, they all called out, eldest senior sister. A man that appeared to be in his 30s asked with anxiety, what did old ancestor say, eldest senior sister? The woman replied with a smile, don't worry. Old ancestor said that the wine you've brewed this time is rich and flavorful. He found it delicious. Upon hearing that, they started cheering. It was then Yang Kai realized that the woman in green had gone all the way to send wine to Grandmaster Ma Fan, and the wine was made by these open heaven realm masters. However, he frowned at the orders of these people. They were clearly the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, but their orders were so low. Apart from the woman in green who was in the 6th order, the rest of them were in the 3rd order, 4th order, or 5th order. Yang Kai could sense that several 6th order masters were cultivating in seclusion in some of the places in this universe world, but there wasn't a single 7th order master here. Even though Great Evolution Paradise had fallen, it shouldn't be so weak. It was apparent that there was a severe lack of powerful masters here. A young woman in the 4th order noticed Yang Kai and examined him curiously. "Who is this, eldest senior sister?" The woman in a green dress replied, "He's a guest who's trying to ask old ancestor to refine an artifact for him." The young woman's eyes brightened when she heard that, a guest? Does that mean that he came from the outside world? The other open heaven realm masters became excited as well while they looked fervently at Yang Kai. They studied him in a way as though he was some strange and unusual creature. Yang Kai cupped his fist and greeted, "Void Land." Yang Kai greets fellow brothers and sisters. They suppressed the curiosity in their hearts as they saluted him back and told him their names. The cheeky young woman in the 4th order approached Yang Kai and looked up at him. "Senior brother Yang, can you tell me more about the outside world since that's where you come from?" As the eldest senior sister, the woman in green chided her by saying, "You can't be so impolite, junior sisterson." The young woman named Sinsen pouted with her lips pressed together and hung her head low in a dispirited manner. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Junior sisterson, I'd be happy to tell you about the outside world if that's what you'd like. It's not some kind of secret anyway. However, haven't you all visited the outside world before?" Sinsen's shoulders drooped as she shook her head. "Old ancestor said that we're only allowed to leave once we make it to the 7th order. It seems that I'll never be able to leave in my lifetime." She was only in the 4th order, so even if she directly ascended to that order, her limit would be the 6th order. It seemed that there was no hope for her to make it to the 7th order in her lifetime. Yang Kai was lost for words for a moment before asking, "Why is there such a rule?" Surprisingly, none of them actually knew the reason. It was the rule their old ancestor had set, and no one dared to disobey him. Despite knowing there was an outside world, they hadn't come into contact with outsiders prior to today. After pestering Grandmaster Ma Fan for half a year, Yang Kai still couldn't get him to refine a palace artifact for him. The reason he followed the woman in green to this place was that he wanted to indirectly achieve his goal. He thought that by becoming closer to these remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, he could then ask them to help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan. Since he had a favor to ask of them, Yang Kai naturally had to satisfy them first. The group of people, regardless of their gender or age, hospitably welcomed Yang Kai into a large hall. They were then seated around Yang Kai, including the woman who was the eldest senior sister. They all looked forward to hearing stories from him. Yang Kai found it funny and sorrowful at the same time. He didn't mind telling them about the outside world. Over the years, he had gained quite a lot of experience by venturing to many places, so he began regaling them of sights and scenes they had never experienced before. Most of the events were pretty boring actually, but when Yang Kai spoke about the times he fell into danger, they would exclaim and become resentful of his enemies as well. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that these people were too pure-hearted since they had been living in this sealed space for their entire lives. It was no wonder that Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't allow them to leave. If they suddenly entered the outside world, they would have been easily deceived and taken advantage of. He had been ignored by Grandmaster Ma Fan for half a year, but in this place, Yang Kai had become a popular figure. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but think that fate was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to ask them to help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan either. He had already waited for half a year anyway, so he wouldn't mind waiting for another 6 months. There would come a time when his wish was granted. The eldest senior sister, whose name was Nalan Lu Shui, helped him settle down in a 3-story bamboo house. The environment was clean and serene. When he opened the door, he could see a sea of flowers that were fighting for his attention with their vibrant colors. However, Yang Kai could never get some proper rest while he was there. There would always be people who looked for him and asked him to talk about the outside world almost every day. After 1 month, they gradually became familiar with one another, especially Tsun Cien. It seemed she loved making new friends, and Yang Kai could quench her seemingly insatiable curiosity. Therefore, in her heart now, while her eldest senior sister was ranked first and the old ancestor came second, this visitor named Yang Kai was firmly in third place. All her other fellow brothers had to step aside. Sometimes, Yang Kai would go out to take a stroll and talk to the people here, and soon he had a better grasp of the situation in this universe world. In fact, this was the only universe world where there were living beings in the entire Great Evolution Paradise. Although there were other habitable universe worlds in this sealed space, there were no survivors residing in those places. Supposedly, they were the only descendants of Great Evolution Paradise, but even though their sect had fallen, they shouldn't have been so weak. In reality, there wasn't even a single 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that was born in Great Evolution Paradise in the past 10,000 years. Other than that, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place was also surprisingly small. Apart from the fact that there wasn't even a single 7th Order Master, there were just over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters among these remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. Moreover, none of these 30 or so cultivators had directly ascended to the 6th Order. Although eldest senior sister Nalan Lu Shui was in the 6th Order, she made it to her current realm from the 5th Order through hard work. Basically, all these remnants could only directly ascend to the 5th Order, 4th Order, or even lower. It felt as though this place had been cursed by a mysterious power that limited the growth of these survivors. In fact, Yang Kai had spent some time examining this universe world, and he found that the number of residents in this place was quite small. Supposedly, given the heritage left behind in Great Evolution Paradise, there should have been many more Open Heaven Realm Masters, and their orders shouldn't have been this low. Martial Peak, Chapter 4638, Arousing the Interest of Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai had tried finding out the reason behind this situation but to no avail, so he could only give up. What was more surprising to him was that other than eldest senior sister Nalan Lu Shui and some older Open Heaven Realm Masters, the others like Sinsen had no idea that they were the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. They were born and bred in this place, and none of them had left this sealed space before, nor had anyone told them about the history of Great Evolution Paradise. The glory and honor of this great force that was once one of the 72 paradises had been forgotten by their descendants, which was sorrowful indeed. In just 3 months, Yang Kai had managed to figure out many things. After that, he returned to the place where Grandmaster Ma Fan lived. The door of the main hall remained tightly shut as he was apparently not welcome to enter. Standing outside the main hall, Yang Kai sported a faint smile and slowly said, "When I was still a great emperor in the past, I broke free from the restraint of my universe world and arrived at the 3,000 worlds. Not long after that, I came across an accident and fell into a sealed world called the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary. That sealed world was truly amazing, but it was also extremely dangerous. Many divine spirits lived there and fought against one another. In the middle of Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary, there was a secret place that was called the Primordial Land by the divine spirits. Only cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm could enter that place while the divine spirits were barred from entry. I had the good fortune to enter the Primordial Land and compete against many other talented youths for opportunities. Inside the Primordial Land, there was a tree called the World Tree that could bear world fruits. I had an opportunity to go through some trials and eventually obtained quite a number of world fruits. I was also lucky enough to have obtained a root from the World Tree itself. The person inside the main hall didn't respond to him, so it was as though Yang Kai was talking to himself. However, Yang Kai knew that Grandmaster Ma Fan must be able to hear him, it was just that the old man didn't bother to reply to him. Yang Kai didn't mind it as he went on to say, "A calamity fell upon the universe world where I came from, which was the star boundary. Powerful cultivators fought against each other there, which caused great damage to the world. On top of that, much of its auspicious spirit essence was consumed. A member of the giant spirit god clan, which was attracted to my dying universe world, eventually told me that the world tree could save my home. Therefore, after I obtained the root of the world tree from the grand ancient ruins boundary, I returned to the star boundary when there was a chance. Then, I found a place and planted the root there. The giant spirit god clansman didn't lie to me. Over the years, the root grew and transformed into a sub-tree of the world tree. The star boundary gradually stabilized as there were no longer any signs of it collapsing. I thought that matters would end there. I was already lucky enough to have obtained a root from the world tree, and my wish had been granted since my universe world was saved. I wouldn't dare to ask for more. However, I had never expected that saving my world was just the tip of the iceberg of the world tree's power. A few years ago, someone from my homeland came to my void land and told me some news that would leave me pleasantly surprised. Following the continuous nourishment from the world tree, the heritage of the star boundary became increasingly ample, which allowed cultivators living there to more easily comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. The aptitudes of my parents had always been average at best. If there hadn't been such an opportunity, they would have ended up in the third-order open heaven realm. However, since they were in our homeland and grew together with the world tree, not only did they manage to condense their Tao seals far ahead of when I had expected them to, but they could also hope to make an initial breakthrough to the fourth order or even the fifth order. The aura in the main hall, which was usually impassive, shook a little at those words. Yang Kai put on a smile and continued, "Senior, you've been living inside the ruins of Great Evolution Paradise all this time, so it's not surprising for you to be unaware of what's going on in the outside world. It's expected that you don't know that I fought an intense battle against an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Quan Hui, in the recent past. In that battle, several hundred open heaven realm masters lost their lives, including several sixth-order ones. After they passed away, their small universes collapsed apart and their world forces dissipated. However, all that world force was absorbed by the world tree sub-tree, which in turn allowed it to grow even larger and more rapidly. It is now 300 kilometers tall and its roots have spread throughout the entire star boundary. The nourishment it returns to the star boundary is astonishing. Now, all 108 cave heavens and paradises have gathered together in my homeland, the star boundary. An agreement has been reached among us that allows them to respectively take on 5 disciples every 100 years from the star boundary. I've also given them a landmass of 500,000 square kilometers each to build Tao temples for themselves where they can raise talented disciples of their own. In the entire 3,000 worlds, the star boundary is the most unique universe world in existence. With the continuous nourishment of the world tree, the star boundary is bound to see many more talents appearing. Even if one is not born in the star boundary, their future would still be bright if they were nurtured there from a young age. Several hundred years to 1,000 years later, there will be countless people who will be able to directly ascend to the fifth and sixth order directly. The next instant, the door, which had remained closed for a long time, creaked open. Yang Kai put on a smile and adjusted his clothes before stepping through it. Inside the main hall, Grandmaster Ma Fan was seated with his legs crossed as he appeared doubtful with a scowl. When he saw Yang Kai coming over, he shot him a distrustful look. Yang Kai directly took a seat in front of him and put on a helpless smile. "It's so difficult to see you, Grandmaster." The long gray eyebrows of Grandmaster Ma Fan flapped in the air. "If it's just like what you've said, the tree that has grown in your homeland is just the sub-tree of the world tree. Is it really so amazing?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The star boundary and the world tree are open for all to see. If you don't believe me, you can go over and have a look. By then, you'll know whether I'm boasting or not." Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head. "I've certainly heard about the world tree, but I wasn't aware that it could provide continuous nourishment to the land it is planted in." Yang Kai nodded. "I only found out about it recently as well. I guess prior to that, no one knew that the world tree had such an effect. After all, the mother tree lives in the grand ancient ruins boundary. No one has brought it out and planted it in a universe world before. That's why no one was aware of the benefits it could provide. I'll definitely have a look at the star boundary. If you dare to lie to me." I wouldn't dare to. Grandmaster Ma Fan pursed his lips. Did Lan Yu Ruo tell you about Great Evolution Paradise? Yang Kai replied with a smile, the proprietress never told me anything. I found out about it while having a chat with a senior from Yinyang Cave Heaven. Grandmaster Ma Fan sported a milder expression and nodded. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, I don't know what happened to Great Evolution Paradise in the past that caused the Great Force, which was once one of the 72 paradises, to fall into such a state. However, the portal leading to these ruins has been sealed off, and you've imposed a restriction on senior sister Lu Shui and the others that they can never leave this place before they make it to the 7th Order. Obviously, you're worried that your enemies will retaliate against them. They may be safe staying here, and if they leave, they might expose their whereabouts. I admire the fact that all of you from Great Evolution Paradise have been patiently growing stronger and preparing yourselves, but it's said that even the cleverest woman cannot cook a meal without rice. You'll need more capital in order to get your revenge. Given the situation in Great Evolution Paradise now, how long will it take before the glory of your sect will be restored? Grandmaster Ma Fan shot him a look. What are you trying to say, brat? Yang Kai put on a meaningful grin. You can find some youths with exceptional aptitudes and send them to the star boundary just like the 108 cave heavens and paradises have done. The disciples might turn out to be pretty powerful. Even though this move is risky, I can make some arrangements and ensure that your enemies will not find out about it. Grandmaster Ma Fan questioned, we do have some enemies, but who do you think our enemies are? Yang Kai frowned, is it not like what I think? He thought that the enemies of Great Evolution Paradise must be from one of the cave heavens or paradises. After all, given the power of Great Evolution Paradise back then, they couldn't be easily oppressed by just any great force. Previously, Grandmaster Ma Fan made Yang Kai owe him a favor because he could see that the young man had the potential to directly ascend to the 7th Order and become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master eventually. If Yang Kai really made it to the 9th Order, he would be powerful enough to deal with those cave heavens and paradises. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan's words suggested that Yang Kai's assumptions were incorrect. The old man didn't bother to explain anything, however, the world tree was apparently attractive enough to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the door and let Yang Kai enter. After giving it a thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan said, you wait here for a few days. I'll go out and ask around. If this matter is just like you've said, everyone must be aware of it since all 108 cave heavens and paradises have gotten involved. If you've lied to me though, I'll sweep you out of this place and never allow you to return. Yang Kai extended his hand to motion for him to go ahead. Following that, Grandmaster Ma Fan disappeared the next moment. After the old man was gone, Yang Kai let out a breath with an elated expression. Initially, he followed Nalan Lu Shui back to her place in the hope that she could help persuade Grandmaster Ma Fan to make him change his mind and refine a palace artifact of Void Land. However, after getting to know more about this place, Yang Kai realized that things were a little different from what he had thought. Now, he no longer needed Nalan Lu Shui to help him. If the old man wanted to restore Great Evolution Paradise to its former glory, he would certainly be tempted by the allure of the star boundary. After all, the focus of all the cave heavens and paradises was on the star boundary now, so there was no way the ruined Great Evolution Paradise could ignore it. Presently, Great Evolution Paradise was like a traveler in the desert while the star boundary was like an oasis where there was plenty of water. Yang Kai stroked his chin as he was in a jovial mood. Now, it was Grandmaster Ma Fan who had to seek his help, not the other way around. Could he try to get more benefits out of this situation? It was extremely difficult to find such an artifact refining Grandmaster, and it would take Void Land an enormous amount of time and energy to nurture one. Yang Kai wasn't worried that the old man wouldn't get any information about the star boundary. After such a long time, the existence of the world tree had become a well-known fact across the 3,000 worlds. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there were also many cultivators from second-class great forces wandering around in the star boundary. Before Yang Kai left, many powerful cultivators would visit High Heaven Palace and ask for a place to build Tao temples of their own. Certainly, those from High Heaven Palace would never agree to this. The table was only so big and there were only so many seats. All of the seats had been occupied by the cave heavens and paradises as well as high heaven palace. Anyone who wanted to obtain a place had to get the permission of those from high heaven palace as well as the cave heavens and paradises, so no one would dare to make a scene. Although those from high heaven palace never gave these people any land of their own, they wouldn't stop those powerful cultivators from obtaining disciples in the star boundary as long as they followed the rules. It was their own opportunity to get their desired disciples. Yang Kai was looking forward to the day when the cultivators from the star boundary became powerful enough in all the places in the 3,000 worlds, which was why he never even intended to stop these people. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.